him to get the fuck out of here. In all the times we've fought, it's never been over a girl. Not that there's a fight to be had. Maybelle is mine. Still, his interest in what I'm doing with her, and if we're exclusive, makes me question his loyalty and our friendship. Turning my back to Belle, I grab him by the arm and lean in. What the fuck are you doing? He doesn't even glance at me. Oh, I was just telling Belle what a cute couple they would make. What do you think, Drew? I suggested that Parker here buy some tickets for the carnival and take his little tutor on a date. She's been working so hard on his behalf, after all. He bats his long lashes in a mockery of innocence. Or I guess, if I get planning wrapped up, I could take her. Every cell in my body vibrates. No one is taking her anywhere, and fuck Sebastian for even suggesting it. My teeth gnash together as I hiss at him, "Back the fuck off." "No can do. I think I like this look on you," Sebastian says, finally looking at me, and the challenge in his eyes ignites a raging inferno in my gut. Again, he doesn't budge. "Excuse us," I growl. Of all my friends, Sebastian might be the most like me, the most stubborn, the most hard-headed. A hard fucking head I'm about to slam into a table. I cast a warning look at Belle over my shoulder that she better read as "Don't you fucking dare," and haul Sebastian back by the arm. He doesn't even try to stop me. If anything, I'd bet there is a grin on his stupid-ass face. I walk through the double doors ahead, and once we're outside, greeted by the cool fall air, I shove him hard enough that he stumbles back a step. He easily catches himself and comes to stand face to face with me. "What the fuck?" He shrugs, all nonchalant, but I can see a war waging in his eyes. He wants blood. He wants to hurt me, but all he's going to get is my foot up his ass. "I don't get into your business. You don't get into mine, remember? Fuck off, Sebastian." I shake my head, and just as I expect, he rushes forward and shoves me back, his usual blank face twisting into a mask of fury. "Oh, is that right? You don't get into my business, huh? What about when my grandpa tried to sell me off to the highest bidder among his rich friends for connections? You didn't get in the middle of that?" Suddenly, what Belle said the other day sinks in and makes more sense than I want to admit. I'm not trying to save you. I'm just trying to help in whatever way I can. I failed to ask her if she understood what helping me meant, because I knew more than anyone she wasn't capable of hearing about my life problems. "There's a difference. I tried to help you, you dick. I stepped in to make sure he wouldn't try that shit again. I wasn't sabotaging you." It's like my words have no effect on him. "Okay, and what about Lee, when his dad beat the shit out of him for flirting with a man at the last alumni party? You didn't step into the middle of that either, did you?" The rage is still burning in my gut, and I clench a fistful of his shirt, hauling him close. "Again, I was fucking helping." "Helping? And you think any of us want to see what your father will do to you if he sees you getting attached to some poor little fucking scholarship girl? Maybe you have memory loss from all the football hits to the head, but need I remind you how much hell he's made your life? We all know what he will do. It's not my fault that I'm the only one brave enough to face you about it. Don't let her become a casualty in a war she didn't sign up for." If I didn't know better, I'd think Sebastian is growing a heart, because that's the nicest thing he's ever said about anyone. We stare at each other, so close I can smell the toothpaste on his breath. With a growl, I shove him back and turn around, taking a couple of steps back so I don't look at him. So I don't hit him, because I really want to fucking hit him. "You know I'm right, and I'm sorry if it pisses you off, but she doesn't deserve that. No one deserves that." "She's none of your concern. You've never shown interest in what happens to any of the other girls I fuck, so don't pretend to care now." I toss the response over my shoulder. Maybelle is my problem. Mine. All fucking mine. I start my walk back into the library, ignoring his mere existence. "She's different," he yells once I reach the doors, and I pause for a millisecond before tugging them open and stomping inside. Stalking back to where I was sitting earlier, I collapse into one of the chairs, directing my attention to Belle. The territorial rage and desire refuse to go away. I want to claim her right here, mark her skin, and tell everyone she belongs to me, but I can't. I won't. Her client is gone now, but I narrow my eyes since a new guy sits beside her, and worse yet, he's wearing my fucking team colors. I stand and march over, bracing my hands on the desk and leaning forward. His hand is on the back of her chair, his thumb brushing the collar of her shirt, like he's waiting to touch her bare skin. I don't think, I simply react. "Reb, I suggest if you want to keep all your limbs for the next game, you take your hands off my girlfriend." A moment of stunned silence passes between the three of us. Then Reb, one of my defensemen, stands, his hands up in a form of surrender. "This is your girlfriend, man? I thought, well, we all know you don't date. You barely ever even see the same girl twice. I didn't know. I promise." He's panicking. I can tell by the way his eyes dart between Belle and me, the way beads of sweat form against his hairline. That's the only thing keeping me from ripping his damn idiot head off. "Get the fuck out of here." He skitters between the chairs, and I shift my gaze to Belle, who sits with her mouth hanging open. She looks as shocked as I feel. "Did you just call me your girlfriend?" There's something in her blue eyes, something softer than before. I don't like it. It makes me think she's starting to like me, fall for me. And if she does, I'll have a bigger problem on my hands. I give her a sneer. "Don't read too much into it. I just want to make sure he knows not to touch what's mine. Apparently, people are hard of hearing and dumber than I thought. I guess a label is needed, even if it's fake." "Drew, are you okay? What's going on?" Her concerned expression and whispering voice annoy me. I shake my head. Anger and jealousy fuel me at the moment, and it's not a good combination. In fact, it's dangerous as hell, and if I take it out on Belle, it will only make it harder for me to get her to do what I want. "Don't worry about me. Worry about yourself and the repercussions if you choose to let another man touch you. I'm not lying when I say I'll kill someone. I'm past rational thinking. Don't make me do it. You're a good person, and I'd hate to put that on your conscience." She opens her mouth to speak, but I don't give her the chance. I give her one last long look and leave the library, heading back out into the cold. I need to put some distance between us. Thankfully, Sebastian is gone, and I stalk in the direction of the mill. As I'm walking, pushing my pace faster, feeling the burn in my muscles, and using it to calm down, my phone buzzes to life in my pocket. I jerk it out and squeeze my hand tight around the device, willing my strength to crush it into a million tiny pieces. It rings again, and I answer regretfully. "Hello?" My father's deep voice fills my ears. "The carnival is coming up. Is everything planned?" I keep walking, letting my breath puff out into the air. "Yes, everything is ready, including the office in the basement of the mill where you can conduct your meeting. It's stocked as requested. Everything is in order." "Good." My father hums in approval. I hear some papers shuffling, and then he speaks again. "Tell me your thoughts about the young woman you met at the last party." Anxious knots tighten in my belly. I know what he wants to hear, but I can't give it to him right now. Not with so much anger simmering in my blood. "She's just a girl." "Sure, yes, but an important connection, possibly." My patience and will to play nice snaps. "What do you want me to say, Dad? Is she my type? No. She's some rich man's daughter looking for a knight in shining armor, and I'm not that guy. You know it, and I know it too. So please tell me what you want me to say to end this conversation, and I'll say it." Better yet, fill in the blanks and pretend I said what you want me to say and go with that. I'm very close to ending you and taking it all away. Is that what you want? Do you want your mom to suffer? Do you want to be out on the streets? I'll take it all. Football, your friends, the money. Don't think otherwise, because I will. I don't make idle threats, Drew. I just do it. Oh, and by the way, if I hear you're seeing that little white trash whore again, I'll make sure there's nothing left of her for you to see. I grit my teeth, squeezing the phone as I rush up the front steps of the mill. No matter how many times I walk through that old wooden door under the stained glass, it always makes me look. Once inside, the heat hits me quickly, and I walk straight into the kitchen to get some water, or maybe something stronger. I'm trying to give you what you want. She was a girl, Father. I don't know her. I don't care about her. I danced with her because you told me to. That's it. Besides, she seems like she'd be a lousy lay anyway. My father makes a noise like a snort. Well, that's what mistresses are for, son. I tense and gulp, forcing myself not to erupt at the mention of a mistress, not to confront him or call him out on how he treats my mother. Sure, I reply vaguely. Anything else you need from me? All arrangements are in order, and the house will be empty that night. He sighs. No, I'll see you for the next event, and you better be far more fucking excited about the prospect of that girl. She's the future of our legacy. I expect you to pay attention to her. I swallow thickly. Fine, I'll see you then. He hangs up without another word, and I brace my hands on the kitchen counter. I don't know what's happening. I'm playing a game of blind chess, and every piece I move costs me another. All I can think now is what the fuck will be his next move, and can I make my own before he does?
Chapter 18. Belle. I'm staring out the foggy glass of my windshield at a crack that runs up the middle from the hood to the top. It cracked this morning when I turned the heat on in the car. It doesn't matter. Nothing really matters at the moment. The world could implode around me and all I'd do is shrug my shoulders. Not when I'm staring down at the text from my mom showing the test results the doctor sent her. She's really sick. Dying. It shouldn't exactly be a surprise, not by how hard things have been for her lately, but it's the confirmation from the doctor that's brought things so into focus I can't see beyond it. My mother is dying. She's fucking dying. I'm angry. So angry with God. My own mother for taking so long to go to the doctor. Precious time we could have had to catch this earlier. And my father for abandoning us. A large red cart rolls by. A hunky football player pushing it easily toward the football field they've turned into a makeshift carnival. Everyone is stupidly excited about it, when it's just another fundraiser for the rich. I'm not really angry about the carnival, more the things taking place in my life. My biggest priority is helping my mom and getting her the treatments she needs. I watch the cart wheel by, my gaze falling on the library ahead. The library is across the parking lot. A new tutoring student, probably already waiting inside. I need to focus on that. Put together a plan and get the money going steady from my clients so I can help take care of my mother. My phone buzzes in the cup holder near my thigh. I stare down at my mom's picture flashing on the screen. Shit. She likely wants to know what I think. I sniff hard to clear my sinuses and then swipe my fingers across my cheeks. If she thinks I've been crying, this will turn into her focusing on me when it needs to be the other way around. I force out a long exhale and hit the green button. Hey, Mom. I was just going to call you. I have a new tutor client I have to meet soon, but I wanted to talk about your test results. There's some static, and then my mom's voice cuts through, reedy and thin. Oh, baby, I won't keep you. I just wanted to check on you, make sure you were okay. There's a long pause where I guess neither of us knows what to say. The results are the results. It feels like there's nothing I can do. And my mother just won't accept we need to be doing everything we can to treat her. It's like she's made up her mind. Every time I bring it up, she tells me the money should go toward my education, not her medical bills. Medical bills that keep growing with every test and every prescription to keep things at bay. It's why I give her the answer she wants, so I can get off the phone faster. If only so she doesn't have to listen to me break down again. I'm fine, really. I'm more concerned about you. How are you handling the results? What I don't say is how much I don't want to think about it for 5 minutes. I want things to be normal, and every second that ticks closer to her death feels further and further from normal. In a world where everything is at your fingertips, and you can have whatever you want, when you want it, the only thing that I want or need is for my mother to survive this. She's all I have, the only thing that matters. Yet the diagnosis on that paper is final. The chances of beating this are slim to none. We can elongate her length of time on Earth, but she will succumb to the cancer eventually. I'm fine, honey. It's not like we didn't know this is where it was headed, right? I bite my lip to keep from spilling out my true thoughts. I'm not in any mental position for a fight right now. No, but I didn't anticipate this. Do you have a time frame on when you want to start the recommended treatments? I've thought about it for a couple of days now, and I have an idea. Getting my mother to agree to it will take some convincing. I can postpone school for a year and get a full-time job. They'll allow me to come back. No. Her sharp tone is more full of life than I've heard in months. I won't have you giving up on your education for me. Promise me that you will stay in school and not make any irrational decisions because of this. That's not a promise I can make to you. You're all I have if I lose you. I can't stop my voice from cracking. Tears fill my eyes, and I blink them back as much as I can. I really do not want to start crying again. Oh, sweetheart. We will get through this together. I promise you will never be alone. It's a promise she can't keep, and one I ignore altogether. Eventually, I will be alone. And if I can't get her the medication and treatment she needs, that time will be sooner. She lapses into a coughing fit that makes me squeeze my phone. I want to take her pain away, take her illness from her. We can finish discussing this when I come to see you tonight. I have to get into the library and get ready for my next client, but I love you. If you need anything, please text me. Just a minute. There's something else I need to talk to you about. Something very important, honey. Immediately, I panic, afraid there is more news she hasn't shared with me. What if she needs my help? Or she can't make it to the bathroom again? The possible what-ifs are endless. Okay, what's up? Do you need me now? I can cancel if you do. It's really okay. She sniffles into the phone and whispers my name. Maybelle, just get to your appointment and we can discuss it later. I need to go lie down for a bit. I nod, then shake my head. It's really not a big deal. I can be there in 10 minutes or less. No. Stay there and do your work. Even if I'm sick, I'm still your mother. and that means you have to listen to me. I don't bother continuing the argument, not when I know I've already lost. Okay, get some rest. Text if you need anything. I love you, Mom. Love you too, sweetie. I hang up and drop my head back against the headrest. The bulk of my bun bounces off, and I groan loudly, scrubbing my hands down my face. Fuck! The outburst doesn't make me feel any better, and I'm not the type to dwell on something I can't change. I'd rather put my frustrations into my work where I can see progress. So I grab my bag from the passenger seat and climb out of the car and into the chilly morning air. A short jog later, and I'm inside the library. The smell of books and coffee fills my nostrils. Home. This place is the equivalent of that. The large study area is mostly vacant, but I still scan the expansive space to see if my client is here. Or worse, Drew. No Drew, but also no client yet either. I'm relieved as I lug my bulking bag up onto a chair and sit at my usual study cubicle. The basketball player I'm meeting with will find me when he arrives. He paid in advance, so if he sleeps through the session, I can't say I'll care too much. I dig through my bag and rip out a math textbook. Once I have my notebook, the text, and my water bottle arranged on the desk in front of me, I scan the room again. Nothing crazy. A few people are studying early. There is no reason to feel like my nerves will slither out of my body. My last encounter in the library was strange and a bit disconcerting. Drew's friends creep me out. Not as badly as he messes with my head, but all of them are intense. And Sebastian looks at me like he wants to bite my head off and see what's inside. To him, I'm simply prey, even if he's not the one who hunted me down. Out of nowhere, a hand lands on my shoulder. I jolt and spin around, ready for a fight, but talk myself off the ledge when I realize it's just my client. Ah, Stuart, sorry, I was distracted. He throws his super tall body down in the chair beside me. I break out into conversation immediately. How are you feeling after that last test? I know we reviewed, so I want to see how you think you did. Did you get the results you wanted? He shrugs. I passed. That's good enough for me. Nothing you want to review again or go over? With another shrug, he scoots closer, his knee bumping against mine. It could be by pure accident, or it could be something else. I do my best not to look too deeply into it. I can feel my cheeks heat, and I slam my legs to the other side of the chair under the desk. Okay, well, you have another essay coming up. Have you decided what you want to write about? I'm about to grab another textbook when he pulls out a large bottle with some type of green liquid in it. Looks like a smoothie or a protein shake. I was thinking something about the Civil War. Well, I blink. I mean, if you were in an American history class, that might work, but not so much for European history. I smile to try to soften the critique. He shrugs, then flashes me a smile. His teeth are straight and white in his perfectly tanned face. I have a question, and it's a bit off subject, so I apologize, but why do you do this, Belle? You're like at the top of the class, right? Tutoring people can't be fun. What do you get out of this? Learning is always fun, and I enjoy it. Plus, it helps me pay for school, and I consider that a win. If you have any friends who need help, send them my way. I still have some openings. He nods, accepting my response. What about Napoleon? I latch onto that. Perfect. A central figure in European history. Let's do it. We settle into a discussion about the Napoleonic Wars, and I'm surprised he's at least showing an interest. The last time we reviewed material, it was like pulling teeth to get him to talk. I set him up to outline, and I read over some of the textbook while he works. The silence buffers the world all around me, making it easier to think. To some, silence is terrifying, but that's because they fail to enjoy the peace and tranquility that comes with it. To be comfortable in complete silence would mean you would be comfortable facing all your demons and acknowledging yourself and the choices you make. In silence, you're incapable of hiding from your own true self, which is why some of the grief and despair over my mother shifts away. I know it'll return eventually, as it always does, but for now, I allow myself to sink deep into the quiet. Stuart reads quietly, and I zone out after I finish reading the sections on Napoleon twice over. Once he finishes the short outline, he slides the paper over to me for review. I smile, accepting the paper. His handwriting is little more than a scribble, but I'm pretty adept at reading chicken scratch by now. A lot of the jocks don't really focus their attention on penmanship. I skim the page and nod in approval. This is a great start. Leaning in, he subtly slides his arm over the back of my chair. What about this part? He points at the bottom section. I nod again, moving my shoulder to put a little distance between us. He smells clean, like soap, but I don't want him touching me. Not only because at any moment I know Drew will pop up and bare his claws, but also because I'm not really attracted to him. It's good. This should give you a well-reasoned essay. Once you finish, you can send it to me for review. I'll wait until tomorrow to work on this, since I have a shift at the carnival when it opens this evening. Are you going, Belle? It takes a moment for me to process his question. Oh, yeah, the carnival. I think I'm going to skip it this year. I want to stay home and spend some time on booking some more clients, prep for next week, and of course I have my own homework that needs to get done. I grab a pen out of my bun and scribble across the notebook. Did you want to schedule another time to meet? Yeah, actually, I was thinking we could discuss tonight when you come to the carnival as my date. He winks at me. I start writing before I think about what he's said, then I pause and nearly choke on my tongue. Your what? My date? You can meet me there if it would make you feel more comfortable. We can hang out, ride a few rides, play some games. I dominate at skee-ball, by the way. His matter-of-fact statement causes a laugh to slip out of me. It's been so long since I laughed that I don't recognize the sound. I have to admit, I'm not great at carnival games. He grins at me. Can't get good at something if you never try it. Plus, it would be a nice change, since you're the one usually teaching me. I stare at him, only a little shocked by his straightforwardness. He did ask me on a date previously, so it's not really surprising. Then I realize he's waiting for an answer. Shit. Responsibly, I know I should go home after I get done for the day because my mom will need me. But at the same time, the thought of returning home makes me depressed. I'm either tutoring, sleeping, or helping my mom. I can't recall the last time I did something for myself. Come on, Belle. Don't overthink it. When was the last time you did something for you? I see you tutoring all the time, but I never see you anywhere else. Is it that painfully obvious that I'm a hermit crab? Indecision weighs on me. Drew could be there, but we aren't together. We're barely friends. Without a label, I'm technically allowed to go on a date if I want to. Yeah, you're right. What time should I meet you? How does 5 sound? I nod, tucking my chin so he can't see me blushing. He's cute, and he's always been nice to me. There's really no reason I shouldn't go with him. He doesn't loom over my shoulder, grab me, or hunt me down. Maybe I'm ready for a normal relationship. Or maybe a little piece of you wants to make Drew jealous? As soon as the thought pops into my head, I can't forget it. Messing with Drew is dangerous, but he's already told me how he felt and where we stand. Maybe this is the push he needs. Or maybe this is what I need to prove to him that he's not in control of me. At least not completely. Or hell, in a last-ditch effort, Stuart is captain of the basketball team. Maybe Drew will leave me alone if he sees I'm interested in someone else. The idea is sound, but the thought of never talking to Drew again makes me feel a bit queasy. Why? I hate him, right? Stuart packs away his belongings and I wave him off. The room is still quiet, and I relax into the chair with a deep breath. I have several more clients lined up for the morning, but nothing for the afternoon. The carnival is cutting into my afternoon client base. It's fine, though. I use this small lull to head over to the vending machine. I found some change in my car and use it to buy a packet of s'more Pop-Tarts to eat while I wait for my next appointment. My next appointment is with Gracie, a girl from my geometry class. She has her dark brown hair pulled tight into a high ponytail. She's wearing leggings and an Oakmount Elite sweatshirt. She looks like your average college student, minus a full face of makeup. She greets me with a smile and sets down 2 plastic to-go cups. I've known her for a couple of months, but we never really talked before until the other day when she mentioned how much she was struggling with the last test. I told her I do tutoring, and she asked if I had any time to help her. Now here we are.
Hi, sorry if I'm late. I stopped by Beans to get some hot chocolate and grabbed you one too. If you don't like hot chocolate, that's cool too.
She gestures to the cups. It's very thoughtful of her, and I happily grab one, a smile tugging at my lips. Thank you. That's very kind of you.
No, what's kind is you taking the time out of your day to help me learn this shit. I swear, I wasn't there the day we picked classes.
A bubble of laughter slips out of me, and I feel 10 times better now. Gracie takes a seat beside me, and I open the textbook to the parts we're working on in class. She explains her difficulties, then I put together some sample problems for her to work on. I munch on my Pop-Tarts and feel a tingle down my spine while she works. Expecting Drew, I snap my head around to look for him. But nothing. Instead, I lock eyes with one of his equally strange but intense friends, Sebastian. He's sitting across the library, staring at me openly. I bite my Pop-Tarts a little too deliberately, which earns me a slightly unhinged smile from my gawker. Shit. I don't want to attract more attention from these assholes. I nibble on the Pop-Tarts some more and watch him watch me. Part of me is tempted to walk over to him and ask him what he wants. But again, I'm reminded, don't poke the fucking bear. Not when he's staring you down in the woods. Feeling unsettled, but still better than when I arrived, I finish up with Gracie, gather my books, and turn my back so I don't have to see him anymore. I'm conflicted and unsure of how I feel about Drew. So I don't know if going on this date with Stuart is really a good idea. Did Drew send his friend to watch me in his place? Or is this another mind game? I don't even want to touch the disappointment I feel over another day of not seeing him. I won't lie. I half expected him to be here today, And now that he's not, I'm not sure if I should be relieved or sad. One thing I do know is that I need to stand my ground. If Drew wants anything from me, he'll have to work for it.
Chapter 19. Drew. The fucking fall carnival. That's all anyone is talking about, and I'm already over it. Even my father texted to make sure I'm playing my part for the family name, for the mill. I shove an elbow into Hoover's chest pads and use his prone form to push off into a stand. He lets out a groan. Everyone around me groans, wanting practice to be over. But I'm not done yet. Let's go, you assholes. We aren't done with practice yet. Get up. One more play. There's more groaning as everyone resettles into the line, and I call the play. We snap, and it only takes a minute to get the ball down the line. The defense does nothing to get near me. Maybe they can sense I have no mercy in me today. I want to run, shove, punch, kick, fight, all of it. Do anything I can to get this negative energy out of me. But as I promised, I call the end of practice after that play and head toward the locker rooms. Wouldn't want to miss the goddamn carnival. In the locker room, everyone can sense my foul mood. I ignore them all and throw back an almost full bottle of water as I strip off my pads. They hit the floor with a clatter. Stripping off my sweaty clothes takes seconds, and I march into the showers to spin under a hot shower head. I quickly wash myself and rinse. When I exit in a towel a few minutes later, I stalk back to my locker and take a seat on the bench. It takes moments for Lee to join me, mud still streaked across his cheek. He grabs me by the shoulders and gives me a shake. "Fuck, man, why do you look like you shut your dick in your locker?" I scowl and shoulder him off me. "Fuck off, Lee. I'm not in the mood." He only smiles, accustomed to when I get into one of my brooding sessions. "You should be excited. The carnival is tonight. All the single riders will need a buddy to ride the Ferris wheel. It's the perfect opportunity to snag pussy." I don't answer. Instead, I stand and strip off my towel to get dressed. Lee continues like I've joined him for the conversation. "You know Sebastian saw that girl at the library the other day, the one you keep talking to?" "So? What do I care?" I can feel his eyes on me, weighing my words. "What do you care, indeed? You know your father contacted all three of us and instructed us to keep you away from Belle, or Belle away from you, by any means necessary. In fact, he's offered a reward." I freeze. He wouldn't. My mind instantly flashes to Sebastian every time he's gotten close to her recently. He fucking wouldn't either. Would he? He continues to chatter about the carnival, and I don't even bother listening. It's nothing more than musing about how much pussy or cock he's going to get by the time the night is over. A few of the guys on the other side of the room complain about using the backup field today. Some wish they were called out of practice since they are already sore. Yeah. Those fuckers don't know how lucky they are. I could have run us all into the ground. Once I'm dressed, I slip on my sneakers and a hoodie. It was warm today, but being in the dunk tank tonight, I'll need a hoodie afterward. The water in the tank better be heated, or I'll be murdering Sebastian after I finish my shift. Lee stares at me, his head cocked. "Dude, what's up? Really?" When I don't reply, he moves closer, his voice low. "You seem a little tense." It's on the tip of my tongue to lay it all out there, but I don't. It won't change anything. Talking about the problems doesn't fix them. It just makes you more aware of them, and believe me, I'm aware of all my problems. Don't worry about it. I'm even more tense as I cross the field toward the music blasting in the area. It's annoying, but I better fucking get used to it. I scan the crowd, hoping to glimpse her, my Wallflower, but I don't see any messy buns or oversized clothing. It's all cheerleaders and basketball players. I shouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't take the carnival as her scene. I strip down to my boxers. Fuck, it's cold. I swear to God, if I get pneumonia from this event, I'm killing someone. A few passers-by catcall me, but I ignore them. Sebastian greets me, a clipboard in his hand. You're 1 minute late. Ask me if I care. I flip him my middle finger and climb the short set of stairs, plopping my ass down on the small metal bench hovering over the tank of water. This better be fucking warm. Nope, I made sure it's ice cold. All for you, princess. Sebastian laughs like the asshole he is, and I grit my teeth, preparing for the worst when my feet hit the water. Instead of ice-cold pricks of pain, I'm greeted with warmth. He's fucking lucky. As soon as people spot me in the dunk tank, they start to meander over. Sebastian takes their cash and hands them a ball. Miss, miss, miss. I sit there peacefully, without having to speak a word, while Sebastian does all the work. People funnel in and out. A few of the football players take a chance on dunking me, no doubt for the brutal practice, but no one sends me into the water. I do my best not to scan the crowd, looking for her, but it's impossible. She's taken over my thoughts in more than one way, and I don't like how weak that makes me. Time trickles by slowly. There's more catcalling, and some cheerleaders try to hit the marker with one of the bigger softballs. Sebastian graciously allows them to move forward a bit, but none of them still send me into the water. How long do I have to do this? I question, knowing I've been here for at least an hour already. His response is to step up and toss a ball at the target, hitting the mark hard enough to collapse the bench beneath my ass. I fall into the warm water below and pop back up a second later, spitting water and sweeping my hair back against my scalp. Now that someone has finally dunked me, a crowd forms. People cheer him on, and Sebastian directs everyone to form a single-file line and collects their payment as they wait. There's laughter and joy all around me, but I can't bring myself to smile. A couple more people dunk me, a girl and one of the baseball players. The water's warm, and I don't mind now since each dunk heats me, cutting through the chill on my skin. There are other games. The sound of music and ringing bells press in on me. The smell of caramel apples and popcorn fill my nostrils. Every year we would come to the fall carnival as a family. Mom and I would share a bucket of popcorn and drink hot cocoa together while playing every carnival game. Dad even tagged along. That feels like forever ago. I can barely recall who that little boy was. Now all I have are the memories of abuse and the rage I have for my father. In some ways, it's like my mother is already dead. I shove the terrible thoughts to the darkest part of my mind. Only an hour left, and then I can go and find her and make sure she's not gotten into trouble. I start to count back to myself in my head. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. That's as far as I make it when my gaze lands on a familiar face in the crowd. Hey, Jackie, come here for a minute. Her eyes dart to me, and she freezes mid-step. There seems to be an internal battle taking place, but eventually she turns and ambles over to the side of the booth. I splash her with a little water, and she scowls at me. Where's your roommate? She looks visibly anxious as she leans against the side of the tank. Around? She's been at the library doing her tutoring thing, you know. I did know, but I don't like how anxious she's acting. What are you hiding, Jackie? I make it a request, soft and low. Nothing, of course. I have nothing to hide. You can't lie for shit, you know that? She huffs and then sighs. Yeah, I know. I'm not good at it. I raise an eyebrow, waiting for her to continue. Her shoulders droop. For what it's worth, I told her it was a bad idea. I mean, you're you. Why would she want to go out with someone else? Her hand slaps over her mouth, horror filling her eyes. I blink, and a slow rolling wave of rage crushes against me. Excuse me? I think I have water in my ear because there's no fucking way I just heard you correctly. Did you say go out with someone else? Who the fuck would have the balls? Or better yet, who would be stupid enough to go on a date with her? Only someone who wants to be buried 6 feet in the ground. Jackie shakes her head and keeps her hand clamped over her mouth like she's afraid she'll say something else that she shouldn't. I didn't say anything, she mumbles through her fingers. I'm about to slip off the bench and into the water to grab her, but she skitters back and then rushes away. I watch her run away, unable to do a damn thing. Fuck, I mutter. The tension in my shoulders tightens, and the buzzing under my skin increases. I need to get the fuck out of here. Jackie better be joking, or Maybelle better have miscommunicated, because I can't even think about losing my temper at this moment. A new group of people steps up to the booth, and I force breath out of my nose before sucking it back in. It's the poorest example of how to calm down ever, but it's that or lose my shit and turn into a feral animal. I'd rather not make a giant ass out of myself. Not yet. I'll find Maybelle shortly. This shit show is almost over. I count back in my head. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. I'm about to start over again when one of the basketball dickheads jokes with some friends as he puts his feet on the line. I recognize the fuckface as one of the guys who Maybelle tutors. Stuart, I think. I did a complete dissection of his life the moment I saw his number in her phone. Seb passes him 3 balls. The guy's tall, with big hands, and easily holds all 3 balls in one hand. I glare at him, wishing he would hurry the fuck up so I can get on with this shit. He tosses the first ball, and of course misses. It's with that movement that I notice the small shadow standing beside him. My heartbeat skyrockets. The blood in my veins reaches boiling. All I can think is how she told me it wasn't anything, that he's a friend. Ha! A friend that wants to fuck you 5 different ways. I'm seconds away from coming unglued. I should look away. She doesn't deserve my attention or desire, but I can't bring myself to do it. I grit my teeth and stare her down. She's wearing her hair down. The blonde waves end just above her tits. As my gaze lingers, I notice she's wearing a dress. Goddamn dress when it's cold outside. I would never let her leave her room in a fucking dress in the cold. She gently touches the basketball player's arm, and the rage unfurls in my gut. I call out, "Yo, Dick, you going to hit the target or not? I don't have all day to sit here." A few people in the crowd chuckle. He throws another ball, misses again. Belle moves her hand off his arm, and I relax my shoulders a bit at the distance. It doesn't matter. This little fucker's going down anyway. But her not touching him keeps me from launching myself at him right this second. She is mine. Mine. I grit my teeth and stare him down. "You having a little trouble performing there, Dick? Do you need me to take care of your girl for you?" She jolts, and her eyes fly wide to meet mine. I give her a smile, all teeth, making sure she knows how much fucking trouble she's in. She knows better than this, yet here she stands with another man acting like she doesn't belong to me. Did she let him kiss her? Touch her? If so, his fucking hands will be broken too. Stuart throws the last ball and once again misses. I laugh. "It's okay, honey. Come over here. I'll make sure you're taken care of until Dick can actually perform." She frowns at me and crosses her arms over her chest, her hair looking more like a halo now. I want my fingers in it, to tug it tight and watch her mouth part. She belongs to me, and I won't be leaving this carnival without her. Stuart laughs between sending glares my way. Sebastian hands him another 3 balls, and I yawn and bounce my foot, waiting. He tries 2 more times and misses both times. Pathetic. And he calls himself a basketball player. Belle steps up beside him and takes his last ball. He bows like he's conceding a prize and steps out of her way. What are you up to, Flower? I keep my eyes locked on hers while she raises her arms and lines up the shot. I exhale and count back from 10, watching her. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4. The ball leaves her hand and smashes against the target, sending me ass first into the water. I almost inhale a gallon of water from the smile that pulls at my lips and rise to the surface, coughing. Laughter cuts through the sloshing of the tank when I reach the surface, but I discover everyone except Belle is laughing. Instead, she casts a guilty glance my way and follows Stuart the fucking dick away from the booth to another one. Not fucking happening. I'm done for the night, I announce while climbing out of the tank. I grab the duffel bag of dry clothes I had Sebastian stash for me earlier. I have you on for 4 hours, Sebastian replies. Sounds like a you problem. My only priority at the moment is making sure Maybelle learns her place. If she thinks I'm going to sit here and let her be paraded around this place by another man, she's out of her fucking mind. I keep my eyes trained on her back as I dry off and pull on a clean t-shirt. That girl's got an arm on her. Aries walks up, crossing his thick arms over his chest. He's wearing his usual permascowl, though his tone is curious. Before I can say anything to him, Sebastian interjects in a menacing whisper. Didn't our conversation at the library mean anything to you? I slip into the self-made changing booth, swap out my boxers for dry ones, pull on a shirt and tug on a pair of jeans. I shove my feet into my boots and exit the changing room, coming face to face with Sebastian. His expression is unreadable, but I don't give a fuck about what he thinks. Not right now, at least. Your opinion doesn't mean shit to me, Seb. She's mine, and I will do whatever the fuck I want with her. Get off my back about it, or we'll have problems. You're one of my best friends, but you don't get to tell me what to do. I lean in so my mouth is near his ear. Not even if my father is paying you to make sure it stays otherwise. I don't give him the opportunity to respond. Time is being wasted as it is. Back at the front of the booth, Lee mocks the gawkers with lewd comments while handing out tickets in Sebastian's place. They love it, and he is so much better at this than I am. Unease coats my insides. I scan the crowd, looking for Belle and her date. If Belle wants to play games, then we can play games, but she should know better than anyone else that I don't play fair, and when I get my hands on her, there will be hell to pay. I thought I'd made it clear that she belongs to me, but I guess I'll have to do something drastic to show her otherwise. Aries, Lee, follow me.
Chapter 20. Belle. I know I shouldn't feel so pleased with myself about dunking him, but the smirk on his face when I grabbed that ball just pissed me off. As usual, he underestimated me. He'll make me pay for it when he gets out of the tank and off volunteer duty, but for now, I feel a little like I've won. And I really need a win, both in life and against Drew. Part of me thinks he sees me as a scared little rabbit, and that's the only reason he continues to mess with me. Maybe that's true. He certainly hasn't said anything besides, "You belong to me a whole damn lot." So I don't know what's going on in his head. Maybe that's it. He has a concussion, and this obsession he seems to have will pass once his head is straight again. Either way, he won't appreciate me dunking him, so I want to put as much distance as I can get between us. I turn to Stuart and point toward a water gun game. "Do you want to try this one?" He scowls, looks me up and down, then tips his head in a smile. "Sure. Yeah, let's try it." He hands the game operator some cash, and we settle on the stools in front of the guns. The bell rings and I pull the trigger, watching as the water gradually comes out. Hurry, hurry! I speak internally, excitement building in my belly. No! I squeak when Stuart's bowling pin tips over first. He turns to me grinning, and for the first time in a long time, I return a smile. How can you feel better and worse all in the same day? Want to do another round? He asks. I shake my head. Nah, let's walk around and see what else is happening. Yeah, sure. Let's go. He offers me his hand and I take it, letting him pull me up from the stool. It's soft and warm, and holding his hand even briefly makes me feel like I'm doing something wrong. Like I'm cheating on Drew, which is impossible since we aren't anything. It doesn't matter, though. My body refuses to acknowledge what my brain says, and I release his hand immediately. We walk around for a little bit, taking in the small shops and food stands. After a while, his body inches closer to mine, and soon he's got an arm wrapped around my waist, keeping me close to him. He guides us through the crowd easily, and I tell myself he's just protecting me, but I feel weird about it, as his hand oh so slowly begins to drift lower. I don't think I like where this is going. Needing to put some space between us, I jump from his grasp. Did you want to get something to drink? He gives me an easy smile. Sure, doll. How is it that I hate him calling me doll way more than I hate Drew calling me Wallflower? We cut through the building crowd toward a beer tent. I remember Jackie complaining about the university limiting the number of products being sold for liability reasons, but from the homemade flyer stapled to the wood, it looks like they have beer, soda, and water.
What can I get ya?
A leggy blonde in a cheerleading uniform greets us. Her eyes glitter as they dart back and forth between the two of us. 2 beers, please, Stuart says, his tone gentlemanlike. We don't even have to show our IDs, since we had to do that to enter. Anyone over 21 was given this bright green wristband. It's another way the university is trying to limit underage drinking. Although I admire the effort, the carnival is the least of their problems. The cheerleader pours from a tapped keg, filling 2 red Solo cups before bringing them over to us. Stuart pays her and slips his wallet back into his pocket. He moves to the side to get out of the way of other paying patrons. For a moment, we get separated, and someone grabs me by the arms, spinning me around. Panic bubbles to the surface, and then evaporates when I see a familiar face before me. Jack's face is bright and smiley as she glances over my shoulder meaningfully.
My, oh my, look at you being all social. I'm so proud of you.
I laugh. Don't worry, I definitely plan to be in bed by 9. She waggles her eyebrows at me, and I laugh again and bat her hands away. Alone. I lower my voice. I plan to be in bed by 9, alone. She leans closer like we are conspiring.
Who says you have to be alone? Just put a sock on the door.
Do people still need to do that when they can just write BRB having sex on their whiteboard and people will leave them alone? Better yet, next time I want to have sex in our suite, I'll just text you a play-by-play update. I notice Stuart out of the corner of my eye. He saunters forward, his long legs eating up the short distance between us. Jackie laughs.
Well, if you want to send visual aids as well so I can see where you are in the process, I won't say no to that.
I roll my eyes and decide we need a subject change. Stuart, this is my friend and sweet mate, Jackie, or Jack, as I like to call her. He gives her a smile and a shrug with the beer in his hand. What's up, Jack?
Nothing much. Going to get some popcorn and have my next conquest eat it off me.
Jackie jokes, or at least I hope she's joking. She's different in many ways. Stuart laughs, but I can tell it's forced. She smiles in return, but his doesn't quite reach his eyes.
Anyway, I'll leave you two alone to enjoy the evening. I see a football player scowling at me, which basically means he wants me.
Okay, well, have fun and be safe, I yell after her, like I'm her mom. As soon as she's out of earshot, he leans into my side. She's interesting. She's a little different, yes, but she's a great friend. One of the best, honestly. He nods and passes me the beer I've just left him holding. I grab the cold Solo cup and clutch it to my chest like it's a barrier between us. Let's get out of the way and go sit on those benches over there. It's a beautiful fall evening. The sun slowly setting, painting the sky in an array of oranges and reds. A cold chill ripples down my spine. Maybe I should have gotten hot chocolate instead. We head toward the edge of the carnival, and once we reach a bench, an awkward silence settles on us. What the hell do we talk about? The only thing we really have in common is tutoring. I don't even know why he asked me out. I know why I agreed, though. I wanted to make Drew take the hint that I don't belong to him. Okay, and maybe make him a little jealous. And gain some new tutoring clients in the process. Now, though, I'm a little lost. Dates and relationships in general are out of my wheelhouse. The excitement I felt earlier gives way to anxiety. I guess if I have nothing to say, I should take a drink. Maybe after this he will introduce me so I can start setting up tutoring times. My calendar is already loaded into my phone and ready to go. I raise the cup to my lips, intending to take a large gulp, hoping it gives me the courage to talk about something, anything. Except that never happens, because the second my mouth touches the iced-over plastic, someone snatches the cup from my hand. Cold beer sloshes out of the cup and over the rim, soaking my hand and wrist. What the hell? I shake my hand off to get rid of the excess liquid before wiping it against the side of my dress. When I look up to see who it was that took my drink, my stomach drops to my feet. Drew. "What the fuck, man?" Stuart growls, stepping between us and shielding me from him. Well, he's either incredibly brave or stupid. I know where my money is in this situation. Drew looks furious, his dark hair still damp from the dunk tank and slicked back to keep the strands out of his face. I drink him in for one moment. He's a nightmare, a painting of destruction and rage. Those dark emerald eyes of his are manic, his pupils dilated, his chiseled jaw is clenched so tight, I'd be surprised if he still had teeth. I'm momentarily blinded by his beauty, and then reality comes crashing back down on me. Can I have my drink back, please? I try to be nice, since I know he's pissed off, and meeting his anger with anger will only ignite the fire. The sharp cut of his words from the other day floats through my head, and I use them to bolster my confidence. He claims he doesn't even like me, that I'm nothing more than a game to him. The main reason I came here was to prove to him I'm not his. I don't belong to him, no matter how many times he demands and claims otherwise. He cocks his head as two of his oversized friends surround us. One, whose rage-fueled energy matches Drew's right now, circles right, and the other, who I haven't really seen around much, heck, I don't even know his name, circles left. Drew points at Stuart. "Aries, step over here, please." Aries it is, then. The man I don't recognize sweeps around behind us, and Stuart shifts to keep Aries from being directly behind him. "What the fuck do you want?" Drew, please, can we talk about this somewhere private? I try. His eyes remain trained on Stuart, and every time he breathes, his nostrils flare. I bet he doesn't even see me. I move to step forward, but an arm circles my waist, pulling me backward. I crash against a hard chest and immediately start to struggle. It's no use. Not when the man holding me is twice my size. Lee, I think his name is?
Calm down. You don't want to miss the best part.
What are you talking about? I ask, but keep my eyes on Drew and Stuart. Drew steps forward like he might punch him and slaps the beer out of his hands, then shoves mine into his grasp.
Thirsty dickface. Here, have a drink.
Nothing but menace laces his words, and I gulp, which earns me a chuckle from Lee, who I feel against my back. I guess I should be relieved he's just holding me in place. No wandering hands from him. He's clearly met Drew. Let's be rational here. Can we talk? He didn't do anything, and I don't want you to do something that could get you in trouble. Who am I kidding? No one can touch these elite assholes. Drew doesn't even glance my way but narrows his eyes at Stuart.
Rational? If you think this is rational, you haven't seen shit. And trouble? I'm not worried. Not even a little bit. If this idiot uses at least one of his last remaining brain cells, he won't tell anyone about this.
A red flush sweeps up Stuart's neck to his face.
What the fuck is your problem, man? She's not your girlfriend. Who said that? Not that it matters. She's been claimed by me, and it certainly doesn't excuse the fact that you're a useless piece of shit who should be put down, especially after what I just witnessed you do.
What are you talking about? What did he do? I struggle in Lee's grasp.
Easy, Belle. He's getting into it. Just wait.
Lee whispers into my ear. Carefully, I lean my head away so his warm breath isn't fanning across the sensitive skin of my ear. Something tells me I'm about to lose a client. I let out a long sigh, my shoulders slumping. The men stand chest to chest until Drew practically growls.
Drink it. Now.
Stuart moves his hand like he's about to throw the drink in Drew's face, but Drew grabs him by the wrist, holding him there with what seems like minimal effort. Being this far away from the crowded carnival and with darkness approaching fast, no one can really see or hear us, so getting the attention of someone to help isn't going to happen.
Drink it.
Aries orders from behind Stuart.
Or we'll make you drink it.
His tone has an equal amount of menace as Drew's. I don't like this. Not at all. What's the big deal with the beer? If he doesn't want to drink it, he doesn't have to. I chime in. Stuart's eyes fill with panic, and he tries to wrench away, but Aries grabs him around the shoulders and holds him back against his chest. Drew snatches the beer, grabs Stuart's nose, pinches it closed, and dumps the drink into his mouth. My entire body trembles. What the fuck? Why would you do that? Stuart makes a gurgling sound as if he's choking, and all I can do is yell, "Help him! He's choking!" Neither Drew nor Aries makes any attempt to help him. Instead, they release him and watch as he falls to his knees, his shirt soaked with beer. Rolling to his side, he starts coughing, and I hear him suck a ragged breath into his lungs. Relief washes over me, but it is short-lived when Drew crouches in front of him. I can't stand here and watch him bully someone who had no idea what he was getting into. Who cares if he touched me or asked me out? It's not like anything happened anyway. I try to jerk free of Lee's hold, but there's no give. He tightens his grasp, which is now almost bruising. Let go of me.
Wait for it.
He insists, his tone softer, gentler. like he's coaxing a small animal. I'm 2 seconds away from kicking him in the balls when Aries stands, holding up a baggie between his index finger and thumb.
Wonder how long it takes to kick in. I sure as shit have never had to use it. What do you say, Stu? How long until you can't even remember your own name?
I glance back and forth between Aries and Stuart, looking at the bag, confused as to what I'm seeing. There's some cursing as Stuart pushes himself to his feet. Drew doesn't let him move an inch without towering over him.
Not only do you take out my girl, but you try to drug her too? No, don't look at her. Don't talk to her. And you sure as shit will keep paying for the tutoring you won't be getting. Or I'll find you, and I promise you I won't call the cops. I won't talk to the school. I'll deal with you as you should be dealt with. Dead. 6 feet in the fucking ground.
There's no reprieve. No give. Nothing but cold, hard steel in every word he says. The reality of what could have happened presses against me. Was it too much for me to think he might actually want to go on a date with me? Not drug me and have sex with me? I blink back the rapidly forming tears from my eyes. I get it. It wasn't like I was honest in accepting his invitation, but his intentions were to hurt me. Drew motions to his friend, not even looking at me. Shame coats my insides as Lee releases his hold on me. My skin feels tender, and I try not to rub at my arms and give away my discomfort. It's the equivalent of blood to sharks with these men. Instead, I wrap my arms around myself and ignore the cold settling into my bones. How stupid could I be? I should have known this was a setup.
I should kill you right now,
Drew taunts, his body a wall of pure fury.
What do you have to say for yourself? Can't get a date any other way? No, I could. Just wanted to see what all the fuss was about.
His eyes drift over my body, and he licks his lips like he's getting ready to take a bite out of me. Gone is the easygoing, kind gentleman he showed me in the library for the past month. It was all a lie. A mask he wore to get me to do what he wanted. Rage burns through me, white hot, and I clench my fist tightly and take a step toward him. I can't believe I thought you were a nice guy. I growl and haul my fist back before slamming it against his cheek. Pain lances up my arm, and my knuckles burn at the impact, but I ignore it. Landing a hit on him is worth it. He teeters to the side, his body off balance from the blow, but also the drugs which are now probably active in his system. Lee and Aries move forward and scoop him up under his arms. Drew steps between us like he's shielding me, and he looks at me for the first time during this whole thing. His eyes shine with what I can only describe as disappointment and surprise.
Take him to the dungeon. We'll deal with him later. On it,
Lee and Aries say in unison. Once they drag Stuart away, I'm left alone with Drew, his gray, long-sleeved Henley stuck in wet spots across his broad shoulders, almost like he didn't bother drying off completely before he came to find me. We stare at each other, a long moment loaded with unsaid things between us. I should say thank you, but the words are stuck in my throat.
You got anything to say?
He prompts, his voice fury and fire now compared to the cold burn it was when he spoke to Stuart. I swallow hard and stare at my scuffed-up boots. Not really. Even I hear the sullen note there. Fuck. I sigh. I didn't realize that's what he would do. He seemed nice. Drew grabs me by the arm and hauls me closer to his body. Then he reaches out and wraps the other hand around my throat tightly enough to get my attention, but not enough to scare me.
You shouldn't have even been with him. You belong to me.
So you keep saying, I croak. You're also confusing me. You made it seem like I was your girlfriend when you were talking to him. And you called me that the other day in front of your football friend. But you treat me like shit on the regular. What the hell am I supposed to think? His fingers pulse, like he's tempted to tighten his grip.
We can discuss that later. Right now, we have more pressing matters. And don't think I'll just let that little dunking booth incident go either. Before the night is over, you'll be sore in a couple of holes as punishment.
He leans in. He's so close now, his mouth nearly hovers over mine. The scent of damp skin and peppermint washes through my sinuses.
And maybe, if you're a good little wallflower, I'll let you come while I use you.
Chapter 21. Drew. She tugs on her arm like she has any chance of pulling herself from my grasp, from the red-hot rage burning through me. How dare she put herself in this type of danger? I almost snorted her excuse of him being a nice guy. Everyone looks nice until you peel back a couple of layers. It's all an illusion. I clutch her bicep tighter and drag her along behind me through the mass of fellow students. The sun set an hour or so ago, and the darkness has lured more people out. When she wrenches away, I stop short, spin, grab the back of her neck and pull her in close. Stop fucking resisting and fighting me, or I'll make this miserable for you. Her eyes are wide. Is it my tone or something else? She stutters. I just want to know where we're going. I grit my teeth to keep from screaming in her face, or worse, shoving her to her knees right here in front of everyone. My patience with her is running so thin, it might as well be non-existent. A war rages inside me. The instinct to claim her truly and let every dumbass at this school know she is mine officially threatens to consume me, along with the desire to murder that fucker for slipping the date rape drugs in her drink. What if I didn't get there? I could only imagine finding her limp on the ground. The image in my mind festers, dousing gasoline on the raging fire consuming me. Does it fucking matter where we're going? No, but I'm sorry. Her apology, if you could call it one, grates on every cell in my body. I tighten my grip on her arm and tug her forward roughly. She stumbles beside me, but I don't slow. I can't, not with the edge of my anger still digging deep. We stop in the line near the Ferris wheel. It's the first thing I thought of when I considered a place where I can get the fuck away from everyone for a minute. A place I can sit and breathe for a moment to calm the rage. Thankfully, one of the football players is running the thing. I recognize him as Nash Winthrop. I wave to him and he gives me a nod. I'd skipped the line altogether, but he's got a wheel full of riders already. Maybe this is a bad idea. I want to break things, throw things, strip and scream. Seeing that piece of shit with his hands on her, smiling, touching what is mine. The possessive need grew with each second I saw them together. The thought pushes me deeper into my anger until I reach out and instinct takes over. I grab her by the back of the neck. Her tiny body crashes against me, and I tighten my hold. She even smells like him and the cheap beer he bought her. Fuck, I want to rip this dress from her body and give her my shirt just to replace the scent. I know it's irrational and fucked up to want to punish her, but there is a huge difference between guys like Stuart and guys like me. I've never hurt Belle. I've never done anything with the intent of raping her. It might have hindered on dubious consent, but I didn't drug her, and she always had the option to say no. Drew, stop. You're hurting me, she whines, struggling to get away. As badly as I'm tempted to wring her pretty neck, I can't. The thought of breaking her, of watching the warmth leave her skin, makes the cold organ in my chest ache. That doesn't mean I'll let her get away with this, though. There are other ways of hurting someone. I'm really fucking murderous, Flower. Is that what you want? Is that why you came here with him tonight? To see how far you could push me? Do you want me to kill him? Don't tempt me, because I'll do it just to prove a fucking point. I speak through gritted teeth, peering down into her heart-shaped face. The reality is that might very well be his fate. I haven't decided whether I'm going to do it or not. Don't make choices you'll regret, and don't spill someone else's blood for me. I'm not worth another person's life. How can't she see that she's worth that and so much more? This may have started with the hunt, but from the moment I claimed her as my prey, she was mine. It doesn't matter if he didn't know, because she did. What I did to that fucker is a direct consequence of her actions. The wheel circles around a couple more times, and then Nash slows it down, letting the patrons off cart by cart. It takes forever, but once it's time for us to load, a little of my steam has dissipated. I practically drag Belle up the steps and push her into the cart. As soon as she's out of my grasp, she scurries away, putting as much distance as she can between us, which isn't much given the size of the small pod. It's round and large enough to seat at least 4 people. I plop down onto the bench seat and grab onto her bare thigh, pulling her across the space. She looks up at me, and I see a small amount of fear. But there's something else beneath the surface. Something depraved and dark. Something that speaks to me. Is that only fear I see in your pretty green eyes? Or is there something else there? Does what I did turn you on? Not everything is about sex. The wheel moves again. No, you're right. Not everything is about sex, but it happens to be my weapon of choice with you. So tell me, Flower, are you as depraved as me? Because even as afraid as you appear, something tells me you're a little bit curious and a whole lot turned on by violence. Violence doesn't turn me on. You're psychotic, Drew. I laugh. Thanks, Doc, I mock. But you aren't telling me anything I don't know. And maybe the violence doesn't turn you on, but the thought of being taken does. The helplessness of being at my mercy. The thought of me doing whatever the hell I want to you while you beg me to stop, all while knowing that I won't. I dig my fingers between her thighs, and the smallest moan slips free of her lips. She doesn't have to say anything. I already know the truth. It's okay if you're too embarrassed to admit it. I won't judge you. It can even be our little secret. I push her thighs apart. It's time to discuss that bullshit version of a date you went on, and I'll need you to be honest with me. Otherwise, this could get bad for you. She swallows hard, her throat working. It's not what you think. Oh, really? What do I think? Can you read my mind now? Going out with another man when you know you belong to me? Humiliating me in front of my friends and teammates? Tell me, Maybelle, what the fuck am I supposed to think? Her lips part and she speaks, but I shake my head. If I have to hear another pitiful excuse fall from her lips, I'll find another use for it besides talking. No, I won't be quiet. She sneers and then frowns. I went with him because I was mad at you. All you do is take and never give anything back. And yes, I guess I wanted to make you a little jealous. You expect me to sit around waiting for you, legs spread. I'm not that girl. Her eyes dart down to her hands, which now rest in her lap. I narrow my eyes. Wow, that's some agenda, with 1 fucking hour of wandering this stupid carnival. Ambitious, Flower. You thought I'd be jealous? Yes. She sighs. Did she make me jealous? Fuck yes. She accomplished her goal there. But she also taught herself a valuable lesson as well. Did you let him touch you? She shakes her head. I didn't let him. He was just doing what any guy does on a date. The statement makes me see red, and I grit my teeth to keep from launching myself at her. It doesn't matter. He shouldn't have asked you to begin with, and even if he did, you shouldn't have agreed. By the time I'm through with him, he won't even be a ghost on campus. She tangles her hand in the fabric of her dress, almost nervously. Nothing to say to that, I prompt. She sighs, loud enough I can hear her across from the carriage. What do you want from me? That's the question, isn't it? Am I using her as an outlet? Probably. Is she a challenge unlike any I've ever come across? Also, yes. But I think it goes deeper than either of those things. I'm finally taking something for myself after years of doing what everyone else wants and expects. Maybe that's why I'm so damn hard on Maybelle. She needs to be perfect for me, and by God, she will be when I'm through with her. Looks like you got what you wanted, or more than that, if I'm correct, because now I'm a twister of emotions, both jealous and pissed off. The only person you have to blame is yourself. So tell me, how do you plan to fix this? Her eyes go wide at my calm tone. I'm anything but calm inside, more like the calm before the storm. When a moment passes and she doesn't respond or move, I take that as my answer. Come here. I gesture toward the floor of the carriage. Please, Drew, she pleads, but she doesn't realize her begging only turns me on more, as tears well at the corners of her eyes. I shake my head, and when she doesn't move, I repeat myself and give her a second chance. Come here, now. There's a long moment when the scent of popcorn and the music that just started on the speakers cuts between us. Her entire body trembles, and goosebumps pebble across her skin. I won't tell you again. My next move will be to put you on your knees myself, and when it comes to you, I can't be responsible for what I might do when I'm as angry as I am right now. I watch, impatiently awaiting her choice. She looks out over the edge of the wheel. We've stopped at the top, and she knows there's nowhere for her to go. Nowhere for her to escape. She's as trapped as she was the first time I caught her. I give her only a second more. I'm about to lurch forward when she slithers off the bench and folds her dress under her knees before dropping to the floor in front of me. I spread my legs and sink a hand into her hair, dragging her forward. What do you want me to do? She looks like a fucking angel, with her pleading eyes and blonde halo of hair. I almost feel bad for what I'm about to do. Almost. I slowly drag my thumb across her plump, pink bottom lip, then press down hard, forcing her mouth open. Prepare yourself, Flower. I'm going to fuck your face, and I'm not going to be gentle. Fear and excitement sparkle in her eyes. What if I say no? I could just sit here and wait until we get back around, then get off and go. I shrug like I don't give a shit, like I'd actually let her do that. You could, sure, but you won't make it off this ride before I'm inside you, and it'll only make for a better show when everyone sees you bent over, my cock pumping inside your tight pussy. Her eyes narrow, and she looks at me with disbelief. You wouldn't? Oh, I definitely fucking would, and you know it. Or maybe you want to test me and see if I'd really do it. I snap my teeth at her, anticipating her next move before she makes it. She has too much dignity and self-respect to push me and see if I'd actually do it. The better question is, would she let me, or would she fight me? The thought makes my cock harder than steel. Slowly, she reaches for the button on my jeans, flicking it open. I lift my hips for her and allow her to pull the fabric to my knees. Hurry, Belle, or do you want everyone to watch me take your pussy raw? I taunt. My cock springs free, and I watch her throat moving as she visibly gulps. Watching her face every time she sees my cock is a sight I'll never get tired of. She's so innocent and fragile. I can't wait to dirty her up and bend her to my will. tick-tock. She wrinkles her nose at me and scoots closer. Leaning forward, she licks her lips and parts them as she closes them over the thick, mushroom-shaped head. A pleasurable sigh escapes me, and her warm, wet mouth is the perfect distraction. Through hooded eyes, I watch as she circles the base of my cock with her hand and jerks me off, all while doing her best to take as much of me into her mouth as she can. She struggles, but it's a magnificent sight, and I'm tempted to lift my hips and touch the back of her throat, just so I can see her pretty green eyes fill with tears. No, not tempted. Going to. With a single finger, I tilt her chin up so I can see her eyes while she sucks me deep. I choose then to thrust forward and let out a throaty moan when my cock brushes against the back of her throat. Tears immediately fill her eyes, and when she blinks, they trail down her cheeks. Fuck, I growl and do it again. She tries to look away, but I stop her, my fingers sinking into her hair, holding her in place. I need to see her, but more than anything, I need her to see me. No, keep looking at me. I want to see how beautiful you look with tears staining your cheeks while I fuck your throat. Those big green eyes of hers shine so brightly and only encourage my fucked up behavior. She makes a gagging sound as she chokes on me, and I'm so gratified by it that I hold myself there at the back of her throat until she struggles for air, her hands pushing against my thighs. The fearful haze that fills her features makes my blood sing. I crave her fear like an addict craves his next hit. After a few seconds, I roll back, and that's when she pulls away altogether. I let her go, only because I want to see what she plans to do next. Saliva dribbles out the side of her mouth. Her lips are swollen, and her eyes are blurry with fresh tears. She's so fucking beautiful, and she doesn't even know it. Swiping at the side of her mouth with the back of her hand, she peers up at me remorsefully. I don't want to do that again. I thought you were going to choke me to death. You know I have no experience with any of this. Okay, well, if you don't want to choke on my cock, then stand, lift your dress, and bend over. I'll take your ass instead. She shakes her head frantically, blonde pieces of hair flying. The fear reflecting back at me isn't fake. It's real. She knows that I'll do whatever I want to her, but she also knows that I don't really want to hurt her. Not truly. Which is why beneath that fear, I see desire. Red, hot desire. No. A hole is a hole, Flower. Choose before I choose for you. She releases a ragged breath and appears to be talking herself up, because a second later she takes me into her mouth again. I smile and sink my fingers into her hair, gently stroking her while also holding her in place as I lift my hips, fucking her face slowly. Little gag sounds escape her, and saliva dribbles from the corner of her mouth and onto my jeans, but she doesn't try to fight me. I swipe at the tears as they trail down her cheeks and thrust faster and harder. You're such a good girl, taking my cock into your mouth and letting me fuck your throat. But you better work faster. I can feel the wheels starting to move. That frantic look appears again, and she ups her pace, her cheeks hollowing out as she sucks harder. My abs contract as the pleasure builds in my gut. Fuck me. Little by little, the anger she stirred to life fizzles out, and all I can feel is her and the pleasure she gives me. I lean a little forward, using my abs to keep myself up. Faster, Belle. If I don't feel my cum hit the back of your throat, we'll do it again until I do. I don't care if we have an audience or not. The wheel lurches once, and I smile as her hot, wet mouth moves frantically over my length. If we make it to the bottom with her still sucking me off, then we do. I know she doesn't want anyone else to see what I reduce her to. How she becomes workable clay in my hands at the mere mention of being owned, especially now that I know this is what she wants. That even as afraid as she acts, parts of her crave this, crave me. Her tongue swipes over the head of my cock while her mouth suctions against me, squeezing the fuck out of me. So tight and warm. Yes, fuck yes, this is what I needed. I sink farther down on the bench. Are you wet for me, Belle? Does sucking my thick cock make your pretty pussy weep? She rewards me with a tiny moan, and more tears track down the apples of her cheeks, carrying with it a line of black mascara. I'd love to go all night with her, but I can feel the tension building. I'm close now, lucky for her. I piston my hips, forcing myself deeper into her mouth. Each thrust is hard enough that she makes little mewling noises as I curve down the hot channel of her throat. Her nails dig into my skin, hard enough to puncture, and the rush of pain that sears across my flesh only turns me on more. Fuck, yes, faster, harder. The wheel moves again, our bodies swaying slowly, but I don't stop. I'm so close to the edge. I can feel her struggling to pull away, and I grab onto the back of her head and press her face against my base, holding her in place. Not so fast. I don't care who sees us. We aren't stopping till I fill this pretty throat with my cum, so you better keep going. Her loud gag resonates through me, and the tightness in my balls threatens to make me explode. Your mouth is perfect, even if I wish I was fucking your cunt right now. She lets out what sounds like a growl, but continues her quick pace, and I let it carry me higher and higher until I explode. Fisting her soft strands, I go off like a rocket and come hard with a groan, shooting my release down her throat. Her movement's slow, and I hold her in place, making certain she gets every drop. The look of disgust on her face is enough to make me smile, and I cup her by the cheek gently. Don't make me take you over my knee and spank your ass, Belle. Swallow my cum like the good girl you are. She wrinkles her nose, struggling to swallow, but eventually does. When I've finished, I pull out of her mouth completely. I notice a little cum leaking out over the tip, and I nod to her. You better lick it off. All she does is glare at me and swipe her tongue over my sensitive crown. A shiver ripples through me. She's so obedient when she wants to be, and other times she's like a kitten ready to attack. Good girl. Pull up my pants, then sit back down beside me. I'm not done with you yet, my wicked wallflower. Her eyes are hazy, and there's a flush to her cheeks as she stumbles on her knees, her fingers slipping over the button. She wobbles as she stands, and then all but sags into the spot beside me. I peer over at her. Her dress is wrinkled around her thighs, and her hair is a mass of tangles and curls. I love the way she looks right now, used and abused. Mine. A tiny drop of my seed sits at the corner of her mouth, and I grow hard, wanting to take her again. She sits quietly, almost too quietly, beside me, and this moment gives me time to think about what she said, of how she went on that date to make me jealous, make me see her, truly see her. I guess she got her wish, because now I do. Every depraved thing in her mind, everything she keeps hidden so well. She's told me she hated me so many times, but it's apparent now that she's growing to like me. And I don't know if I should be angry or proud. Worse yet, I don't know how her liking me makes me feel. Of course there's some type of emotion there for her, but I can't pinpoint it. I don't want anyone else to have her, but I wouldn't call myself hers either. I don't have girlfriends. I don't even have fuck buddies. The wheel finishes its round, and we stop at the platform. I stand and adjust myself before we step out. Belle first, then me. I nod at Nash, who gives me a smile as we pass by. As expected, Belle takes off on a dead run, disappearing into the masses. Now that I'm calmer and my thoughts are less red and murderous, I can make better choices. As the hunter, I prepare myself to capture my prey. Clearly, there is still a lesson to be taught. I head after Belle at my own pace. There's nowhere else for her to go but back to her dorm. She's trapping herself, and if she thinks she can escape me, then she doesn't know me at all. I'm not even winded as I shoulder my way through the rest of Oakmount's student body. It doesn't take long for me to catch up with her. I let her stay ahead, but smile every time she glances over her shoulder and catches sight of me. If I didn't know better, I'd say she looks scared, truly scared, like that first night, and it suits my mood just fine. This is how I prefer her, my little flower.
Chapter 22. Belle. I have to be in shock, since I barely feel the cold night air as I rush through the crowded carnival and out the other side. My car is here, but I'm in no condition to drive. Not when my hands shake and my stomach is an anxious knot. I'm so turned on right now, I nearly moan as my thighs rub together with every step I take. The friction is enough to make me go off. What is so wrong with me that I found that so erotic, so exciting? Drew calling me out on the fantasy makes it even worse. How does he know? And if he knows, do other people too? I was scared through it all, scared that someone would see us, and that he'd do more at any second, but not scared of him. Not when I should be. With a stumble, I refocus my attention on walking. Fuck. I can't even think straight with his taste on my tongue and my body clenching around nothing, yearning for something I know I shouldn't want. People stroll past on the way to the carnival, and all I can think about is getting away from the scent of cotton candy and popcorn, and the sound of laughter and happiness. I just need to get away, run home, put some distance between us and everything else. After tonight, I won't be able to look at myself or him the same. I can't believe I allowed this to happen. Why did I go through with it? I could have walked away, screamed, anything. He can try to force me in this world where he is king, but he won't actually succeed surrounded by people. Not in today's world. I'm mortified that I let him degrade me like that, and even more ashamed that I liked it. I slow to get a better grasp on my breathing and body. He's just a man who pushes every single button I have, in both animosity and arousal. It's getting hard to tell myself there isn't something else there, something dark and sinister growing between us. He brings out the worst and best in me, and I want to revel in it. I want to let him own me. The person I was before him never would have gone out of her way to make a guy jealous. She never would have worn a dress like this. The old me is slowly being chipped away, revealing something I didn't know even existed. While I walk, I risk glancing behind me, even if I know I shouldn't. It would appear I've gotten away scot-free, since I don't catch sight of his towering silhouette in the dark. But just because I don't see him doesn't mean he isn't there. God, I'm such an idiot. Some of the heat in my body finally begins to fizzle out. It's not like he's said anything. It's not like he cares. Not past the point of me being an object he physically owns. He didn't even say anything about me trying to make him jealous other than confessing that it worked. I bet he was only jealous because someone else was touching what's his. Not because he actually cares. Which was the whole fucking point of the night. I want him to see me as a person. Instead, he saw the darkest parts of me. I huddle into myself and walk a little faster, the cold air sinking through my thin dress. The sidewalks are mostly empty. Everyone is either staying in for the night or already at the carnival. A couple passes by me, and I avert my gaze to the ground. If only I could get my brain to stop thinking about him. I'm so done with this bullshit hot and cold routine with him. I don't ever know which side of him I'm going to get. And that's just as frustrating. The dorms come into view after a short while, and I'm more than relieved. I march up the steps and into the building and use my key card to get in. Once inside, I feel a little safer. At least he can't get inside the building unless someone lets him in. It only takes a few minutes to get up to the suite. Jack was at the carnival earlier and talked about shacking up with some football player, but I know she has an early lab class tomorrow morning, so she might be sleeping already. Possible, but unlikely. Jack isn't the type to pass up a party or a moment to socialize. By the time I make it to my room, my mind is still reeling. It feels like hours ago since I threw that baseball, and he pushed me to my knees on the Ferris wheel. Quickly, I strip off my crossbody bag and toss it on the table. Then I brace my hands on the worn, cheap wood. This isn't me. I need to get myself together and just stop thinking about it. About him. I sit at the table and spread my fingers, digging in, focusing, breathing. This is just a fling. It'll go away once he's done with me, tired of me. It'll be just like what my dad did to my mother. Pretty little rich boys get tired of white trash eventually. I grit my teeth and stand, unzipping the side of my dress before marching into my bedroom to grab my toiletry bag. A cold shower still sounds like the best idea. Once I have my bag in hand, I exit back into the suite and connect my phone to the Bluetooth to turn on some music, hoping it will help me relax. It takes me a moment to find a song before I hit play and slip in my earbuds. The noise canceling cuts out more often than not, but right now, it's working, and I can't hear anything but the sweet tones of one of my favorite singers. Worth the weeks it took me to pay for these on the school marketplace. I can already feel the tension easing. My muscles growing soft, my heart rate slowing. Music does that to me sometimes. That or a long session at the library. But now, every time I go to the library, all I think about is Drew. Shit, I need a towel. I walk back out into the suite, making a beeline for my room, when a hand clamps over my mouth and pulls me backward into a solid chest. I'm lifted off my feet a second later, and I kick back at my assailant's legs, but every hit I make is dismal. A scream clogs my throat, and my ears ring between the music and the erratic beat of my heart. The headphones tumble from my ears and hit the floor with sharp clicks. Teeth sink into the soft spot beneath my ear, and my body, still primed from earlier, grows hotter. It takes a moment for my mind to catch up with what my body tells me. It's him. He's here. He broke in, and now he's going to take me. I don't know if I should scream or run or beg him for it. Beg him to stop this terrible ache he created, to ease me in a way I know only he can. The more I struggle, the deeper his teeth cut into my skin. Pain sears my shoulder, and the sound of my scream filters into his big hand that's still clamped tight across the bottom of my face. He releases me from his teeth, but not from his grasp. "Good girl," he grates into my ear. "Scream for me, just like that." I can feel him hard against my back as he hauls me toward the table in the middle of the room. My reprieve comes when I land against the wood flat on my belly. Before I can mutter a single word, he loops something into my mouth and ties it tight enough that it digs in at the corners. Oh my God. The chase in the woods felt absolutely insane, but it's something else entirely. The need to draw blood and make him feel the same pain encompasses me. With my arms still free, I flail, reaching for him, and when my nails sink into his bare flesh, I sink them deeper before I drag them across his skin. He lets out a hiss, the only sound of discomfort as he presses his body over mine, securing my hands under his, pinning me hard. His hips flush against mine.
"You'll pay for that, Flower,"
he chuckles, his voice dark and smoky. My legs tremble, and I can feel the evidence of my arousal dripping down my legs.
"Done screaming already? This doesn't do it for you, does it?"
My dress is shoved up to my back, my panties torn off in a rough jerk that I know will leave marks. He presses his hands against mine over the edge of the table.
"Leave them there, or I'll tie you up and leave you this way, so wet and needy you can barely think straight."
I clutch onto the table and squeeze my eyes shut to focus on the sensations. His calloused hand smooths over my bare ass, then his thumb dips into my crack, drifting lower and lower until he reaches that tight ring of muscles. Gentler than I anticipated, he prods against the hole until his thumb slips inside. The sensation is strange and a little uncomfortable. I squeak, and he pushes in a little more.
"Your ass is even tighter. Soon I'll fuck you here, but not tonight. For this, I want your pussy."
He leans over me again. There's the soft whish of fabric being moved, then the thick head of his length brushes against my swollen, aching flesh. Goosebumps pebble my flesh, and when he presses against me, I reach back to try to slow him. The air leaves my lungs when he presses all the way in, hard and fast, so brutal my hip bones dig into the table. His hands clamp onto mine.
"What the fuck did I say? Don't move."
I try to speak, but the words are all muffled with the stupid gag in my mouth. When I squirm, he takes one of his hands and presses my cheek into the wood. I reach up again, red-hot rage simmering in my veins, and scratch at him, trying to make him let go.
"Is that how you want it? Fine."
He pulls out and slams back into me. The tight muscles clamp around him, and the sensation vibrates through me. Why does this feel so good when I hate him for every second, for all the shame already building inside my chest for wanting it and needing it? His other hand tangles in my hair, and he pulls me up, one arm slipping around my waist. Keeping his fingers wrapped in my loose hair, he curves me backward, keeping control, steering me. It hurts and feels so good at the same time.
"Go on then, little Wallflower. You want to fight me? Then fight me."
I squirm, but it only causes him to go deeper. So deep it feels like he's in my stomach. I scratch at his arms and try to kick out my legs, but he has me pulled up tight against him, and my legs only manage to tangle with his. The world starts to spin, and I realize that we're moving, each step making me take him deeper. I barely have time to try again when we are in my room, and I'm slammed against the window. My face smears on the glass, my breath fanning out in a steaming arc to fog it.
"Open your eyes. Take a look out there."
I blink, his words sinking in. Outside the dark window is a bench and a man. One of his creepy friends, probably. Before I can comprehend what is happening, Drew pulls out and shoves back in hard. The sill digs into my skin, and I grab it to put distance between the wood and me.
You tried. Now it's my turn.
Then he shows me he's been holding out all along, when his grip tightens all around me. He bends my spine almost painfully and pounds into me harshly. His pace is brutal, and it feels like he's trying to fuck himself through me. Beneath the pain is intense pleasure, bringing me higher and higher. Soon I'm pressing back against him, wanting more, needing it harder and faster. What is wrong with me? I shouldn't want this, shouldn't want him, but I do. I want it so badly it's all I think about, all I can feel. I'm consumed by Drew, and I don't know how to save myself from drowning in his need.
That's a good girl. Show them who you belong to. Let the world know you liked to be fucked like a dirty little slut.
Fuck. I let out a little whimper, and he leans down to whisper in my ear.
You want more? Tell me what you need. Does my little flower want more of my cock? Or do you want me to stretch out that tight ass of yours? Will you still beg me with your weeping pussy if I do?
No. I gasp behind the gag. The fear of him fucking my ass without proper foreplay is terrifying.
Are you sure? I think your tight little ass would look glorious with my big fat cock pounding inside of it until I explode. I'd pump your last virgin whole with every drop of seed in my balls, and then I'd watch it leak out.
Fuck, his words are filthy, but I want them. Every single one of them. I can't explain how much it turns me on, or how much further it pushes me toward an orgasm. At this moment, with him, I want him to fuck me hard. I want him to break me into a million pieces and put me back together. His thrusts are forceful, and the pleasure in my belly unfurls with every slap of his balls against my clit. A whimper escapes me, and I feel something cold against my cheeks, sliding down slowly. Am I crying?
After that little stunt you pulled, I should deny you the opportunity to come. But you're lucky I enjoy feeling your cunt clenching all around me and sucking me deeper inside.
He grunts, his movements becoming faster.
Now I'm about to explode, so you better hurry up. Make that pussy clench. Come on my cock. I need to feel you spasm all around me. Need to know who it is that owns this pussy.
Oh God. I tighten my grip on the wooden frame, holding myself in place. Every muscle in my body tightens. I'm so close. I try to press back or wiggle forward, anything to get more friction. I need it. Need him. To finish it. His long fingers weave through my hair, and he tugs my neck backward, his lips pressed against the shell of my ear.
Come on, Flower. Be a good girl and come on my cock.
I'm panting like a dog in heat, grinding my ass against him. His hips go erratic as his thighs shake against mine.
That's it. Fuck yes, I'm about to come. I'm about to fill your cunt with my cum.
Oh God, he's gonna come. He's gonna come inside me without a condom on again. And nothing pushes me over the edge like that thought. Light flashes before my eyes, and I explode into a million pieces. My entire body shaking as I scream against the gag.
So good, so fucking good.
He grunts into my hair and slams into me one more time. He holds himself there, his body flush with mine, one hand in my hair, the other pressing me hard against the glass. It hurts and feels so good at the same time, and I swear I black out for a second from the sensations. Slowly, like a feather, I drift back down to reality. Fresh tears trail down my cheeks, and drool dribbles out the side of my mouth and down my chin. I feel thoroughly used. Drew loosens his hold and unties the gag, and I barely keep myself upright. His arms wrap around me, and he gently lifts me, carrying me over to the bed. I'm only half coherent now, my brain unable to put together what is happening around me. I watch through an orgasm high as he slowly undresses me, his touch gentle, caring, and I can see his eyes moving over the length of my body, assessing my bruises and whatever other marks he's left. My shoulder hurts like hell, but I don't say anything about it.
"Stay like that,"
he orders and disappears out the doorway. Without thinking, I find myself reaching for him. I don't want him to leave yet. I'm relieved when he reappears a few seconds later with a washcloth in his hands. Easing my legs apart, he says nothing while cleaning me up. The warmth of the rag on my sensitive folds makes me shiver.
"I advise you to take some ibuprofen and a bath in the morning. You're going to be sore as hell tomorrow."
There isn't an ounce of regret or remorse in his voice. He's not sorry for marking me or making me come so hard I saw stars. He's unapologetic, and there's something raw and deep about that. I'd call myself crazy, but I blame my next move on the pleasure endorphins pumping through my veins at this moment. I've never really touched Drew. Not in a simple, non-sexual way. So when I reach for him and place my own hand over the top of his, it feels strange, different. Will you stay with me? Just until I fall asleep. Please? Drew seems taken aback by the question, and I half expect him to turn around and leave because that's what he does. He runs and hides from anything that makes him feel something he isn't ready to face. But he surprises me by doing the opposite.
"Fine. But only because you asked so nicely."
Still in his clothing, which is perfectly in place, like he didn't just fuck the daylights out of me, he climbs over my limp body and slides between me and the wall. My muscles protest as I inch over to make room for his massive frame. Once he's in place, he snakes an arm beneath the pillow and the other around me, pulling me into his chest. I grab the comforter and tug it over us. Warm and secure in his embrace, I press my ear to his chest, listening to the heavy thump of his heartbeat. The smell of sex lingers in the air, but has a calming effect on me when mixed with his heady cologne. Why can't you always be like this? Warm, kind, sweet. It kinda makes me want to like you, but only like a little tiny bit. I say, my eyes getting heavier by the second. Sleep threatens to pull me under, but I fight against it, refusing to let this moment between us end.
"I wouldn't do that. It'll be easier if you hate me when this is all over. I'm not cut out as boyfriend material."
I won't lie, my heart aches a little at his statement, but it's not shocking. I've known what Drew's intentions were this whole time. But now things are changing because my feelings are getting involved. I decide to change the subject and say instead, Who was that watching us?
I don't know, and I don't care. Probably someone wanting to gather intel to share with my father.
What does that mean? Why would anyone want to tell your father what you're doing? I'm confused by his comment, but too exhausted to piece it all together right now.
It doesn't matter. Go to sleep, Belle.
He huffs, like he's frustrated with my pestering. I'm sorry. I yawn. I keep telling myself not to care about you, but I can't. Somehow I always end up back where I was before. I let my eyes drift closed, and just as I'm about to sink into the darkness, I swear I hear him whisper,
"Me too."
Chapter 23. Drew. After spending the majority of the night with Maybelle, holding her while she slept, watching every twitch of her face, I forced myself to leave and headed home at around 5 o'clock. It was the first time I ever spent the night with a woman, the first time I held one in my arms while they slept. It felt good, but foreign. Maybe that's what I needed, because today I feel calmer than I have in a long time, like this heavy weight on my shoulders has finally lifted. I recall assessing her body when I removed her clothing and tucked her into bed. The bruises on her hips and the bite marks on her shoulder. I was rougher than I intended to be, but she fought me so fucking good. I'm so fucking proud of her. There's just something that happens when I'm around her, like she's looking at me. Not through me, not for me, but at me. Not seeing what she wants from me, but me, the man. The feeling is heady, dragging me into her orbit in ways I don't understand yet. I'm not sure I want to try to understand it. I smile and roll on the bed, already hard thinking back on the memory. When I'm about to grip myself and relieve this ache already growing in my balls, my phone rings. I glance at the screen and consider throwing it at the wall. Fuck! My father. My dick deflates instantly. Not surprising. My father has that effect on people. I dread answering the phone. It's always one thing or another with him. I'll never be what he wants, never be perfect enough. I sigh and regretfully answer. He's always more pissed if he has to call me back. It takes me a second of breathing to speak, but before I get the chance, his voice cuts across the line, sharp as a whip and twice as painful. What the fuck do you think you're doing, Andrew? I hate when he calls me Andrew, and he fucking knows it. I flop over onto my back and stifle a yawn. Should I know what you're referring to this time? There's a huff through the line. Fucking watch the tone. Yes, you fucking should. Last night, at the carnival, where were you? I sit up and glare at the wall. How do you know I wasn't there all night? I already know the answer. It had to be the mysterious person standing outside Belle's window while I fucked her. Or it could be Sebastian. Because the fucking profit margin from the carnival, the one that is supposed to raise half of the mill's annual charity donation, was exceedingly short. And you know who the alumni board will expect to make up the difference? Me. Of course it boils down to money. It's always about money with him. What do you want me to say, Dad? I was there for my time at the dunking booth, then I rode the Ferris wheel. It was dark when I left and went home. A long moment of silence passes, and I wait, holding my breath. He doesn't want to hear me talk or defend myself anyway, and I'm getting so fucking sick and tired of these little phone conversations we seem to keep having after every event. I think back to him calling the first time, too. Who the fuck is talking to him, funneling information into his ear? I see. Looks like you have fucking answers for everything, don't you? How about you explain to me what's going on with your grades? Do you have an answer for that? Nothing is wrong with my grades, I snap. You think scraping by with the bare minimum is okay? Because it's fucking not. You're representing the Marshall name, or have you forgotten who foots your bills? You graduate at the top of your class, or you come here and work for me. I don't need you to have a degree to do the kind of work we do here. I can teach you everything you need to know. Yeah, who needs a degree to knock heads around and threaten rich assholes' mistresses to keep them from talking? His tone turned sharper. But what I really want to know is why the fuck you saw that girl again. The white trash bitch I told you to stay away from. That is not protecting the family name. Maybe you want me to pull you out. Maybe that's what you want. Do you want me to pull you out of school and put you to work in the basement here? I can lock you up in the dungeons and let you rot. You're my heir, and you will fucking act like it, or I will make you. The last part is shouted, and I hold the phone away from my ear and focus on my breathing so I don't snap back at him. It will only make him yell and argue more, making this conversation even longer than either of us wants it to be. I'm not doing anything wrong. Is there something you need me to do? Can we just get to that part? This time he doesn't warn me about my tone. Instead, he explodes, his voice becoming a scream on the other end. While he's ranting and cursing, I climb out of bed and grab a t-shirt off the floor. It's the one I wore last night while I lay in bed with Maybelle. I take a second to smell the scent of her sweet perfume, still clinging to the fabric. I put it on my desk and then find a clean t-shirt to pull on while I waffle the phone between my ears, still not even listening. There's no point when he goes off like this anyway. Not until he finishes cursing and finally explains what the fuck he wants from me. I hold the phone between my shoulder and my ear while I pull on a pair of black sweatpants. It would be easier to put it on speaker, but somehow he always knows when I do that to tune him out. When he finally finishes ranting, I wait for the inevitable curt hang-up. It happens with a soft click, and I shove the phone into my pocket. Another great morning with your old dad. The house is quiet as I leave my bedroom. The boys are all probably still sleeping. I stop short in the kitchen when I spot Sebastian standing shirtless against the far countertop, a mug in his hands. I spot the freshly brewed coffee in the pot and walk around the island, grabbing my own cup from the cabinet. That was an interesting show you put on last night. Feeling a little possessive? I shrug and make sure to keep my voice level and calm. There's a snake among us, and I'm going to figure out who it fucking is. No, that was a punishment, earned and delivered. You know more than anyone how important it is to keep someone in line. He smiles wistfully. That's the best part. I roll my eyes and sip my coffee, but he doesn't drop it. You're done with your punishment now, your infatuation. I don't want... He pauses as if he knows what he was about to say will piss me off. I want you whole and healthy. Yeah, definitely not what he was going to say. So I'll be the one with the balls in this conversation then. Are you spying on me for my father? His eyes go wide, and he blinks like he's shocked that I would ever consider such a thing. What? No. You know I would never do that. You seem super interested in my relationship with Belle, so what else am I to assume? Because I know you aren't stupid enough to try to take her away from me. There's a tense moment as we stare at each other over our coffee cups. I'm not spying on you. And no, I don't have any intention with your little bookworm. But do you hear yourself? You just said relationship. Is that really what you're calling it now? You know if your father finds out it's more than just a quick fuck, he'll make you regret it. I don't want anything to happen to you, and especially not because of some fucking girl. I consider his words. Of all my friends, Sebastian and Aries have been with me the longest. All of them belong to the same world I do, the same world my father does. But Sebastian and Aries are the only ones who truly know what my father is capable of. They've seen me in some of my darkest moments with him. They picked me up and wiped away my tears after he beat me the first time. I take my mug and cut across the kitchen to grab a jacket off the hook by the door. You don't need to worry about it. She means nothing to me. He glares after me, and I hear him as I walk out the back door of the house. If she means nothing, why the fuck did you feel the need to punish her then? It takes a few minutes to walk down the long drive to the main campus, then cut across the courtyards to the library. It's the only place I know I'll always find her. Sebastian's words continue to ring in my ears. He's right. If she meant nothing to me, I'd just drop her, not punish her. I'd have no need to mark her and ensure everyone knows who she belongs to. I sip my coffee as I walk. Usually I bring a travel mug with me, but I feared what I'd do if I stayed in the kitchen with Sebastian. No doubt we'd have progressed to an argument or worse. The inside of the library is quiet. It's still early. I'm honestly surprised to find her here, especially after last night's events, but she's determined when it comes to her studies. She's in her usual spot. A freshman from the baseball team, I think, maybe, sits beside her, studying his math textbook. I stop by her cubicle, and they both look up at me. I point at the kid. You, go. To his credit, he doesn't ask questions. He simply gathers his belongings and leaves, just like that. It pays to be king. I sit and slouch into the chair he vacates, and she gapes at me with her mouth open. What the hell, Drew? I'm working here. You were working, sure, but now you're not. Plus, I want to talk to you, and I can't do that with your clients standing next to us. She removes her glasses and sets them carefully on the book in front of her. You have no right to come in here and order him around. I highly doubt he's going to pay me now. Carefully, I scan her features. There's a faint red mark on her cheek where I pinned her against the window, and a smudge of a bruise on her neck where I bit her. All my other marks are covered by her clothing. When the memories surge back, I set my coffee on the desk and lean toward her. Are you okay? I didn't ask last night, mainly because I wasn't sure how I felt after it all happened. When I held her in my arms, it felt perfect and right, and as much as I didn't want the moment to end, it needed to. In the world I live, there is no chance between her and I. She glares at me, but there's a strange softness that lingers beneath. After your caveman routine last night? Yes, I'm fine. You must have got up early and left. I lower my voice and take her hand. When she doesn't pull away, I squeeze it between both of mine. It's warm, soft, and so delicate. Yes, I left at 5 o'clock. I usually get up and work out during football season. Now don't evade the question. Are you really okay? What's it matter? You can't take back what happened. The better question is, are you going soft on me? Is that icy heart of yours slowly thawing? Because you've never asked me if I was okay before. It's my turn to glare, and I release her hand. Call me soft again, and I'll make you try to say it while you choke on my cock. How about that? She rolls her eyes and turns her attention back to her notebook. I don't have time for this. I'm fine. You could have texted me to ask that, not sent my client away and cost me 1 hour's worth of work. I grab the back of her neck and steer her head back to look at me. No, I'm not going anywhere, and I'm not checking on you because I'm fucking soft. It was a question. I meant more so after what happened with Fuckface. In my murderous haste to punish her, I never thought to discuss with her if she was okay after everything that happened. I sent Lee a text before I went into Belle's dorm to break both of the fucker's hands and leave him in a ditch somewhere. It'll teach him not to fuck with me and what's mine. I wanted to kill him, but I didn't want to hurt Belle. And if someone came sniffing around asking questions, she'd be the first person they go to. Belle frowns. I'm okay. The whole thing made me feel stupid, and now I need to cancel his tutoring appointments. As much as I need the money, I can't trust him. Sitting back in the chair again, I sip on the mug of coffee. She glares, reaches for the mug, and snatches it from my grasp. I watch as she slowly brings it to her lips and takes a sip. Ugh, it's cold. I walked from the mill to here. Of course it's cold. With a roll of her eyes, she reaches under the desk and grabs an old battered thermos that looks like it belongs in a 1901 mining biopic. I extend my cup toward her, and she refills it with steamy coffee. When I let out a long sigh and sip again, it earns me a smile that does something in my chest, twisting things around and burrowing a thorn deep enough to leave a gash. Fresh blood fills that small crevice, the warmth of it a small dot in my normally icy, barren chest. Since it's not something I want to touch at the moment, I push the thought to the back of my mind and focus my sole attention on her. Well, I have good news, and since you're down a client, this should help. I need a tutor. She stares at me dumbfounded for a few moments, and then whispers the question as if it's a secret. A tutor for what? For myself, obviously. I grin. A smile tips at the corner of her lips, and then it grows until she bursts into full-on laughter. Her slim arms wrap around her middle, and she chuckles like I've told her the most hilarious joke of all time. It's honestly kind of cute how she tips her head back, and how she appears to let go and be herself for one moment. It's like looking through a telescope into space at a star, knowing you'll only see it implode on itself once. It's also something I have little patience for. Laugh it up, Flower. But what if I pay you $500 a session? She goes from smiling to neutral in 2 seconds flat. Not a joke anymore, huh? Suddenly, I'm the one smiling. You can't. That would be too much. She finishes softly, as if she can't really believe the words she's saying. Besides, I'd kill you. My smile becomes a full-on grin, turning up the charm, something she hasn't seen a lot of from me yet. I say, I can and I will, but I'd have a few conditions. Of course you would. You wouldn't be you without conditions. Her delicate eyebrow arches in question, almost as if she's waiting for me to reveal said conditions, and I bite, continuing to speak. This arrangement would secure your services for me exclusively. She shakes her head. Gold strands of hair start to fly, and her pretty pink lips part. I know she's about to start sputtering some nonsense, so I grab the pencil in front of her and place it between her lips. Be quiet and let me finish, or I'll put something else in your mouth that I know will keep you quiet. She takes the pencil out, and I give her a warning glare. Exclusive services, tutoring sessions whenever I need them. You help me get to the top of the class. She jerks the pencil from her mouth and throws it at my chest. It's easy enough to catch, and I tuck it behind my ear, still damp from her pretty lips. What's the catch, Andrew? The way she says my full name grinds over every last nerve ending in my body. No catch. I admit I've let things slip a little. Football is important, and they'll bench me if my grades fall too far. Anything but stellar performance is a failure to my father. The mere mention of him makes my blood boil. The rage and anger are always lurking beneath the mask, threatening to bubble up and over and reveal the real man beneath. I remember her question from last night. She wanted to know why my friends would speak to my father and tell him things, and I don't have an answer. I'm trying to figure that out myself. Oh, yes, I forgot. You rich boys and your overbearing need to please your fathers. She shakes her head, and the tension snaps, crackling and popping like fire. I lurch forward and grip her by the back of the neck, giving her no escape. A kitten-like whimper escapes her lips, and I squeeze a little tighter. I want to hear her make that sound again. For me. Only ever for me. Let go of me, she hisses. No, because what you said pissed me off, and you don't seem to understand what I'm saying unless I'm inside you or physically touching you. I peer down at her, noticing the slight dilation in her pupils and the rapid rise and fall of her chest. I'd bet her nipples are tight little peaks, and that pretty pussy of hers probably weeps in despair for my cock at this very moment. Perhaps I've made a slut out of the sweet and innocent Wallflower. This has nothing to do with pleasing my father. I don't give a fuck about what my father wants. This is what I want. Football, it means something to me. It's one of the few things that actually fucking matter in my life, and if I don't have it as an outlet... I'm unable to finish speaking, because confessing out loud what I might become terrifies me. I banish the thoughts away. Plus, you could use the money, and I'm nothing but a helpful guy. She pulls back, and I release her from my grasp, her pretty eyes narrowed to slits. I need the money, but I don't need your money. And before you say anything else, yes, there's a difference. Sometimes I think she wants to push me to my limits, just to see how far I'm willing to go. So I've been told by you once before, but I'm afraid you forget who I am and what I'm willing to do to get what I want. How could I possibly forget? If my memory serves me correctly, any time you can't get what you want from me, you take it. All I can do is smirk, because if she's trying to make me believe that she didn't want what happened to happen between us last night, then she'll need to try way fucking harder. If you want me to believe you don't want it next time, maybe don't come so hard you strangle the life out of my cock while you're milking it with your cunt, and I might believe you. I don't think this is a good idea. We barely get along. I'm pretty sure you're going to kill me soon, and if you don't kill me, I know I'm definitely going to kill you. I'm harder to kill than I look, baby. I wink. Her expression turns serious, and her little button nose wrinkles. I don't know. Frustration stacks like concrete blocks deep in my gut. Why is she showing so much resistance to tutoring me? Yet she has no problem saying yes to jackasses like Stuart. I know it's going to make me an asshole to threaten her like this, but I do it anyway, because I want her to understand that there isn't any other way around this. She'll do what I want her to do by choice or by force. It's up to her which road we take. I mean, if it's really an issue, I can go to the dean and share with him that you're refusing to offer me services and discriminating against me, claiming that I'm a rich jock who shouldn't need services. I watch as her face morphs into anger. Prime example of why we should not do this and why I will, in fact, kill you. You wish you could kill me, but then if you killed me, who would make you come so hard you nearly pass out? The question makes the centers of her cheeks turn a soft pink color, and I gently run the pad of my finger over her flesh. The answer is no one, by the way, because just in case you get any other stupid ideas about going out with other men next time, I won't be so nice. Next time I'll kill the fucker right in front of you, and then I'll fuck you and use his blood as lube. You're absolutely insane, she whispers. My phone dings with an incoming text that I ignore. I'm not done with this conversation yet, and I don't want my attention to deviate elsewhere. Believe me, I know. But for $500 a week, you're putting up with me. I didn't agree to that, she growls angrily. And blackmail is pretty low, even for you. You know I need the money from these sessions. Then I guess you better make the right choice, Flower. I leave the choice in her hands and push up and out of my seat. Before I leave, I press my lips to the crown of her head, letting them linger there for a moment longer than necessary. Her intoxicating strawberry scent fills my lungs, and I breathe as much of it into my lungs as I can. Where she's concerned, I'm more out of control than I ever expected to be, but I don't care. Before her, I never had a choice. I never had a voice. Now it's like the pieces of the mask I'm forced to wear are slowly chipping away, revealing my real identity beneath.
Chapter 24. Belle. Nervous energy ripples through me as I stare at the cell phone screen. It's only been 3 days since Drew announced I would be tutoring him and only him. I hate the idea of being alone with him again, but I don't have much choice. I'm not sure what he would do if I chose to tutor the other students still, but I don't want to find out. Something deep in my gut leads me to believe this man is far more deviant and dangerous than even I know. And pushing him would be a dumb idea. He has money, a family, a future, everything I don't. So his strange obsession with me makes no sense. I'm no one, nothing. Yet he won't leave me alone. What would I even do if he left me alone? Goosebumps erupt across my skin, and my thoughts swirl. With Drew, I'm out of my comfort zone. He pushes me to my limits, and when I think I can't go any further, he shows me a new limit. He makes me feel, and I hate it. I hate how much my body craves him when he's not here, and how my thoughts always trail back to him. Even with all the hate that seems to pulse for him in my veins, a small part of me craves his darkness and danger, that craves the jagged pieces of his heart. All over again, I'm reminded of him overtaking my thoughts. I decide then that I need a distraction. I grab my phone and type out a quick message, sending the mass text to all my clients, letting them know I'll be canceling all future sessions. It's not worth the risk of losing the money he's offered me. Not when money is the one thing I need the most. Doing this means inviting that man into my life. It means no longer pretending I didn't have a choice when things happen between us. I've been telling myself it's been all him this whole time. But it hasn't. He's never done anything that I didn't want him to do. A tiny voice in the back of my head reminds me that I'm the one who joined the hunt, and I'm the one who went into those woods. How could I have expected someone like Drew, though? How could I have known what would happen? That I would be noticed by the ruthless, vindictive man who always gets what he wants. I never could have anticipated him. But that's the thing. You don't predict the bad happening. Once I pack my bag, intending to get some study time in, I stop in the kitchen to grab something to eat. As I pour a bowl of cereal, Jackie comes out smiling.
I saw you leaving the carnival the other night. What happened? You ran out of there like someone was chasing you.
Shit. I forgot I'd seen her there. No, I was just cold and tired. I shouldn't have gone in the first place. I was just trying to get back here as fast as possible. It sounds like a stupid excuse, even to me. Her eyebrow twitches up as her lips turn down.
You left your car there, though, didn't you?
I turn my back to pour some milk and to get my face under control. Yeah, I had a beer or two, so I decided to walk back. Better to be safe than sorry. It's not like she'll care what's happening with Drew and me. So why am I keeping things to myself? I don't know. Something happens when I'm with him. Some part of me feels set free. And I'm not quite ready to talk about that yet. Confiding in her would make all of this that much more real. And I don't know if I'm ready. I hear her shift and glance back to find her leaning against the door frame, her arms crossed, staring at me. What? She huffs.
Whatever. It's your business.
I turn to face her, bowl in hand. No, what is it?
I saw Drew, that football player, chasing you. Why were you running?
I shovel food into my mouth and mumble around the Cocoa Puffs. I wasn't running from anything. It's a blatant lie, one that she must see through since she makes a sure sort of noise, and my annoyance catches up with me. What do you want me to say, Jackie? I'm an adult. I don't have to justify my whereabouts with you or why I was doing something. She holds her hands up in surrender, but her eyes flash with anger.
I'm not interrogating you.
I just want to make sure you're okay. Drew is fun, but he's a one-and-done kind of guy who throws girls away after he's had his fill. And you definitely aren't a one-and-done kind of girl. I don't want to see you get hurt by him. That's all. She's offering me a lifeline, a chance to talk to her, yet I can't make myself do it. There's no way in hell I'm going to explain what happened the other night. Not when I'm not even entirely sure myself. I slump into the chair at the table, and my mind immediately flashes to him, holding me down there. A rush of heat zinging straight to my core at the simple memory. It's nothing. I'm nothing to him. He only wants me because I said no. She shifts against the table, making it creak in protest. Just be careful. Guys like Drew don't know where the line is, and the game he's playing this time isn't one he's ever played. No one has seen him with the same girl more than once. If you ever want to talk about it, need advice, or even help hiding a body, I'm here. I smile. It's a jagged, dim thing, but she smiles back. Maybe telling her would make me feel better? Help me understand my own feelings better? I'm about to open my mouth and spill my guts to her when my phone vibrates on the table, scaring the shit out of us both. We share a chuckle, and I look down. It's a number I don't recognize, but in my mom's area code. I hit the green answer button and press it to my ear. Hello? Hello, is this Maybelle Jacobs? Yes. I'm Angela Black, calling from St. Michael's Hospital. We have your mother here. Static immediately fills my head, and I jerk to standing, jostling the bowl and spilling milk across the table. What? Is she okay? Don't be alarmed, but we got a call to pick her up earlier this morning from a neighbor. They found her passed out in her home. Oh my God, why didn't she call me? I knew I should have stayed at her house last night. Tears track down my cheeks, hot and heavy, as I rush into my room, holding my phone between my face and my shoulder while I tug on a pair of boots. I'm coming. I'll be right there. Very good, Ms. Jacobs. We'll see you soon. Jackie hands me my bag that I'd left on the floor and my car keys, and I rush out of my room, heading for the door. Call me if you need anything. I nod and pull the door open, escaping into the hall. My feet pound against the floor as I race down the hall and outside to my car. Damn it. Drew pops into my head. I won't be able to meet with him this morning like I promised. Surely he'll understand. I send him a quick text, only a few words, and race out of the dorm parking toward the hospital. It feels like it takes me hours to drive there after hitting every light and getting behind every single slow driver in the city. I beat my horn impatiently and do my best to keep my emotions in check. When I arrive at the hospital, I slam the car into a parking spot and put it in park. Grabbing my phone from the cup holder, I notice Drew's name on the screen and a text alert. I'm too frazzled about what's going on with my mother. I don't have time for this right now. I shove my phone into my bag as I run into the hospital. My mother is the only family I have left. I can't lose her. I can't. It seems to take an eternity before I can get to her, but soon enough, one of the nurses comes to get me and directs me to a small room down a corridor. My mom looks up wearily from the bed. Hey, little one. You're here. I smile. You must be on some good drugs. You haven't called me that since I was a kid. She laughs, and then it turns into a cough as I sit beside the bed. Mom, what happened? She reaches for me, and I immediately clutch her hand tight in mine. It's cold and dry. I'm okay, baby. I just got dizzy and passed out. It's a side effect of some of the medications. Low heart rate. You know the drill. I try to give her a smile, but I know it's more of a grimace. She pretends anyway and gives me a brittle smile. There's a drumbeat in my head, chanting I can't lose her, over and over. And it's all I'm thinking about now.
When are they going to let you out of here?
I'm not sure. Someone knocks on the door, cutting her off, and our attention is directed to them as a doctor walks in.
Hello. I'm sorry to see you again under these circumstances.
Do you know when she'll be released? I ask the doctor, since my mother said she didn't know anyway.
I'm afraid we don't know yet.
I try to rein in my panic. What does that mean? He smiles back and forth between us.
Your mother and I have already spoken, but I'm afraid things have progressed more quickly than we anticipated. She's going to need extensive care. And then I think we should talk about hospice options, so her last days are as pain-free as possible.
Hospice? Last days? This doctor is talking gibberish. My mother is sick, yes, but there is still hope. No. The word shoots out of my mouth, making both my mother and the doctor flinch. Baby. My mother tries to console me, but I squeeze her hand tightly in response. There has to be something more we can do. We haven't even started the experimental treatments you were telling me about. There are still things we can do. They both start speaking at the same time. I'm tired.
Your mother doesn't.
I cut them both off and gently release my mother's hand, placing it on the bed. Then I face the doctor. Can we speak in private for a moment, please? Dr. Mitch cuts a look at my mom, who nods, and I head into the hallway behind him. The scent of disinfectant and rubber makes me want to throw up, because I always associated that scent with my mom being in the hospital. I hate it. Wrapping my arms around myself, I look up at the doctor. If this is about money, I can get whatever we need to proceed, I promise. Even if I have to quit school and get a job, I will do what needs to be done. Please don't deny her services just because we don't have insurance. The doctor's eyes soften, and he leans closer.
This has nothing to do with the money. We have benefactors here at the hospital who can help. I think it's time to consider your options. Your mother is tired. She doesn't want to spend the rest of her final days fighting an inevitable battle. You need to understand that even if it's not your wishes, it's your mother's.
I snap. No, I don't care what she wants. Once it's over, she'll be alive and grateful that I stepped in and convinced her to do this. He shakes his head at me.
I know this is hard, Maybelle, but I do have to consider what your mother wants.
I suck a ragged breath into my lungs, but it doesn't even feel like I'm breathing. I'll talk to her again. I'll convince her.
You can try your best, but please remember, your mother's wishes are important as well.
I nod and blink back the tears forming in my eyes. I will not break down here. Not in front of him or my mother. We walk back into the room, and I take my mother's hand again. Mom, will you try this drug, this experiment, for me? What do we have to lose if you're... I almost choke on the words. Dying anyway. I need her to see how much losing her is hurting me. I'm not ready. I can't face this. Baby, we can't. We don't have the money for it. And I'm not letting you quit school for me. If I got the money without quitting school, then would you agree? She snorts, her eyes going hazy as the pump beside the bed administers another dose of medication into her IV. You're not going to become a stripper, are you? I laugh. Yeah, because everyone wants to see my pasty white body on display. I doubt there is a big demand for book nerd strippers out there. I shake my head. No, of course I won't become a stripper. Dr. Mitch steps up to the bed, staring at my mother. Does this mean you want to proceed? She nods wearily. And I almost feel guilty, but not enough to take it back. She's all I have. Once the doctor leaves, I sit in the chair again and try not to let the panic I'm feeling seep into my voice. Don't worry, Mom. I'll take care of you. Of this. We'll beat it together. She turns in the bed, careful not to catch her IV tubing. How are you getting this money? And tell me the truth. Because, sick or not, you're not too old to get a spanking. Tutoring, as usual. I'll just raise my fees. You know, for inflation. No one will think anything of it. Her gaze has so much trust as she looks at me, and I will not balk from it. She's given me everything my entire life, raised me as a single mother, and worked numerous jobs just to provide me with the things I needed. I can do this for her. My phone vibrates in my bag, and I already know who is trying to get a hold of me. He can wait. Every person except my mother can wait. I settle into the chair and avert my gaze to the TV, enjoying this single moment with my mother for what it is.
Chapter 25. Drew. What I hate more than anything is being ignored. Now, do I know with 100% certainty that she's ignoring me? No. What I do know is that she isn't replying, and to me, that's the same fucking thing. It's been a few days since she agreed to tutor me, and one more since she set this appointment, all via text. But now she's no longer responding. I'm barely keeping myself from going to hunt her down as I sit alone in the library, 30 minutes past when she said she'd be here. I grab my phone off the table next to my textbook and send her yet another message, this time filled with more expletives than the others. When she hadn't messaged me back for our last meeting, I checked the devices of hers I'd cloned from that time Jackie allowed me access to her room. She went to see her mother in the hospital. That's the only reason I didn't press her. But today, I know she's not at the hospital, so she has no fucking excuse to leave me sitting here waiting on her ass. Not when there are 500 other things I could be doing, like trying to figure out how to get my father back out of my business, or figure out what the fuck is going on with Sebastian. One of the football players walks by the table and nods, extends his hand for a fist bump, then keeps moving through the library. What is it about this place? It doesn't matter what day I come into this place, there is never any level of privacy. Why does my little Wallflower like it here so much? I know she studies here often, even when she's not tutoring. I decide I'll ask her once I've punished her for keeping me waiting. 10 minutes later, she finally shows up. She slings her bag to the floor beside the cubicle I know she prefers, and then she claps her books onto the table, and a hard crack resonates through the room. Wallflower? She turns to glare at me, but then sits with a huff and begins to dig into her bag. I lean in and lower my voice. What the fuck is your problem? You are the one who canceled on me after taking my money up front, for that matter. And then you have the nerve to leave me sitting here waiting? And once you finally deign to show your face, you give me an attitude. Start talking. She sits up straight, and I have to pull back so my face doesn't smack against her shoulder. What do you want from me? I'm here, aren't I? Now, are we studying or not? I pull the edge of my book and let it slap against the table, not even looking at it, just keeping eye contact with her. I've been here and ready to study, but you've been absent. I didn't realize I needed to fit into your calendar now that I'm your client, and I better be your only client, or that money I gave you is going to disappear pretty fucking fast. Something like panic enters her eyes now. No, you're right. I'm sorry. I'm just having a bad couple of days, okay? Let's just get to work, and I'll stay here with you as long as you want me to. I slam the book shut again and lean toward her. Excuse me? Her forehead crinkles as she meets my eyes. What? I said I'll stay as long as you want me to. Her voice is gentle, placating, and it only pisses me off more. I grit my teeth and continue to keep my voice low. You fucking show up here and act like this? And what? You think I'm just gonna roll over and lick your hand in thanks? Her eyes go wide, and realization seeps into her features. Oh, look, this has nothing to do with you. Her attitude comes back in full force. Not everything is about you, oh mighty football god. And now you're going to sass me. What the fuck, Maybelle? I hiss. Her eyes go wide at my use of her full name. What do you want, then? An explanation, not half-assed excuses. Of course I know about her mother already, but I want to hear it from her. I want her to give me the truth, so I don't have to take it. I mean, I was busy. Busy? Her eyes narrow into slits, and she leans in so close we could almost kiss. Yes, busy. Is that a vocabulary word we need to go over? I clench my fists, slide one over the back of her chair, an angle so my chest is almost brushing her shoulder. Watch it, Wallflower, or I'm going to give you another introduction to punishment, and I know you don't want that to happen right here, right now. Before she can react, I slide my hand under her skirt and cup it tight against her panty-covered cunt. Or maybe you do want it. Maybe you liked how I used your body, and you're hoping to earn another punishment from me. She squirms now, the anger in her eyes fanning to panic. What? No, I never said I liked it. Oh, you never said it? You never said it with the way that pretty little pussy milked my cock, or how you screamed for me as I did you. What's that saying? Actions speak louder than words. She gulps hard, and I watch her throat working, wanting to wrap my fingers tight around the length of it. Watch her struggle as I cut off her air so that I'm the only reason she's breathing. Give me the real reason you blew me off, and I'll let you go, I whisper. She squirms, and I can feel the heat of her pussy against my palm. My little Wallflower wants me as much as I want her. She just hasn't accepted it yet. She stutters. My mom is sick, okay? That's why I've needed the extra money, the extra time. She's sick, and I was spending time with her. Guilt slices through me. Why didn't you just fucking tell me that? It's none of your business, and I don't want your pity. My pity? You think I've been fucking you out of pity? There's distance in her eyes now, and I don't want it. I grasp her chin with my free hand and keep her eyes locked on me. While she's staring into me, I slip her panties to the side and delve 2 fingers straight into her waiting heat. She hisses, and her eyes close. No, Wallflower. Open them. Look at me. Now. The snap in my voice makes her open again, and she stares at me. I want you to watch me while I make you come, so you know it isn't pity I see when I look at you. Someone might see us, she whispers. I shake my head. Don't worry about anyone else here. Trust me to take care of you. Keep your eyes on mine and stay quiet so no one else notices. She nods her head, and I smile while curling my fingers inside her. Good girl. When I gently start pumping 2 fingers in and out of her, she bites her lip hard, but keeps her eyes on mine like I've ordered. It's addicting to see this beautiful, intelligent woman succumb to the haze of lust just like the rest of us mere mortals. By the time I'm finished with her, she'll beg me to give her what she needs. I lick my lips, drawing her gaze down, and then she remembers and snaps her eyes back to mine. The smile that curls my lips is genuine, and she jolts as if I'd stunned her. "Stay still, Flower." She shudders against me. "Do you trust me?" The look in her lustful gaze bleeds on the line of uncertainty, and I can't blame her. I hardly trust myself, but I've never hurt her or let someone else hurt her. "Slouch down in your seat so your ass is on the edge of the chair." She wiggles, inching forward, and I feel her thighs parting wider, giving me more access. Keeping my eyes trained on her face, I slowly insert a third finger and watch her for any discomfort. How much can you take like this? How much before you're coming and squeezing my fingers tight? Her entire body shudders, and the lustful haze fills her eyes. "I don't know." I pump my fingers a little deeper and love how she feels, so warm and wet. I'm hard, my dick pressing against the fly of my jeans, but this is for her, both a punishment and a demonstration. She wants me badly enough that she's willing to let me defile her in her precious library while risking getting caught with my fingers inside her. I move them faster and watch her squirm in the seat. "Careful, or you'll give us away." She only shakes her head, her lust-filled gaze firmly on my eyes. I wonder what she sees there. No, it's probably better if I don't know the answer. "Should I add another? Do you think you can take my entire hand?" She's more than aroused. My fingers are wet and slippery as they slide inside her again and again. Her pussy stretches around my finger, and I give her a grin and shift my hand enough that I fit my pinky inside along with my 3 main fingers. She tenses at the intrusion, and I move slow enough that she can adjust to the extra width. I definitely don't have small hands, so I can only imagine how it feels. I lean in close so our mouths almost hover against each other. "How's that?" She huffs, her chest heaving as she speaks brokenly against my lips. "You're only asking to tease me. It's not like you'll stop if I tell you it's too much." Would I? I don't know. When it comes to her, there doesn't appear to be a rule, limit, or boundary I won't cross. "You're right, Flower, but for that sass, guess what? Let's see if you can take my whole hand up that pretty little pussy." Another gulp, another flutter of her lashes, another thump of my heart as I watch her like this. It's the way she takes me, the way she pushes. It means nothing but a little challenge and a little fun. I move my fingers faster, pushing her closer to the edge. I twist my fingers together and add my thumb, slowly easing them all inside her. It's slow work and takes a bit of patience as she squirms and folds her lips together to keep from making a sound. Next time I do this, it's going to be in one of our beds so I can hear her moan and say my name. "You're doing such a good fucking job. You feel so good around my hand like this. I'm so proud of you." She gulps again, and her forehead falls against mine like she can't hold her body together anymore, and she needs me to support it while I drive her out of her mind. I so very slowly pump my hand inside her, flexing my fingers apart for a second with each pass. "Do you like being this full of me? What if I did this and took your ass with my cock? Do you think you'd survive, or would it be too much?" This earns me a small whimper, and I smile. Her muscles start to flutter, and her fingers tangle in my shirt, gripping it tightly. She's not even bothering to keep the lust off her face, her pleasure written in every grimace and line there. "Almost there, Flower. Come on. I want to feel you explode. Come for me. Now." As if on command, she breaks apart, and I slam my mouth against hers, swallowing her cries of pleasure. She clings to me, her orgasm ripping through her center, her chest heaving with every breath she takes. After a few more seconds, I break the kiss, and when she sinks into the chair, easing away from me, I gently ease my fingers out of her pussy. Lifting them to my face, I notice how shiny and wet from her cum they are, and I can't help but slide my index finger into my mouth to taste her. She shoves at me with her hands, and a blanket of warm embarrassment climbs up her cheeks. "Oh my God, I can't believe you just did that." I grab the edge of her skirt and meet her eyes while wiping my hand on the floral fabric. "Did what?" There's shock on her face, and lust, and it's like she hasn't been paying attention to what I'm capable of this whole time. Now she sees me, and she's not sure if she's scared or if she wants more. I turn to face the book in front of me, the scent of her body wafting off my hands to make me even harder. "Let's study, Wallflower, or I'm going to drag you back to my house and fuck you over every flat surface I can find." She lets out a strangled noise and scrambles for her books, her notebook, and then her pen. "Study, right, let's study. After all, I better earn that paycheck."
Chapter 26. Belle. It's been a long time since I could go to the grocery store for my mother and not worry about my debit card being declined. The couple of weeks I've been working for Drew, along with the 10 grand he gave me before, has padded my bank account and made my life more stable. I, of course, won't say anything about it to him. He doesn't need the ego boost. But privately, I can be more than thankful. My mom is out of the hospital, and outside of school and tutoring, I've been helping her at home. She's not very high maintenance and hates that I'm doing it, but there aren't any other options at the moment. I place the bags on the countertop and move around her kitchen to put things away. Soups, vegetables, high-protein shakes, things that are quick to eat and easy to prepare. "Baby, you don't have to keep doing this. I can take care of myself," she calls from the living room, where she's lying on the couch. I roll my eyes and then smile to myself, and she wonders where I get my stubbornness from. "Mom, no one said you couldn't take care of yourself. I'm your daughter. It's my job to do these things. Besides, I don't mind helping out, okay? You took care of me for 20 years. That was my job. And right now, your job is to finish school and take care of yourself." With a sigh, I crumple the paper bag and toss it in the recycling bin. "Don't worry about it, Mom. When you're up and around again, you can take over your own grocery shopping." There's a long pause, and I poke my head around the wall to check on her. She frowns and meets my eyes. "Did you get the strawberry protein or the chocolate?" I can't help the smile that slips out as I throw myself into an armchair across the couch. "Chocolate this time." We sit in silence for a moment, and I take the opportunity to look her over. She's lost weight, and her face is all angles and lines. She's still beautiful, but she looks too thin, dry and brittle. A nurse comes in each week to administer medications and do a quick IV with some pain medications, but I still want her to put on more weight. I return to the kitchen and bring out one of the cold protein shakes. "Here, drink this." She wrinkles her nose in disgust, but takes it. I help her sit comfortably and shift the pillows around to support her. When I take my seat again, she's sipping the drink slowly, a little at a time. It will take her forever to get through it, but by then, the chocolate ones will be cold, and maybe I can force her to drink another one. "Baby," she says, pulling me from the scheming in my head. "Where are you getting the money for all of this?" It's not the first time she's asked me, but it's the first time she's been so direct, meeting my gaze, her forehead wrinkling in concern. I sit back in the chair and sigh. Tutoring, odd jobs, the same as always. She tilts her head, her lips turning into a wry smile. How are you tutoring when you've been here more than school? I know these protein shakes aren't cheap, so... I shrug. What do you want me to say, Mom? I'm tutoring a high-profile kid at school. He asked for my services specifically, so that's what I'm doing. I charge more to just tutor him. It's basically almost a full-time income for less than part-time work. Why would someone pay that for your exclusive tutoring services? What does he really want from you? I throw up my hands and let them fall to my lap. I don't know. He's rich. He likes his time to be private. And I don't know. Maybe he's spoiled and thinks he'll do better if he has me all to himself. Her eyes narrow. So he wants to pass his chemistry exams. That's it. Her gaze slides away. Men like that, they expect things, sometimes. Did you plainly have him spell out what he wants? Wait, what's his name? His voice in my head says, You belong to me. I gulp and give her a wide smile, maybe too wide. He doesn't want anything but a tutor, Mom. I promise. Let's talk about you and the new drugs they are going to start you on. I want to make sure I'm here for you. Whatever you need. Oh, and his name is Drew. Not that I think you'd know him or anything. Her shoulders slump, just like they always do when I bring up the trial drugs. I can't stand the defeat on her face. So I stand, grab the dusting cloths from the kitchen, and start to run it over the shelves of knickknacks. It's okay, Mom. It'll be okay. I'm chattering at her and refusing to look at her. As long as she gets that look off her face, I'll be able to look at her again in a little bit. I keep cleaning since I won't be able to hire a cleaning lady anytime soon. It's another thing that's easy I can do while she's recovering, focusing on getting better. Are you seeing anyone? Her question comes out of nowhere, causing me to drop the cloth and the knickknack I'm polishing. Maybe this Drew? What? I sputter as I snatch it off the floor. Where did that come from? When I glance over my shoulder, her eyes twinkle, her smile showing teeth. She looks like Mom again, and my heart jerks hard against my ribs. I want grandkids one day. You have to meet someone to make that happen. A lot of women meet Mr. Right in college. I snort and mutter under my breath. More like Mr. doesn't take no for an answer. What was that? Nothing. No, I'm not really seeing anyone. Not permanently, anyway. I went on a date a while back, but it didn't go as planned, so yeah. She definitely doesn't need to know I was almost drugged, or worse. Well, maybe the next one will go better. But it's probably best to stay away from that boy you're tutoring. It's not a great idea to mix work and romance. I finish cleaning and then turn back to face her. I have to get back to campus. Anything you need before I go? She shakes her head. I got it. Thank you. Seriously, if you want me to come back, just send me a text or call. I don't have a heavy class load at the moment. Her eyes narrow a minute, but she gives me a nod and holds her arms open for a hug. There are still some things we need to talk about, baby. I know you aren't ready. but it still needs to happen. We need to prepare, just in case. It's on the tip of my tongue to deny and say no again. But if it makes her feel better to be prepared, then we'll do it. Then I'll say I told you so after the fact. I hug her tight and head back to campus. Light traffic means I'm back in the dorm in record time. My phone buzzes in my pocket, but I ignore it as I jog up the stairs into the suite. Jackie is packing her bag at the table and freezes when I enter.
Oh, I thought you were with your mom all day.
She is already tired of me, so I decided to give her a little space. Apparently, there is a fine line between hovering and caring. She sits at the table, and I avoid looking at the scarred wood, so I don't remember how Drew's hands felt holding me down there. I swallow hard and give my friend a smile. Anyway, I should get some studying done. She nods, her eyes soft, her smile gentle.
Do you want to talk about it? How is she doing?
I throw my shoulders back and set my purse on the table by her bag. She's fine. Weak from the meds and the illness, but she's doing better and will improve once we start these new meds.
How does she feel about some experimental trial?
There's something in her tone that I can't pinpoint, and I don't want to even try. Well, she's tired, but she will be happy once it starts working and she's still alive. Otherwise, I can't say the words. A lump stuck in my throat. Otherwise, we don't have much time left together. She surges up and comes around to take my hands. She's a little shorter than me, so I'm staring into her eyes.
Oh, honey, it'll be okay. It'll all be okay.
I want her to promise. I want the world to promise that I'll get to keep my mom. She's the only thing I have left in this world, and I can't lose her too. Instead, I sigh and squeeze her hands, then release her. Yeah, it'll be okay. We start the new drugs and see how it goes. It has to be okay. She returns to packing her bag, one eye on me and the other on her stuff.
Oh, I meant to ask if you're busy next weekend.
It's my turn to sit, and I tug my cell phone out of my pocket to check my calendar. Lord Drew hasn't requested my presence yet, so I think so. Why? What's up?
I'm working with a temp agency to do some catering. Like serving, cleaning, that sort of thing. It's for a big law firm in town, and they always tip well for these things, especially if you're the one to keep the liquor flowing. I snort. And you always seem to come home with a couple of bottles of that overpriced liquor. I was thinking, if you were free, you might want to come. It'll be so much better with you there. The food should be good, too. It's from that restaurant uptown neither of us can afford.
I'll likely be with Mom for the weekend, getting a start on cleaning and prepping so I only have to stop by after classes. Still, I have plenty of studying I could be doing. I shouldn't. She braces her hands on the table and leans in.
Do you know how much money I make at these events? More than I need for a month in one fucking night. You have to come, Belle.
One night for a month of pay does sound like a good idea. I could get a head start on money and maybe back Drew down on his studying if I need to. He won't take that news well, though.
Please, it will be so much more fun if you are there. I'll even give you my tips. For your mom, of course.
I lay my head on the table. Fine. I'll be there.
Chapter 27. Drew. There are days I don't want to see my father, and days I really don't want to see my father. The second I spot the idling limo outside the mill, the day becomes the latter. With a sigh, I take my time picking up my boots, sliding them onto my feet and grabbing a jacket. Drawing out the time I leave him waiting is dangerous, but it's really all the power I have in the relationship with him. For now. One day I'll get away from him and make that bastard pay for what he's put Mom and me through over the years. Pay for the way he portrays himself as the perfect father and businessman. I know the truth, and eventually, so will everyone else. Lee and Aries wander down the stairs into the foyer and eye me slowly while I'm tying my boots on the bench by the door. Sports equipment is scattered on the floor around me, so there's really only enough room for this one spot on the bench at the moment. Aries rubs the back of his neck and leans to see the car idling in the drive. "Your dad?" I grunt more than answer. Lee frowns, and they share a glance before both of them direct their attention back to me. I sit up straighter, my back pressed against the wall. "What?" I bark. Lee speaks this time. "Do you want one of us to go with you?" I almost laugh. Almost. And have my friends watch my father and his goons beat the shit out of me when I invariably say something sarcastic? No. Thank you. I stand and turn to the door with more urgency now so they don't force their way in. "No, thank you. I'll be back in a few hours. If I'm not, you know where to come looking." "If you need anything, call us," Aries states matter-of-factly. I nod, even if the chance of doing it is slim to none. At least they give a shit about me. Thankfully, neither of them try to stop me from leaving. The driver knows me and doesn't bother coming to open the door. I slide into the back seat, the leather creaking as I shuffle across the seat to sit on the far side. There's a bar on the opposite side of the limo, and I snag the bottle of high-end whiskey my father keeps there. He takes me to my father's office, a high-rise downtown with a nice view of the city. He owns the building, but only uses a portion of it for his investment firm. He also has several apartments in the building, no doubt so he can keep his mistresses off our family estate outside of town. Once we pull up to the valet, I slow my pace, again taking my time before I get out and go inside. I didn't bother dressing up, wearing a pair of joggers, my boots, my university t-shirt, and my worn leather jacket. My appearance alone is going to piss him off. I know this, and somehow I don't give a fuck. Maybe I have a death wish? Maybe I'm waiting for my father to end all of this for me. My father meets me on the ground floor, which is unusual. He's wearing a wide, fake-ass smile as he claps me on the shoulder. "Drew, my son, glad you were able to take a break from school to come in for a visit." His tone is just as fake as the smile he wears. It's all an act for his firm, for the security guards, everyone. From his slicked back hair to the pair of leather loafers on his feet, every piece of him is a well-constructed image. I know the part I'm supposed to play, but I just don't have it in me at the moment. "What do you want, Dad?" His eyes narrow at my bite on the word Dad, but he doesn't let his smile slip. "Come, let's go to my office. We have a couple of things to discuss." My legs feel like there are cinder blocks tied to them. I already know where this is going to go, but I don't have another option. I can come willing or go by force, but I'll end up inside his office one way or another. Blowing out a breath, I trudge forward. We get into the elevator, and I keep my distance, leaning into the shiny chrome walls. "Want to fill me in on what's going on?" I ask, knowing the answer already. "You'll find out soon enough. Patience, son. It's an asset you'll need to cultivate when you follow me into this business." We spend the rest of the short ride to the top floor in silence. Thankfully. We exit the elevator together, and I shove my hands into my pockets as we walk through the lobby of his office. When we pass by a few cubicles and desks, his employees give me tight smiles, and my father makes a note, nodding to anyone and everyone who meets his eyes. His hands come to my shoulder like he's the proud father escorting his son through his office, showing him off like a prized cow at the state fair. I cringe at the touch, but follow along, knowing full well that if I make a show of dissent, the punishment will make me unable to play football for days. Hell, I probably won't be able to show my face at school for days. With that knowledge, I turn my grimace into a neutral line and continue my descent into hell. It's a slight maze of desks until we reach the last area that opens into a line of offices with a view. Of course, my father has the best office and view. I walk in, shaking off his hand. I recognize the lady from one of my father's parties. I saw him talking to her. She's the one with the daughter who wanted to climb me like a damn tree. I give her a nod and throw myself down into the leather chair in front of the desk. She surveys me, not in the same way my father does when he checks to see if I'm wearing what he wants or if I've taken any injuries from the practice field. Her assessing gaze reminds me of a shark, surveying the tastiest part of me to bite. I meet her gaze and hold it, eyebrow cocked. Her red-painted lips curve into a smile. "It's nice to see you again, Andrew." I can't agree, so I give her a nod. "Manners, Drew," my father scolds. With those words, I shift my shoulders back and let the mask slip into place. "It's a pleasure to see you again." She turns her attention to my father, her hands on her hips, her black blazer framing the curve of her waist. A little old for my father's taste, but she's definitely not here for me. My father holds his hand out to shake hers. "It's really the best outcome for us all. It'll be a pleasure doing business with you." She gives me one more creepy, assessing look and walks out of the office, her heels clicking off the marble floor. I watch her with caution until she's out of sight. Then I put all my attention back on my father. What the hell was that about? My father sits behind his desk and clasps his hands on top of his desk blotter. "Nothing you need to worry about, at least not yet. In due time, it will all come together. I'll let you know when you need to know something. Speaking of, your attendance will be required at the next party that's coming up in December." I let out a gruff sigh. "Really? And why is that? I don't exactly contribute to the proceedings." My father narrows his eyes and glances through his glass walls to the employees working tirelessly beyond. Then he flicks a button on a remote, and the windows glaze to frosted glass. It's a threat more than a bid for privacy. Every muscle in my body tenses, and I meet his eyes. I'm not a little boy anymore. I have no reason to fear him, not in a physical sense, and I hate that he has that power over me still. "What do you want me to do?" He shrugs. "It's honestly very easy. Wear the suit I send you. When you get to the party with your date, which I'll provide, you will be cordial and attentive. Hell, you'll get on your knees and eat her like Thanksgiving dinner if that's what the girl asks of you." "You'll provide? I can get my own date. I don't need you to find one for me." He pinches his lips and nods a few times. Obviously, his patience is very slim. Shit. He's pissed. "I'm assuming you're referring to that little white trash tutor you've been playing around with. I heard through the grapevine that you're spending a lot of time with her, that she's your girlfriend." I tense and clench my fists in my pockets. I don't want her name in his mouth, and if I explode at him, it will only get worse for me. He'll know she's a weakness to me, and a man like my father only ever uses a person's weaknesses against them in the worst possible ways. Maybelle doesn't deserve to have any more shit heaped on her. "Not really sure what you mean. You know I don't date." "Don't bullshit me, Drew. I know how you operate. You're not that different from your dear old dad. A new girl every week, and you sure as hell don't keep the ones you run through that little plague gauntlet of yours. Still don't know what you mean. Like you said, she's white trash. A white trash flirtation to pass the time as the season winds down. Nothing more than that. Not until you told me to get a tutor. Then she became my tutor, who I can fuck when the need arises." She's nothing more than a business transaction. He nods once, but I can tell by his expression he doesn't believe me. Shit, I need to sell myself better. I lean forward and give him a smile. Like you said when school started, it's the sluts at the bottom of the ladder who will do anything for money. And she definitely lets me do anything. This sets a lascivious glitter in his eyes, and I try to keep my face neutral so he can't spot the relief there. Well, boys will be boys, I guess. He relaxes back into his seat. The party will be a firm-wide event with many clients in attendance, so I expect you to be on your best behavior. I even invited young Sebastian and Lee. Their parents are coming as well, being a couple of my top clients. I switch the subject back to his demands. I'll be there, but like I said, I can find my own date. His smile slips, and like I said, you will take the girl I tell you, and you will keep her satisfied for the entire night. No slipping off when the party gets going. No hiding out with your friends. You'll stay by her side and keep her happy and smiling. I've lost this round, and if it keeps his gaze off Maybelle, then I'll take whomever he wants me to take to his stupid little party. Fine. Should I pick her up, or will I be meeting her there? The gloat on his face makes me want to punch him. She'll arrive with her parents, and then you'll show her around the party and be the perfect gentleman, unless, of course, she doesn't want you to be a gentleman. I want to ask him how he can be such a motherfucker, how he can pimp out his own son for business, but it's not an argument I can win yet, so I don't even bother. Fine, I'll wait for the suit to arrive. I'll play my part as I always do. Silence surrounds us for a moment, and I stare out the windows at the city beyond to keep from saying or doing something stupid. I can still feel his eyes on me, and I don't want to show him how much I hate his fucking guts. I have to wonder how I can hate my own father so much. But then I remember all he's done to me, all the pain, embarrassment, the guilt and regret. It makes me question how a father could live with himself after doing all he's done to me. Good. Don't fuck this up, Drew. I've warned you before of the implications of disobeying me. Don't make me do something that we both know I don't want to do. I know it doesn't seem like it, but every single thing I do is for your future, and I won't have you ruining all the hard work I've put in. I get it. No worries, Dad. I'll play my part. Can I go now? I grit my teeth, asking for permission to leave. I hate the lack of control I have when it comes to my father. He nods and I stand, ready to get the fuck out of his office, this building, except my relief is short-lived when I reach the door and hear the loud clearing of his voice. Instead of turning to look at him, I just wait to hear what he has to say. Oh, and get rid of that little white trash whore before the party, or I'll do it for you. There's no reason for you to keep seeing her when you're going to be dating my client's daughter. We can't have rumors being started. I grit my teeth, my jaw aching from the pressure. He never fucking said anything about dating this woman. When he's done speaking, I head out. There's no reason to respond, not when I want to slam his head into the desk and pound out my frustration. I don't bother keeping the scowl off my face as I walk to the elevator and down to the car. I walk right past the car and head uptown. I'll get an app ride back to campus. I don't want a goddamn thing from my father right now. Standing on my own means no life, no money, nothing. It means he'd actively work to destroy everything I've worked to build the last few years since I started at Oakmount. I can't allow that. Not when his first target will be the only people I care about. My friends, my mother, Maybelle. I walk faster, using the burn of the cold air in my lungs to cool my boiling blood. If my father wants me to fuck this girl, fine, I'll do it. But I'm doing it my way. This bitch has no idea what she's getting into. Or better yet, who she's getting involved with.
Chapter 28. Belle. I shouldn't be as excited as I am to see Drew today. It's been a few days with the football game between, so I feel like it's been forever since I felt those penetrating dark eyes on me. A sensation I used to hate, but has grown on me now. Drew is smart. I'm not sure why his grades slipped, but it gives me a sense of accomplishment when he shares the news that he aced a test. I shove some books into my bag and then eye the lip gloss on my desk. I don't know why, but it occurs to me to put myself together, to do my hair or makeup. Not that it'll dress up my hoodie, messy buns, or worn jeans. With an eye roll at myself for being stupid, I grab the chapstick off the corner of my desk and swipe that on instead. Lip gloss would be wasted on Drew anyway, one way or another. He seems to stare at me no matter what I'm wearing or not wearing, for that matter. I gather up my pens, highlighters, and other study materials and shove them into my bag. It's lighter now that I'm not tutoring 25 different people in 10 subjects. I zip up the bag, throw it over my shoulder, and head to the kitchen. I grab a granola bar from the counter and an apple from the fruit basket, then head out the door. I've barely shut it behind me when I crash into a solid wall. No, not a wall. A person. I stumble backward and big hands reach for me, circling my biceps and keeping me from falling over. My skin burns where he touches me, and his fingers gently press into my flesh. I look up at him, his eyes moving slowly over his fucking disturbingly handsome features. That sharp jaw and high cheekbones. Those penetrating dark eyes that will me to spill all my secrets or else. It's getting harder to tell myself I'm not attracted to him. I shake the thoughts away before I can get distracted further. What are you doing here? I thought I was meeting you at the library. I attempt to take a step back, but I'm trapped between the door and him. The energy rolling off him makes me nervous. Did something happen? I'm ready to ask him, my lips parting, when he descends on me. His mouth slams against mine and my brain momentarily short-circuits. Those big hands of his move from my arms to the back of my neck and hip, their path leaving a blaze of heat on my skin. A shiver ripples through me, and his tongue slips inside my mouth, tangling with my own. I whimper as the kiss assaults me both physically and mentally. Holy hell, can he kiss? At his mercy, I clutch onto his jacket and let him devour me from the inside out. Drew terrifies me. Not because of his actions, but because of the way his actions make me feel. In his arms, I'm so much more than the nerdy girl. I kiss him back with the same fever he kisses me with. The entire building could be burning to the ground, and I wouldn't notice. Not with his lips on mine. The spell breaks a moment later when he pulls back, leaving me dazed and limp. His other arm snakes around my waist to hold me in place. I peer up at him and notice the dilation of his pupils and how much darker his eyes are. I need you. Let's go inside. His deep timbre reaches something inside me, and I stumble as he urges me forward but doesn't release me from his grasp. What the hell is going on? Inside the main room of the suite, my ass bumps against the dining room table, and he gives it a fond smile. Put your bag down. We aren't studying today. Just... He pulls me into his arms again and steals another brutal kiss from me. This time his searing kiss is harder, leaving my lips swollen and wet. What? I'm a little stunned and my eyes flutter open. What's going on? Drew is breathless, his cheeks a soft pink, his gaze frenzied. He looks exactly how I feel. Nothing. I wanted to see you. We were about to see each other at the library in like 10 minutes. Why? Like an animal stalking its prey, he pounces on me and slants his mouth against mine. In a haste, he pulls my bag off my shoulder, and it falls to the floor with a thunk. I'm about to pull away and remind him how expensive textbooks are, but then his fingers grip into the hem of my hoodie, and suddenly he's lifting it. I have to wiggle to make sure my bun doesn't get caught in the neck hole. With it out of the way, he tosses it across the room. I hear some glasses tink together, but keep my eyes on him. It's dangerous to take your eyes off him when he's like this. A predator, ready to attack. His eyes drop to the tight t-shirt I'm wearing. It's got the school logo across the chest, worn and faded from too many washes. Fuck, you look beautiful. Have I ever told you that? The words come out in a flurry. I shake my head, feeling vulnerable with the way he's looking at me like I'm a piece of porcelain. This is different, and I'm not sure I like it. His hands smooth down the length of my body, stopping at the waistband of my jeans. As sexy as you look with these jeans on, I'd rather see them on the floor and my cock stuffed inside your pussy. Fucking you will make me forget. Make it better. The lustful haze in my brain lingers, but the end of his sentence snaps me out of it. This isn't right. It's not just the sex part. It's the urgency, the deep-seated need. He's using my body to cope with something, using sex to forget. I wrap my hands around his wrists to stall him. Wait, Drew, what's going on? What's wrong? His expression shifts from abject need to cold indifference. I can see the walls coming up again. Every time I think I'm getting closer to seeing the real him, he disappears behind his mask. I don't pay you to be my therapist. I squeeze his wrists a little harder. You don't pay me to fuck you either, so what are you getting at? The grin he gives me makes my stomach flip. No, you'll fuck me for free, right? I'll bet if I slip my hand into your panties right this second, I'll find you soaking wet. I mean, you were practically begging me to fuck you out in the hall. The mind-blowing orgasm you get each time I fuck you is how you're paid. His words make me flinch, and I try to pull away. Of course, he doesn't let me move, and pushing against him is pointless. Instead of releasing me, he presses closer, crowding me, forcing me to back away while also guiding me where he wants. Don't tell me you're objecting to me fucking you, he growls. I don't even realize we're crossing the threshold into my bedroom until I spot my belongings out of the corner of my eye. Wait, let me guess. You want to say no while I take you? Will it make you feel better to tell me how much you don't want it, as your pussy milks my dick like it's the only thing in the world? Is that your fantasy? No control, no decisions, nothing to care about but chasing the high? If that's what you want, we can do it. Don't pretend you don't want me. No matter how much you say no, your body betrays you every single time. We both know how this is going to end. The only question is, will it be with your submission or without? Why do his words shoot lightning bolts of pleasure through my body? Like the more he's a bastard, the more I want it. No, he can't keep doing this to me. He already admitted that he came here to use my body so that he could forget something. I don't want to be that to him. I want to be more. Sensing the defiance in me, he grabs the back of my neck again and tips my face up, capturing my mouth in another brutal kiss. It burns so good. His lips, his body, it hurts and rages and leaves me with a hunger I've never known. Why does he make me feel this way? And what did I do to deserve someone like him? Karma isn't even that much of a bitch. Coming to my senses, I push at his chest and break the kiss, my heartbeat roaring in my ears. I don't want to be an object to you. Not when I'm a human with real feelings and emotions.
Oh, you're so much more than an object, Maybelle.
He bares his white teeth to me, and I shudder at the look in his eyes. Possession, deep-rooted desire.
Well, you might be human, but I'd prefer you were my little pet, obeying my rules and giving me pleasure when I ask for it.
Anger, like never before, boils up inside me. You chose the wrong girl, Drew. I need the money you give me for these tutoring sessions, but I'm not a whore. I'm not going to obey your every rule simply because you tell me to. He presses against me, the whole length of his body, and I can tell this little sparring match is doing nothing to satisfy his hunger for me. If anything, it's turning him on more.
For the attitude,
he whispers against my mouth, his wet lips brushing mine in a smooth passing rhythm.
I'm only going to put myself inside you when you ask me for it. When you beg me for it. And I promise, you fucking will.
I tilt my chin, breaking contact with his mouth. He smiles like I'm cute, like my resistance is adorable. And he pushes again until the back of my knees hits the edge of the bed, and I fall against it on my ass. Thankfully, I manage to keep myself upright. Drew stares down at me with a feral hunger in his eyes. Then he steps between my open thighs and pulls at the tie on his joggers. He only pulls enough of the waist down to expose his rock-hard cock. His t-shirt lays over the root of him almost obscenely. And even if I should, I can't look away. My mouth waters, and the urge to taste him consumes me. But I stay still and slip my hands under my thighs to keep from reaching out to touch him. Fisting his cock in his hand, he strokes himself hard while keeping his eyes trained on me.
Tempted to touch, my little wallflower?
I bite the inside of my mouth to stop speaking and shake my head. Even if I want him, I don't want him like this. I want more. I want to be something to him. I don't want to be used and tossed aside until the next time. Sensing my desire and need, he taunts me.
Fuck. You see how hard I am for you? I can already see myself sinking deep inside you. Your tiny cunt struggling to take me on the first thrust, stretching around my thick shaft. It's okay if you want that, because that's what I want too. I want to fuck you so hard, all you feel is the reminder of me and how I took you for days. I want you to be the good girl who takes my cock so fucking well, like it was made for you. But I need something in return. I need you to put your pride aside and ask nicely. Beg, really. And if you do it well enough, I'll stuff you full of my cum as a reward.
I blink and gulp. This is a game I'm going to lose, like always. But I'm nothing but a pushover if I don't put up a fight first. It's the fight he seems to enjoy anyway. He tilts his head like he's resigned to work himself and strokes his length in one brutally tight grip. Pre-cum beads on his head, and I can't take my eyes off him. I'm practically panting, my chest rising and falling so hard, I can see it in my peripheral vision while I watch him.
Cat got your tongue, Belle? Or maybe you aren't ready to beg yet. That's okay. You can watch for now, but with your shirt off instead.
I shouldn't. I should deny him the opportunity, but seeing him this way makes me want to see how far I can take it. I blink, and then do as he says. Why not? He told me he wouldn't fuck me until I asked, and removing my shirt and maybe my bra might take some of the pressure off my aching nipples. Grabbing the hem of my shirt, I tug it over my head and toss it aside. His predatory gaze sweeps over my body, down my lacy white bra to my flat belly, then to the waist of my jeans.
Bra, too.
It takes seconds to remove that, and soon my tits are bare to the chilled air. When I look at him now, there's fire in his eyes, not the cold indifference written into the grim line of his mouth.
It's really a shame you don't listen like this all the time. You're such a good girl when you want to be.
He reaches for me and caresses my mouth with his thumb, dragging it across my bottom lip. The motion sends zings of pleasure straight to my core. I want him to fuck me. I want him to make me beg for it. A whimper escapes me, and I can't even fucking help it. I'm so wet and achy for him.
Anything you want to say?
I shake my head. No. But it comes out more like a question than a fully convincing statement. The smirk he gives me is deranged at best. He trails his damp thumb from my lips, down over my chin and neck, stopping once he reaches my stiff nipple. His thumb's warm, wet heat against the stiff peak makes me shiver, and I lean forward wanting more. More sensation, more pleasure, more him. He meets my eyes for half a second, and then I look away, ashamed of how he can reduce me to my most basic instincts with nothing but the feel of his hands on my body. Without warning, he pulls his hand back and then brings it down, slapping my tit hard. The sting of pain registers first, followed by a ripple of pleasure. A gasp escapes my lips, and I tug my bottom lip into my mouth, biting hard to stop myself from doing that again. Of course, he hears and doesn't bother hiding his satisfied grin. He repeats the action, this time on my other breast. Fuck. The sting hurts, but the pleasure mounts, and I swear I'm so wet from this that it's embarrassing. How does he do this to me every single time? The heat of him swamps me as he moves closer. My thighs spread open even wider. I feel the slightly wet tip of his cock as he glides it against my collarbone. A whimper slips out of my mouth, the pleasure and need overriding me. He uses the tip of his cock to paint each of my collarbones with his pre-cum, and I look, now, needing to see him more than I need my pride, more than I need anything else at this second.
Anything on your mind yet?
I swallow hard as my body clenches around nothing. Empty, wanting, needing. I want you. I say the words, hating the sour taste that fills my mouth upon admittance. The satisfied hum he makes shoots right through me, causing my pussy to clench and my hips to lift involuntarily. I hate the power he has over me and the way he reduces me to nothing. I wish I was stronger and could resist him.
I'll let you in on a little secret, he whispers,
pulling me to my feet by my arms. I'm dizzy with lust and nearly trip over my own feet.
I'd have fucked you without the request, but I love watching you break for me, over and over.
A stupid retort sits on the end of my tongue, but disappears when his fingers sink into the sides of my jeans. He drags them down my legs, including my panties, and tugs them off me. Bare-ass naked, I stand before him, his eyes inspecting every inch of flesh.
I should mark you somewhere. Brand you, so you're always reminded of who owns you. Do you want that?
I shake my head. I don't belong to you, Drew. I belong to me. I'm just a hole to keep your dick warm, right? A feral growl rips through his chest and he snaps. I'm not sure why my response angers him so much when it's the exact words he said to me. In an instant, I'm back on the bed. Before I understand what is happening, his powerful hands latch onto me. He flips me onto my stomach and drags me up by my hips, forcing me onto my knees. My skin hums with the contact, with the anticipation. The head of his cock brushes against the seam of my ass, and my entire body tightens. He wouldn't, would he? I should fuck your ass just to punish you for being such a brat. But I don't have the patience to prepare you. And as badly as I want to hurt you, I don't want to break you. And I'd do just that if I did. Oh, how merciful of you. I roll my eyes, trying to keep my voice strong. I don't want to let him know that I'm already breaking. It's not mercy. It's making sure I can get my full use of you. The words sting against my skin, and I don't know if what he's saying is true or not. I don't get the chance to ask him because a second later, he's sliding deep inside me, as far as he can. The thrust is so powerful that I'm knocked from my knees and onto my belly. His hands clench around my thighs hard enough to bruise as he holds me to the level he needs. Pleasure and pain mingle, swirling into one. I can feel each punishing stroke of his length, and even as wet as I am, there's still a sting with every thrust. Drew. I whine into the sheets. There's no finesse to how he fucks me, going deep and hard. My body takes the punishing pace and gives back more heat, more liquid. All I can do is groan as he punishes me, fucking me harder than he ever has before. This is what you get, Flower. This is how I'm going to fuck you, hard and fast. I can barely keep myself upright, and at some point I sag into the sheets, letting him use my body as he pleases. He grunts and moves faster, slamming himself into me, and with one hand holding me in place, he uses his other and places it against my head, forcing me to stay down. The angle he has me bent in causes me to feel every inch of his length inside me. An animalistic urge grips him, and he grabs me by the back of the neck, tugging me backward, my back flush with his chest. With his cock nestled deep inside me, he thrusts upward, the head of his penis touching some special spot inside me. Oh my God. My gasp sounds nothing like me. The sound is deep, guttural, primal. I can feel every indent of his fingers, every press of his own hips against my ass. His abs work overtime as he thrusts upward, balancing me on his cock, forcing me to take every single inch. His hot breath fans against my neck, and my nipples harden. My fingers dig into his thighs where I grasp on for dear life. He's fucking me so hard I swear I can feel him in my stomach. My core tightens to the point of pain, and then I feel it. His teeth sink into the soft spot at the base of my shoulder and neck. Come on my fucking cock. Squeeze that tight pussy. I want to feel that hot cunt milk me dry. Do it. It's like my body obeys his every whim, and I shatter, my legs shaking as every part of me clenches tight and then releases. Ripple upon ripple of pleasure rolls through me, shooting me up with all the feel-good chemicals I've come to crave from him. He shoves me face first onto the bed and continues fucking me all the way through my orgasm. A few more strokes, and he lets out a groan that vibrates through me. Then I feel it. His warm release spreads through my center, filling me to the brim. I feel the absence of his body against mine, and I nearly turn to ask him where he's going, but then he shifts me and settles into the bed beside me. I watch him intently. noticing the tension in his jaw and his clenched fists across his chest. He's still dressed, and his pants are back up. Shame coats my insides, and I can feel tears stinging the back of my eyes. I fed right into his bullshit. I gave him what he wanted most, a warm hole to be used and discarded when done. I can't. We can't keep doing this. I whisper, almost as if I don't want to say the words at all. Drew makes me feel too much, but I don't have the same effect on him. I can't make him see something he refuses to see. Maybe this is why my brain put up such a tough battle when it came to him. Because it knew this could only end in heartbreak.
What do you mean?
He blinks slowly, and I can't really read his face.
Do you mean tutoring? Or something else?
This. I motion between us and grab my comforter, covering myself up because I feel too exposed right now. I can't keep doing this push and pull with you. Your hot and cold behavior is giving me whiplash, and I don't want to be a doormat for you to step on. You pay me to tutor you, not sleep with you. I know you're used to having random hookups and stuff, but I'm not. You're the first guy I ever did anything with. I hate the tremble in my voice as I speak because what I'm saying is true. I can't keep doing this with him. I need more than just sex. I want to feel wanted, cherished, valued. None of those things you can do. I hardly know anything about you. The only time we see each other is behind closed doors or in the library.
I don't do that shit with anyone. It's not just you, Maybelle. And I thought you hated me. It's starting to sound a lot like you've caught feelings.
I grit my teeth together, anger replacing the pleasure endorphins. What I feel or don't feel doesn't matter. You can't give me what I want. And even if you could, I don't know what a relationship with you would look like. I feel vulnerable as hell, but there wasn't any way around this. One way or another, we were headed here. He laughs harshly, but not in a way that says anything is funny.
Wait, are you trying to tell me you're finished with me? I thought I warned you before. I make the choices, and I'll decide when we're done. I don't care about what you want.
Looking into his eyes, I see no warmth, no joy. I see only anger and the desire for control. Maybe that's what brought us together. My desire to be free, and his desire to be in control. Too bad it didn't work out. Shoving off the bed, I wrap the blanket tighter around my middle. It hurts me to push him away, but I can't keep doing this. I can't keep fighting against something that isn't ever going to be. And that's the entire problem here. I shake my head in frustration. Could you just leave, please? I'm not going to continue on this roller coaster of emotions. You've gotten your fill of me. And unless you plan to change your motives and direction, there is no place for me in your life. He shoves off the bed and moves with lightning speed, his massive body crowding me. I don't want to be intimidated or bullied into compliance by him. I'm tired of feeling weak. I'm tired of being manipulated.
If you think you can deny what's rightfully mine, you're in for a world of hurt.
His voice is low and deadly. I'm not denying you anything. I want to be free. And you make me feel free. You push me to my limits. You're selfish and want me to meet only your needs. I mean, you just told me you don't care about what I want. It doesn't get any more obvious than that.
I don't need your permission, Maybelle.
He hisses through his teeth, and I can feel the anger rolling off him. You're right. You don't. You could take from me, rape me, hurt me, break me down until I'm nothing but a shell. But that's not what you want. You want me strong and defiant. You want me to agree because otherwise, it's not real. Otherwise, it's not good enough. You're many things, Drew, and while I have thought you were a monster a time or two, I'm starting to realize I might have misunderstood you. My words must cut far too close to the surface because a moment later, he takes a step back, a look of disgust painting his features. Then another. My heart aches inside my chest and I want to beg him to stay and talk to me. But he's not ready, and I'm not sure he'll ever be. I do know that I can't keep going down this road with him. With a shake of his head, he disappears from the room. The front door slamming closed makes me jump, and I climb back into bed, blinking back tears. He makes me feel more than I've ever felt, and somehow I can't make him see the destruction he's causing. What he's doing to me when I'm already so fragile. He can never build me back up in the way I need. He only knows how to destroy, and I can only take so much heartbreak before I shatter.
Chapter 29. Drew. You can only run so far from your circumstances, and my fucking circumstances have my balls in a vice that's threatening to pop them. I walk quickly across the campus, needing the burn of the air to calm me down, to stifle the urge to turn around, go back to her and fuck this need out of me until the itch for her stops. Fuck her until I no longer crave the taste of her skin against my lips. It's an infatuation because my father wants her out of my life. All he's done is make her more desirable by making her off limits. A few students are running around the campus to different buildings, thankfully all giving me a wide berth. If any of them so much as look my way, I might explode and goddamn kill someone. Anything to gain control of my life, for fuck's sake. That's all I want. Control. The ability to make my own choices, to make my own moves for what I want, instead of what my father wants all the time, what the team wants, what my teachers want, all of it. My life is always about what someone else wants. That might be why I don't go easy on my Wallflower. She's the only thing I feel I have control of in my life. Fucked up, for sure, but I don't care. That's gotta be why I can still taste her, and why all I can think about is having her again. She makes me feel like I'm in control for the very short time I get with her. But now, everything has changed. As much as I say she's mine, she's right. I want her fighting, spitting, cursing. I want her to fight back, because it makes my control of her all the sweeter. I jog up the steps of the mill and touch the wood of the door. Home. At least my father isn't living here, too. Inside, I get a moment of peace. If my friends aren't being dicks, that is. When I open the door, it's to Sebastian, pacing back and forth across the foyer, kicking football padding out of the way with every pass. He's wearing a button-down shirt and slacks like he just got back from a damn job interview. I stop short and close the door softly to avoid interrupting the conversation. He snaps out a word in French, and I catch a few curse words in the next guttural, angry phrase. He spins to make another pass across the entryway and glances up to meet my eyes. Another curse, and he cuts off the call and squeezes his phone in his hand. "What are you looking at?" he demands, locking eyes with me. There's real fury on his face, in the set of his jaw, the tense line of his neck. I don't know. What am I looking at? I set my feet and cross my arms. I'm so close to the edge of something. Belle kicking me out, telling me things are done, has primed me for a fight. It looks like Sebastian might need to take the edge off, too. We stare each other down, neither willing to put up with each other's shit. He stalks forward until only a foot is between us. "What are you doing, man?" You and that fucking girl. I tense, then clear my face to neutral. What fucking girl? He opens his mouth, and I close the distance, going chest to chest with him. Don't you dare say her name. You're going to choose some groupie over us? Your friends? Your team? He's close enough I can smell the whiskey on his breath. I don't have to make a choice. There's no need, so what the fuck is the problem here? Who was on the phone, and why do you feel the need to confront me about her at least once a week? She's my tutor for the moment, and that's fucking it. Actually, no, I take that back. I'm already done with her. You and my father have gotten your way. She's nothing to me. Really, nothing. Oh, really? Is that why you smell like sweat and sex right now? Get your head out of my ass, and you wouldn't need to worry about it, would you? There's a soft footstep on the stairs, and then a pause. I glance over Sebastian's shoulder to find Lee, frozen, his hands on the rails. What's going on, guys? I point and step back so I can keep them both in sight. You want to weigh in, too? The only person not riding my ass about Belle is fucking Ares. Maybe he's the only one who knows better. They share a look. Lee speaks up. We only want to protect you, man. From what? If you clue me in, maybe we can stop this song and dance. Another shared look, and I'm done. I shove Sebastian away from me. You say you want to protect me? Keeping secrets isn't going to protect shit. Besides, you say I'm choosing her over you, yet you're the ones not telling me the truth. You can both fuck off. Sebastian looks ready to charge me, and I stare him down. Lee takes a few more steps to come up beside Sebastian. It's not like that, man. Come on, calm down. I take a deep breath, because he's right. Not about the bullshit secrets, but the fact that I need to calm down. Another minute and I'll knock their heads together, and I might regret that later. Lee pulls Sebastian back, and we all seem to calm down a little, all breathing, taking in the situation. Lee takes the lead next. You going to that stupid party of your father's? The question seems laced with more than what he's outright asking, but I can't pinpoint exactly what he wants from me. Yes, I've been ordered to attend. My father said you two and your families will be there as well. Why? Our fathers are two of your father's clients. We were told it's a family affair and we have to show up, same as you. Something tells me they won't be pimped out to further their father's careers. The thought pisses me off all over again. Look, I'm tired. I'm going to go take a nap. Sebastian stops me with a hand on my chest, and I freeze. Get your hand off me, or I'll rip off your goddamn arm. He drops his hand. Just do what your father says. You've been spotted with the girl multiple times. People think she's unsuitable. I don't want to see you or her get hurt. I meet his eyes now, letting him see the flint and fire in mine. Are you threatening her? For fuck's sake, no. Like I said, I just don't want to see you hurt. There's another tense moment where we all stare at each other. What do you want from me, Sebastian? I turn to look at him. This is his fault. He's the one who instigated it all. Just watch your fucking back. That's all I'm trying to say. But you're too goddamn pig-headed to listen. I don't fucking need your advice or help. I never asked for it. The words burst out as if my body can't contain them anymore. Can't I have one fucking thing that is mine? Mine! The outburst echoes through the room, and they both stare. I've admitted more than I wanted to, and I hate that so much. I shove at Sebastian, and his arm comes up before I can block it, his fist connecting with my jaw. My head is whipped to the side from the blow, pain shooting through my nerves and bones. It shocks me, but also brings me back to reality. Once I'm sure I won't kill the asshole, I meet his eyes. Going my father's route to control me now. Nice. This time he lets me go, with a look of shame flashing in his eyes. The rage builds with every step I take, and by the time I reach my bedroom, I'm ready to explode. What the fuck is happening? What is my father doing to control my friends? My friends! I scrub at my face and turn circles around my room, trying to calm the fuck down. A tightness enters my chest, cutting off my air supply, and I bend over, gasping, just trying to draw breath for a moment. I know this feeling. I've felt it before, but it's been forever since I had a panic attack. The door to the bedroom opens, and a cool hand presses the back of my neck. I smell the lemon verbena wafting off Lee, so I don't smack the hand away. Then a bag of ice brushes my fingers as he tucks it into my palm. For your face, since we don't want to ruin your pretty boy image. Bastian didn't mean it, okay? He was just angry like you were. It was a misunderstanding. I straighten, slump against the bed, and hold the ice to my face. Yeah, the first time my dad hit me, he called it an accident too. He didn't mean to do it. I just made him angry. Look at us now. Lee stares down at me a moment, then sinks to the floor, crossing his legs. We just want you safe from him, from this whole situation. We all know if you keep him happy, that's one less day you'll come home with bruises. Besides, this isn't all about you. Something is going on with Sebastian, too. I meet his gaze and hold it. At the cost of what? What's the point if I have to give up every part of myself to keep him happy? Once you take it all, what is left for me? What will be the point then? I don't know, but no one wants anything to happen to you either. I shrug because I don't care what happens to me anymore. What's going on with Sebastian that makes him think he can kick my ass? Lee grins. Again, I don't know. He's been yelling at his family and talking to this weird investigator guy. I've tried to ask him a couple of times if he's okay or if I can help, and he gets snappy with me, so I stopped trying. I freeze, letting his words register. Investigators? For his father's business? Lee shrugs, then his shoulders sink, and he fiddles with some frayed threads on the throw rug underneath him. I don't know shit, Drew. I feel like I'm trying to put fires out left and right. All I can think is keep your father happy now until we figure out how to take charge of our lives again. Your life again. Then we'll do what we can for Sebastian, too. I lie back on the bed so I don't have to look at him. I'm not sure there's enough time for that. Right now, my father wants Maybelle out of my life so he can marry me off for his career, for his own gain. I don't even bring up the fact that Maybelle tried tossing me out of her life after our last fight. Lee squeaks from the floor. Marry? Oh, whatever you're hearing from your fathers. They didn't tell you he expects me to entertain a date at this stupid-ass party? He told me, and I quote, to eat her like Thanksgiving dinner if that's what she wants. That's fucked up, dude, but not really shocking. I don't bother replying to that. We both know how fucked up it is. Can't you, make sure you only see Belle in private? Or maybe push her away for now until all this attention dies down? Remembering how skittish she is, and how much fucking work it took to make her look at me like a person instead of a monster, I don't think so. Not when it all backfired, and she doesn't want me anymore anyway. Probably not. She'll go back to hating me, and now that I see the lust in her eyes, I don't want to go back to that place. I can't go back there. It's more of a mantra. She's already given up on me, but I can't give up on her. Not yet. He sighs. What if one of us pretends to date her instead and bring her to the house so you can see her? I snort. She hates all of you fuckers way more than she hates me. I roll so I can see him again. Besides, you all think it's better to stay away from her anyway. Dude, real talk. I've never seen you like this about a girl before. She's mine, I whisper. She's not special or important, but she's fucking mine. And I'm so goddamn tired of giving everything up for him. Mom, the house, Belle. Soon he'll separate me from you guys, like he's already trying to do, then force me into his company to become a drone, his perfect carbon copy. Another body he can use to make himself more money. That's always what it's about for him. I let the silence grow, staring at my friend. How did it come to this? We've always been so tight, impenetrable. This year, though, we are turning on each other. For what? I fucking hate this shit. There's a knock on the door, and Sebastian enters, a permanent scowl etched into his face. He throws a garment bag across my desk chair. This just came, and there's a note attached. He tosses it on top of the bag and stalks back out of the room. Lee stands, graceful as always. Let me try and figure this all out. I refuse to let anyone break up our brotherhood. I nod and watch as he leaves, just like Sebastian did. In the end, we've solved nothing. We've done nothing. I feel powerless, and I fucking hate it. I stand and grab the note, ripping it out of the envelope, as if that small act of retribution will make me feel better. The creamy white paper is an embossed invitation. Scribbled on the back is a note in my father's messy, loopy handwriting. I expect you to be early, so you're here before your date. I crumple the piece of paper up and throw it across the room as hard as I can. Fuck him and his orders. Fuck it all. I almost laugh at myself because of how ridiculous it is. As much as I say that, we both know I'll be there. At least until I can find a way to get myself and my mom out from under his fucking thumb.
Chapter 30. Belle. I'm still thinking about what happened with Drew a day later. I feel raw, like a wound that hasn't healed. Part of me, the hopeless part, thought he'd have said something by now, or at least tried to fix things. No luck, especially not when I haven't received a single text from him. I'm trying to figure out my tutoring schedule and who I can convince to come back and work with me. When I blew up this whole thing with Drew, the last thing I'd been thinking about was the money. My phone vibrates beside me, and I snatch it up, hoping it's a client. The number for the hospital flashes across the screen, and I hit the green answer button and press the phone to my ear. Hello? Ms. Jacobs, this is Dr. Mitch. I'm just calling because your mother missed her appointment today, and she's not answering my calls now. I'm worried. I was going to send an ambulance, but I wanted to call and check with you first. Time stands still. My heart is lodged in my throat so tight I have to clear it. What do you mean? I thought her appointment was tomorrow morning. That's what she told me. I was going to come with her. I'm afraid not. She was due to come in today for the first of the experimental treatments she signed up for. I sigh. Mom, what are you doing? Knowing how apprehensive in the beginning she was to do this, I'm not really surprised. She probably thought she could skip it without me knowing. I'll go check on her. Is it too late to show up for the appointment? No, it's just a simple injection. You can come anytime. Please let me know if she is okay, though. I need to confirm. Of course. I'll be in touch soon. I hang up the phone, grab my purse, and run out the door. Rushing to my car, I throw the door open, climb inside, and turn the key, bringing the engine to life. I back out of my spot and start toward the house. Part of me is angry. Why would she lie to me like that after all I'm doing to help her? But at the same time, fear gnaws at me from the inside that something is wrong, that something's happened to her. It will kill me if something has happened. I race through town, watching for cops so I don't get pulled over and screech into my mom's driveway. I slam the brake in place and rush to the door. Of course, it's locked, and my fingers are shaking so bad, I fumble with the keys to unlock the knob and the deadbolt. Inside, I spot my mom on the couch. eyes closed, completely still. My heart drops into my stomach. No. It comes out in a rush of breath. I slide on my knees across the old carpet to her side. Mom. I give her a shake, feeling the warmth of her skin. Mom, please wake up. She flicks her eyes open slowly, then focuses, rearing back. Baby, what's wrong? Slowly, she wipes at the tears I didn't notice on my cheeks. I bow my head against her hands and let the tears fall, my whole body shaking. I'm sorry. I thought... The doctor called me and I thought something had happened. I sit back on the floor and wipe my face while she sits up. Baby, Why did you lie to me? I demand. I would have been here to take you. I need to take you to these things so I feel like I'm doing something, like I have some kind of control over what's going on. Her forehead wrinkles, and she tucks the blanket in around her tented knees. I'm sorry, Belle. I don't know why I lied. I guess I'm worried you're throwing away your life and all your future opportunities for me. For what? A chance that I'll live another couple of years at most? You heard how experimental this drug is. I don't want you to throw away your life for me. And then I die anyway. I hate hearing these words from her lips. I hate them so much that all I can do is lash out in anger. Stop. Stop saying you're going to die. Medicine has progressed since the last time you were sick. You can beat this. You just have to fight it and stop fighting me. I want to help you, but I can't if you refuse to listen to me. We sit in silence for a moment, and I hate the scared, defeated look on her face. I ease up on the couch beside her and lean my head against her chest like I did when I was a little girl. I can't lose you, Mom. I'll do anything to keep you with me. She hugs me tight, her arms wrapped around my body. That's what I'm afraid of, baby. You doing anything and everything, and regretting it a few years down the road. I sink into her, let her hold me, and enjoy the scent of her shampoo and the way she feels comforting me, like she's always done. Every scraped knee, every heartbreak, all of it. She's been there for me. Now I can be there for her, and she keeps pushing me away. I pull back and look at her. I understand your apprehension, Mom, but I'll do anything to have another day with you. There's no regret in being able to have more time with a loved one. If you're up for it, the doctor says we can still go get your treatment. Standing now, I turn to face her. Come on. I'll get you cleaned up, and we can go. Maybe stop for pancakes at the old diner while we're out? She frowns and gives me a look of defeat. What am I doing wrong? Is there something I'm missing that she isn't telling me? She's so determined to give up. It makes me think there is more than what she's shared. I help her up off the couch and then into the bathroom. Soon I have her bundled into my car and on the way to the hospital. I try to make small talk with her on the way, but she doesn't give me more than a few words or sounds. At the hospital, I grab a wheelchair to make the long trek to the treatment room easier on her. Inside, the doctor shows up immediately with a smile on his face. I'm so glad you girls could make it today after all. He sits across from us on a rolling stool and looks my mom over. I'm glad you were okay. I was worried when you didn't take my calls. My mom clears her throat and gives a wan smile. I guess I slept right through them. I'm so sorry to waste your time, doctor. The doctor squeezes my mom's hand and shakes his head. Don't you worry one bit about that. It's my job to take care of you, not the other way around." Then, just as quickly as he arrived, he spins on his stool, grabs the tablet off the counter, and makes a few clicks and swipes with his fingers. "Okay, we have you down to start a course of drugs today to treat your illness. I'm obligated by law to tell you there is no guarantee it will work, and that you are participating in an experimental trial." My mom tenses beside me but keeps her eyes on the doctor, who continues his spiel. "Now, with today's hiccup, I need to confirm that you still want to participate. And you agree that I've told you the warnings." There's a long moment while I look back and forth between my mom and the doctor. Why isn't she saying anything? The doctor cocks his head to the side. "Ma'am?" He holds out the tablet with the legal jargon and a place to sign. "If you agree, sign here and we can proceed. I promise it's a painless procedure, just a quick injection, and you can go home and rest. I'll have the nurse print out side effects and questions that might arise." After a moment, my mom lifts her finger and scribbles on the tablet. The doctor smiles, nods, lays the tablet on the counter, and moves to a small refrigerator by the door. He punches in a code and then opens it, pulling out a small vial. I watch him bustle around the room, grabbing a few more things and taking his seat again, then depositing his handful on a small rolling tray. He moves my mom's arm to the side of the chair and rolls up her long sleeve. There are small scars from all the IVs she's had lately, and seeing them makes my stomach clench. The doctor chats away about some upcoming early fall snow while he fills a syringe and cleans my mom's skin with an alcohol wipe. I grab my mom's free hand and squeeze, while the doctor gives the injection and then places a bandage over the tiny wound. Once she's finished, the doctor strips off his gloves, cleans up the mess, and sits one more time. His eyes move to me, and I almost flinch at the focus, when I've been so glued to every twitch of my mother's. "Now she'll need lots of rest. Continue the high-protein, high-calorie diet we already discussed. If she starts feeling sick, I'll prescribe some meds to help with that as well. Just simple things that will make this all a little more tolerable." Once he talks to us about the side effects, he leaves, and a nurse comes in to hand over some paperwork. We leave the same way we came in, and it all took only about 20 minutes. Even if it was a short trip, it's so monumental. It will keep my mom with me. So something in me feels like it should have taken longer. It should have left a physical impact. But it doesn't. We return to the car, and I bundle her up, raising the heat because she's shivering. Mom opted to skip the pancakes. When we are back at her house, I get her settled into her favorite spot on the couch again. Then I bustle off to the kitchen to load her up with water and snacks. Once I have everything within easy reach, I sit on the floor by her side and hold her hand, just to spend a few minutes with her. "Are you okay, Mom? You've been quiet since we went to the doctor." She rolls on her side and gives me a look, her eyes a bit hazy. There were some pain meds mixed into the shot, so I expected it. "I'm fine, baby. Just don't tell your grandpa, okay?" I freeze and stare at her. "Grandpa?" She pats my head. "He'll be so angry I left, that I ran away. But we're safe now, and I never got to tell him that." "Grandpa?" I whisper to myself. Then louder. "Who is Grandpa? I thought your father was dead." She makes a sleepy noise and snuggles against the covers. "Don't worry. They can't find you. He's dead too. No one can find you. But especially not your daddy." Something old and bitter cracks open in my chest. Daddy? Another noise. Another slow blink my way. Yes, he's dead too. Don't worry. There aren't many left. All of this is news to me. Whenever I brought up anything related to her family or my father, she always brushed it aside. Told me they had passed away tragically. Now she's saying her father is dead and my father is dead. But what does she mean about keeping me safe then? I gently shake her shoulder. Mom, who else is out there who would want to hurt us? There's no point. She's dead asleep now, her mouth already parting with a small snore. I knew my mom kept secrets, as all parents do at some point in your life. But to keep a secret regarding our lives being in danger? Why would she keep that from me?
Chapter 31. Drew. My father went all out on this one. The ballroom at the estate is sparkling and gleaming, and I think good old Dad got a new chandelier installed. I stare at the crystals reflecting the soft candlelight bulbs throughout the room. Tiny rainbows spiral over the walls, and it's enough to calm me down for a second, to have a moment's peace from the hole in my chest where Maybelle should be. It's not love. I'm not stupid enough to believe it's love. There's no such thing, but it's like she's taken something from me, something vital, and I fucking want it back. Just as quickly the panic returns. Is this where the money is going? Why he's pimping me out to a client's daughter? It makes me grit my teeth and drag my eyes to the already large crowd. It's packed in here, and the waitstaff circles with trays of food and drinks. At least I don't have to endure a formal dinner. I spot Lee's parents on the other side of the room, and Sebastian's parents lingering near the bar. Not unusual for them. They'll stay there all night, probably. I snag a glass of something brown from a passing tray and throw it back in one huge gulp. It burns all the way down, but it's nothing more than an uncomfortable heat. As I move to grab another, I spot my father on the other side of the room with his client and her daughter. The parents are talking, but the girl already has her eyes trained on me, locked and loaded. She knows what she wants, I'll give her that, but if she thinks she can just have me, she'll be mistaken. I turn and head in the opposite direction, needing a little more time to put on my game face, the mask that saves me at these things. I spot a sulking Lee over in the corner, clutching a drink to his chest as he keeps his eyes open. If any of his father's friends are here, that explains his desire to hide. Which is for the best, because he's gained 20 pounds of muscle this year, and I'm not sure he wouldn't kill one of them if they tried anything. There's too much history there. Sebastian is near the door, scanning the scene, assessing as ever, playing the part of dutiful son. It makes me roll my eyes. Fuck him and how easy he makes it look. We still haven't talked about the fight, about whatever the fuck is going on with him. When I walked in the other morning, he'd been shouting at his phone. Something serious has happened, but he's not talking to any of us about it. I shift my gaze and spot my father, his client, and my fucking date crossing the ballroom to my side. My father smiles and claps me on the back, and I barely contain the flinch his touch always causes. You remember my client and her daughter, Spencer? He waves at the woman. I smile, barely showing teeth, and turn to the younger woman. Ah, yes, of course. She looks pleased. Oh, you do remember me. I wasn't sure you would. Since she almost had her hands down my pants the last time we met, of course I fucking remember. Her mother beams down at her and then up at me. You two go dance. It's a party, right? Get into trouble. My father laughs. Not too much trouble, though, am I right? I lead her toward the floor, but she winds her arm around my elbow and tugs me around the dancers. I missed you. Bullshit. I don't say that, though, giving her a non-committal grunt instead. Logic goes out the window, and she takes it as encouragement, just like her type does. If this girl joined the hunt, she'd be training fodder for all the guys who love an easy catch. They'd take her one after the other and leave her in the woods to piece herself back together. They might let her come if she screamed prettily enough. She snags a glass of wine, and I pull another whiskey off the tray. I'm going to need so much of this tonight, if only to keep the stench of her perfume from burning my nose. My Wallflower always smells so clean, like strawberries and coffee sometimes. I can't think about her here, not in this world, not tainted by these assholes. I let Spencer lead me along where she wants. Eventually she stops, and I get a look at the gown she's wearing. Green silk hugging tight to her tall, lithe frame, a slit that goes up to her fucking hip almost. I wonder if Spencer picked out her dress, or if her mother did, since she's wearing something similarly racy. It doesn't matter. I won't be taking it off her, even if that's what she thinks will happen. She turns to face me and gives me a smile. "You want to dance?" I hold my arm out, and she grabs my hand instead to place it against her lower back, almost at the curve of her ass. God damn, this one is needy. Not enough guys at her school to torment. My entire body cringes as I touch her, and I do my best to hide it. We linger at the edge of the dance floor so I can make a quick escape if I need to. She, of course, steps into my chest, her tits brushing against me with every move. "It's hard to waltz with you so close to me." Her tone tips as her eyes rake over my body. "Who says we need to waltz? Hold me close and we can just sway. This isn't the fucking high school prom. Have some dignity." She tenses in my grasp, and her eyes immediately brim with tears. "What? What did you say?" I keep us moving as she barely shifts with the music now. "You heard me. I get you find me attractive and you want Mommy to buy me for you, but you should know I'm not for sale. And if you push me, I will make you miserable for it." A few tears slip free of her eyes when she blinks, and I grit my teeth, wanting to tell her there are far worse things to cry about in the world, but I don't. Almost at the same moment, a hand clamps over my shoulder, and I recognize the hard grip immediately. My father breathes into my ear. "Is there a fucking problem?" I glance down at the girl, who still looks upset, but whose eyes are trained on my father now. "Of course not. However, you're interrupting our dance." "My apologies, but I'd like to have a word." My father's charming voice replaces the venomous one he just gave me, and Spencer smiles, taking a step back from me. My father whirls me around and leans into my ear. I already know what he's going to do. His goal is always the same. "You better get your shit together and do your fucking job, or there will be hell to pay. What about Mom's next barrage of drugs? You want me to accidentally forget the pain pill regimen the doctor has worked so carefully on?" He wouldn't fucking dare hurt her to get back at me. And still, his face has never been more serious. "Don't believe me? How about you test me and find out?" I want to call him a bastard and elbow him in the face until a satisfying spurt of blood comes out, but acting out in violence wouldn't change what's already happened. He's not worth it. This is the exact reason I never fight him, why I always stay in line like a little toy soldier. Any sort of rebellion ends up falling back on my mother, and when you love someone, you make sacrifices for them. I just don't know how much longer I can keep this up. I spin away from him and snag Spencer's hand, dragging her to the other side of the dance floor. We get back to dancing, and her hands are tighter around me now, but she leaves a few inches of distance between our bodies. "I'm not a genius, but I take it you and your father don't get along?" I peer down at her. "My father is my father. I do whatever he wants me to do." "Including dancing with me?" She pouts. You were so charming and sweet the last time we met. It's like you aren't even the same person. Fucking hell. Not only am I forced to be her personal fuck toy, but I have to stroke her ego while I'm at it. Of course. Don't worry about it. You want me to be the perfect date, then I'll be the perfect date. Her frown deepens. That's not what I want. I want you to want me, and not because you're told to want me. You can have one or the other, not both. I tug her closer, crowding her. So what's it going to be? Her breath rasps out, and I catch sight of her nipples poking through the thin fabric of her dress. I guess that answers my question. Why don't we get a drink? This time I take her hand in mine and interlace our fingers. She lets me drag her along my side to the bar. The bartender approaches, and I order a double whiskey and a glass of wine. We stand and sip our beverages for a moment while watching everyone else mingle. After a minute, she turns to me. How is school going? Your little club? I grit my teeth and stare down at her. Fine. It's all fine, of course. She smiles back tentatively. Oh, I'm so happy to hear it. Her hand lands against my chest and climbs upward. When I don't remove it, she seems encouraged and leans into my side. She's a snake, slithering her way up my body. Across the room, my father stares at us, his gaze penetrating with the weight of 10 concrete blocks. With his face growing redder by the second, I unclench my fist and force myself to wrap an arm around her body, clutching her tight to my side. Turning, she beams up at me with this awestruck look. My stomach churns, the contents threatening to climb out of my throat and spill across the floor. I want to shove her away. I want to tell my father he can fuck off and that whatever he has planned will never happen. But I can't. There's too much hanging in limbo. My mom, Belle, any chance I might have at a future. Spencer reaches up to tug my hand into hers, then places her drink on a passing tray and pulls me toward the corner of the room to an alcove of curtains and privacy. I don't bother trying to stop her, not with my father's pensive gaze on us. Once we're out of sight, I pause, stopping her from pulling me any further. I have no doubt what's on her mind, but if she really does want it, she'll have to start it herself in the plain light of the room. What do you want, Spencer? She gulps. Obviously you, silly. It's nothing like Belle says, and I hate that I have to hear those words from another woman's fake-ass mouth. She doesn't want me. She wants my dick and what it will give her, not me. Belle wants you. Belle gives a shit about you when she shouldn't. I grit my teeth at the reminder of how shitty I've been to her. If I could, I'd leave her life for good, but I'm consumed by her. Her presence, scent, the way she looks at me, and those sexy glasses she wears. Spencer seems to be encouraged by my lack of words, and she stretches up on her tiptoes to press a kiss to my lips. It's a gentle graze, and I hold tense, tight, not pulling her in, not kissing her back in any way. Her eyes are closed, sparkle coating the lids, but I keep mine open, watching her. I don't want this. I don't want her. My stomach turns at the thought of her tongue in my mouth, and I have to clench my jaw as she goes for a second, deeper kiss. I can't stand the plastic taste of her mouth on mine, or the way she whimpers like this tiny contact is turning her on, making her lose it, when I know damn well it won't. Someone cuts in. Oh, looks like you two are having fun. Sebastian, the fucker, stands with a smile on his face. It's a soft, almost sweet one, something I've never seen on him. It's more unsettling than anything else tonight, by far. What is going on? And who is this little dove? Little dove? I can't help it. I gape at him as she sinks back to her feet and stares at him. Of the two of us, he's the more classically good-looking. Silky tan curls, bright green eyes. He's also the more brutal, not that she would know it. He leans in and kisses her hand. I'm Sebastian. Who are you? She giggles. Fucking giggles. Spencer. Spencer, yeah. Well, shit. I guess if he's going to rescue me, I can't be a dick to him. He glances at me and smiles that stupid grin again, and I can't help but smile back with how dumb he fucking looks. In a flash, he turns his attention back to her. And what are you doing dancing with this reprobate, Spencer? Didn't they tell you that if you're going to date a guy from the mill, it should be me? Or maybe, he taps his chin like he's thinking, only Lee is prettier. She giggles again, and he points out Lee, who was still pouting in the corner. Should we go cheer him up, do you think? He looks like he could use a drink or two. She turns her attention back to me, her body more relaxed. Is he your friend? My smile is more real than fake now. Yeah, I guess he is. She follows Sebastian over to the other side of the room, and for the first time so far tonight, I feel like I can breathe. Lee tenses when they approach, but relaxes under Sebastian's pointed teasing of both him and the girl. I turn, intent on another damn drink, but the ground beneath my feet disappears. My eyes collide with another pair of pretty green eyes. Belle. She's standing behind the bar, her eyes wide, face as white as a ghost. There's no doubt by the heartbroken expression she wears that she hasn't missed a minute of what happened, including that kiss.
Chapter 32. Belle. It's like my body completely froze from the inside out. The tray in my hand shakes and threatens to topple, so I slide it behind the bar on instinct alone, while the rest of me stays locked in place, staring at Drew over the high-top bar. He whispers my name, and it breaks the spell, allowing me to move my legs and take one stumble backward. His eyes stay on mine, and his hand comes up like he might reach for me even though we are several feet apart. No one else is in the room, and that thought scares me now. All I see is him, and on repeat in my head, the highlight reel of her kissing him, of her touching him. What the fuck is happening? The bartender moves my tray.
What the hell are you doing? The natives are getting antsy. Go circulate.
The hard line of the tray hits my chest. I take the weight and stare up at the large 40-something bartender as if he's speaking another language. What?
Take this round and go. Come back when you need more. You're holding me up for custom orders.
I look up at Drew again, and he's closer now. Only the bar separates us.
Belle.
He breathes, and even with the music, the crowd, I hear it anyway. It doesn't matter. I can't do this. I can't face him after what I witnessed. It hits me all at once that I know nothing about him. His grades, his schoolwork, how he feels inside me. But nothing real, nothing substantial. Has he had a girlfriend this whole time? The thought shoots through me, and I can't face him. No, not like this. I turn and I fucking run, like the coward I am. Leaving the tray on a side table near the door, I race right into the service hall that runs along the ballroom. It's empty now, but it doesn't take long to hear the sharp tap of dress shoes on the linoleum chasing me.
Mabel, stop.
He never uses my full name, and I hate him for doing it here, now.
Fucking stop, Belle. Damn.
I'm moving faster, cutting across another hall that leads into the kitchen to the other hallway that runs perpendicular to the main one. This place is a maze, but I will find my way out of here or die trying. He continues to follow me, and I continue to ignore him.
You really want to do this here? Go ahead and run. It doesn't matter. I'll always find you. I'll always catch you.
I glare at him over my shoulder, still moving. He's slow. Slower than I know he can move. Let me guess. You say that to her too? Did you chase her down and take her in the woods too? Claim her virginity and fuck up her life? He huffs and stuffs his hands into the pockets of his tux. A fucking tux he looks incredible in.
You sound desperate, little Wallflower. If you stop, I can show you what I really think.
Fuck him, and fuck this. No, I snap, and up my pace.
You know I like it when you run from me.
His words make me want to stop and fucking deck him. Especially since I hadn't heard a word from him since he left my room the last time. The distance between us is so thick that I hadn't yet figured out how to breach it. I think that's on him, not me. If he's saving himself for some tall, willowy rich girl, me throwing him out means nothing, despite his protestations. When the next door comes up, I sweep through it and back into the party. It's all diamonds and big hair. All these people have far too much money and time on their hands. Drew follows me, pausing as he scans the crowd again. I grab a tray from a passing server and swing through the crowd into the big knots of people to keep him off my tail. He can't confront me in here, not in front of these people. I stop short when a 6-foot-tall giant cuts me off. He snags a champagne flute from the tray and stares down at me, a wrinkle in his brow.
You okay, my dear?
I risk a glance at Drew walking up behind me and give the man a megawatt smile. I'm fine, sir. Do you need anything? Are you comfortable? His eyes flick to Drew, who hovers behind me, waiting, no doubt, for the opportunity to sweep back in and drag me away. I pass the man who is still staring at me, a curious expression pinching his features, and move on to others, extending the tray, doing the job I'm being paid for. When I break out of the crowd, a hand grips me by the arm and drags me through another side door. Drew shoves me hard against the concrete brick wall adjacent to the door, until my shoulder blades ache with the impact. Shit. He's scowling now, his eyes locked on me as he pinches my chin between 2 fingers and tilts it up. Now you will listen to what I have to say because you don't have a choice, Wallflower. I stare deep into his eyes, making sure he can see and feel my defiance. He doesn't get the last say here. That's where you're wrong. I always have a choice. Now tell me what you want so I can get back to work. The question drags up all the memories of us together, of all the times I've asked him that same question and never gotten an answer. Thinking about it, he probably wanted this with me all along. Someone to fuck with and play games. This time, he leans in and whispers against my mouth. We never made any promises. In fact, you are the one who told me to walk the fuck away. Remember? I jolt as his words sink in. That's what he wants to say when he's practically kissing me? I shove at his chest. Get the fuck off me. You're right. We didn't make promises. Except the second I even look at another man, you freak the fuck out. So, that tells me something is happening, right? Or maybe it doesn't go both ways. You can claim to all your friends that I'm your girlfriend so they don't touch or mess with me. Meanwhile, you can see anyone you want, but I have to sit around until you decide to come to me? He huffs, his warm whiskey breath fanning my skin. Belle. No, you're right. We never made promises. But you sure as shit are going through a lot of effort to explain yourself if I mean nothing to you. He finally steps away, and I feel like I can breathe again. It's not worth the effort, as an ache forms in my chest from the fear, anger, and fucking betrayal. Why do I feel betrayed when we aren't supposed to be anything to each other? This time, the words come out with all the weariness I feel. What do you want from me? Look. He gestures toward the exit door. His expression is earnest, pure, and I want to tell him to fuck off, but I don't. That man you saw out there isn't really me. It's the act my father forces me to play. Or else. His frustration bleeds into his words. I blink and crane my neck forward as if I'm listening harder. Or else what? He'll stop with your $10,000 weekly allowance? His eyes go sharp and dark. Watch your mouth, Belle. I don't give a fuck if you don't want me anymore. I'll still find a way to punish you. What are you going to do? I demand, not caring if I'm yelling now. You just said we never made promises. Fine, then you have no say over a damn thing about me. If I want to walk out into the ballroom and kiss the first man I see and tell him to take me home and fuck the daylights out of me, then I will. You, Drew Marshall, do not own me. His fist comes out of nowhere, slamming into the wall above my head, and I flinch before glaring up at him. I'll repeat myself, but only once. The man out there with that woman isn't really me. It's me doing what my father says, taking part in the family business. It's not what I want, Belle. I cross my arms over my chest. And that woman's tongue down your throat supports the family business how? He cups my face as tears slip free from my eyes and trail down my cheeks. Fucking hell. I'm trying to stay strong here. You're the only one who sees me, Belle. The only person who sees the real me. That's what I want from you. His voice drops to a husky whisper that almost unmakes me. I want you to be the one who tethers me to sanity. That keeps me from doing stupid shit. From ruining everything. Who doesn't just let me give in to my demons, but fucking embraces them. Tears are falling hard and fast now. And I'm relieved when they block his view slightly. Please let me go. I'm obviously not what your family wants for you. If that, what did you call it? A show? Was anything to go by? The heartache is too much. All of this is too much. His fingers tighten, and he dips his thumb under my jaw to tilt my face up. I'll never leave you alone. Now cut the shit and listen to what I'm telling you. I blink through the tears and wait, happy I'm at least not sobbing in front of him. You are what I've chosen for myself, Belle. That's why I'm stuck on you. What does that mean? He presses his forehead to mine. Nothing and everything, okay? I want you, but I will never be able to keep you. For now, you keep me from making worse choices than the bad ones I'm already committed to. How romantic, I mumble, turning my face so his lips can't touch mine. There's still a splotch of pink on his mouth from her lipstick, and I don't want it touching me. I'm telling you in every way I possibly can that I need you. I tug my face away, and this time, he releases me. There's no way I can give him the last word here, though. I'm raging mad. But more than anything, I'm hurt. You need me, huh? That's a long way from even fucking liking me, isn't it? You like my pussy, my body, the way I scream for you, right? But not me. You say I see you? Well, you know what? You haven't even bothered to try to see me, have you? The words hurt to say, but they are the truth. Now let me get back to work. Unlike you, I don't have a daddy to hand me everything I want whenever I want. He blinks but takes a step back. Of course, it's not a big enough one to allow me to leave without touching him. I wiggle between him and the wall until I'm free. Then I stalk down the hallway, putting as much distance between us as I can. Drew follows because of fucking course he does. And I keep splitting my attention between his brooding frame and the door at the end of the hallway. Paying more attention to him leaves me distracted, and I walk right into a broad, tuxedo-covered chest. Great! I freeze on impact because this man is definitely not Drew, but he looks like Drew, just older. He steadies me gently, grabbing me by the forearms.
Whoa, miss, are you all right?
His tone drips money, and I stare up at him. I don't know if it's better or worse to know what Drew will look like in another 20 years or so. Drew's dad glances over my shoulder, and I turn to spot Drew rooted in place. He looks like a statue. His father's gaze ping-pongs between us. Then he scans my features and down my body. It's not lecherous, but there's an edge behind his genial mask. Something close to surprise? He covers it with a smile that makes me nervous.
Well, this is interesting. Young lady, why don't you head back to the party? I'm sure you have work to do.
His words are solicitous, but there's an edge to his tone I can't place. I nod and step around the man, staring at the door in front of me. Drew hasn't moved. His hands are still in his pockets as his dad crosses the space. Do I leave him? What a ludicrous question. The man is his father, after all. I have no reason to be concerned or be a part of whatever conversation they plan to have. Drew made it very clear to me many times over that his life is off limits. And from the single look they exchanged with one another, this is a very personal matter. The crowd's noise closes in around me, and I get back to work even though my heart aches inside my chest. I knew things would end this way. I called it from 1,000,000 miles away. And somehow, I'm still shocked that we're at this point. The only person I have to blame for a broken heart is myself.
Chapter 33. Drew. I step toward my father and meet his murderous glare. His lip is curled as he stares me down, and I know he's about to punch me. The look on his face is always the same. Be careful, father. If you hit me here, there's really no way to hide it from everyone who's out there. He doesn't care to listen and takes a small step forward, driving his fist into my gut. I should have anticipated the hit, but part of me thought maybe he wouldn't do it. I bend in the middle, pain shooting up into my ribs and chest. Before I can maneuver myself out of his way, he lands a cheap shot, slamming his knee into my stomach. A sharp, stabbing pain fills my chest, and I gasp for air. I fall to my knees, my vision going blurry, my stomach threatening to dispose of the whiskey I drank earlier. I suck a ragged breath into my lungs, and the pain in my side intensifies. I think you broke a fucking rib. He tilts his head to the side, a smile ghosting his lips. Guess we should get back to the party now, huh? Uncaring to my pain or current condition, he lifts me under my armpit and hauls me up, then roughly straightens my suit jacket. I hiss through my teeth as my muscles protest at the movement. We'll be having words after the party is over. Was that the girl you've been seeing? The trailer trash I told you to stay away from? I can hardly breathe, let alone speak, so I choose not to respond and follow him begrudgingly back out to the party again, because I don't have a choice. He stops just inside the door jamb and leans into me. I want to punch him, to hurt him like he's hurt me, but not here. Not right now. Speak to her at all, and I'll make sure she's punished, and then you'll be watching it before you get your own. and I promise you I won't be gentle with her. I grit my teeth, wishing this night was over, wishing that I could take Belle away from all of this. If I have to kill this man to protect her and my mother, I will. I'm tired of playing his games, tired of pretending for the sake of pretending. I scan the crowd, looking for Belle, and find her serving drinks across the room. I follow my father to where his client and Spencer wait. She greets me with a smile and immediately loops her arm into mine, tugging me tight against her. "I missed you. Where did you go?" I answer, trying my best to hide the pain and still keep my eyes on Belle, who continues to move about across the room. "Just had to step out for a moment. School stuff, you know." She nods, and I cup her waist as my father sends an icy glare my way. "Do you want to grab a drink?" Her hand runs down the length of my chest, and I flinch. Of course she doesn't notice, leaning her head against my shoulder. "Yeah, let's get something to drink." I tug her to the side of the crowd and move in the direction of the bar. My father calls my name, and I pause, my back to him. "Come back soon. The speeches are going to start soon." I barely restrain myself from lashing out at him and pull Spencer toward the bar in the corner, as far from both my father and Belle as I can get. She orders a glass of wine, and I order a double whiskey, something to dull the pain in my rib that is climbing up into my arm now. Fucking hell. It's hard to focus on playing my part when the only thing getting through right now is pain. Once I down the whiskey, I face the room. It's impossible for me not to seek out Belle in the crowd. Even in a work uniform and slightly sweaty, she looks better than the woman at my side in diamonds and silk. Spencer chooses that moment to interlace our fingers, and I have to actively not pull away from her, even though every fiber of my being screams at me to shove her away. Not just because of Belle, but because I hate that my father has basically sold me to the highest bidder. She tugs me by the hand to the corner alcoves again, and I know she'll push for what she's wanted all along. I sit on a bench, trying not to cringe as I do, my side throbbing and on fire. She plops down beside me with a sigh. "This is the best party ever. Does your dad do events like these often?" "No, only a couple of times a year." "Do you attend all of them?" She sips her drink, and I stare down at her. "No, only the ones I'm ordered to attend." "Ordered? How can she be so damn stupid?" "You don't remember the conversation with my father? The only reason I'm here is because he ordered me to be here." My response doesn't sink in at all. She places her glass on the floor by the bench and leans up to kiss me. Like the first time she tried to kiss me, I don't move under her mouth. When she swipes my lips with her tongue, I'm forced to end this charade, and I grab her chin, stopping her. Her eyes pop open, and I see heat there, not fear. Maybe she'd do better in the hunt than I thought. There's a tap of crystal and the music cuts out. I stand and extend my hand out to her. That's our cue. We should get out there or we'll be missed. Her lips form into a pout that makes me want to punch something. "We could skip it and stay here instead. It would be the perfect time to get to know each other better while everyone else is distracted." I don't need to ask her what she means by the perfect time or getting to know each other better. She wants my cock, and that's too damn bad. More gently than I feel, I tug her out of the alcove, and we return to the party. Upon our reappearance, my father spots us immediately, a smug smile on his face. Everyone gathers in a small circle in the middle of the room. He ushers me over with a wave, and I force a smile, walking slowly toward him. "Now that my son has joined us, we can start the speeches." He waves at the client to his left and lets her talk about stocks or some shit. I tune it out and keep my eyes on Belle as she circles the edge of the room. It's not like I need to pay attention. It'll be a year, at least, until I can start at my father's firm anyway. Spencer watches her mom speak about mergers and investment, and when she claps, I clap. The lights dim, and I peer around the room, confused. What the fuck is happening? My father surveys the crowd. As many of you know, my wife has been ill for some time. There's a murmur of sympathies from the crowd, and I clench my fists so hard my knuckles ache. How dare he bring my mother into this fucking sideshow? It's why I'm so thrilled to make the next announcements. It's a wonderful thing for our families, and it's even more important because of the new investments that will be made in the company. I try to slink back into the crowd to escape this madness, but his eyes land on me. One single look, and I know if I make another move, I'll pay dearly for it. Son, come here, and bring your lovely girlfriend with you. Girlfriend? What the fuck? My lips press into a thin line, and with zero choice, I move us closer to my father, giving him a vicious smile. All teeth and no heart. Spencer blushes beside me at the attention we garner. Everyone gushes and makes comments about how beautiful of a couple we are. If only they knew the truth. My father grips me by the shoulder hard and turns to the room as if he's looking for something. Ah, young lady, please bring your tray over. We need to make a toast. I realize he's motioned to Belle, and she looks like she'd rather be anywhere but here. Regardless, she weaves through the crowd and extends the tray to my father. She keeps her eyes on the floor, refusing to look at me. I can't say I blame her. My father gives her a grateful smile and passes flutes of champagne to me, Spencer, her mother, and then takes one for himself. It's my pleasure to announce the engagement of my son, Drew, to Miss Spencer Kelly. With their marriage, we'll join our two great firms and become an unstoppable powerhouse. There's a pause before the crowd applauds, but I hear nothing and see nothing. Nothing but Belle's horrified expression. Every single part of me wishes to reach for her and explain that it isn't what she thinks, but I can't. I can't fucking fix it, not here in front of everyone in this room. Spencer grabs my hand, and my father comes over to shake my other hand, pressing something hard into my palm. Do it. Now. I glance down to find a velvet ring box. Is he fucking kidding me? Spencer pulls me back to her side, and I feel like a ping-pong ball with no control over my landing. A familiar ache in my chest threatens to drown me. No, I can't do this. When I don't hold out the ring, Spencer opens the box for me and gasps. I stare down at the glittering diamond and band that has to be at least 2 carats. Of course, my father would spare no expense on my fake engagement ring. Spencer slips the ring onto her finger and waves it out in front of the crowd. Holy shit, she is even crazier than I thought. This is merely an act. She can't actually think that I'll marry her, right? She turns to face me and lifts her chin like she wants a kiss. My father squeezes my shoulder, and once again I'm stuck between them. I lean down and brush her cheek with my lips. It's not really a kiss. It's not real either way. When I stand again, Belle is in my vision, and I freeze. She looks broken, turned inside out. This is my fault, and causing her this kind of pain is something else entirely from the pain I enjoy causing her. She takes a wobbly step back, and I spot Sebastian in the crowd. He's directly behind her now, and for once I'm glad to see them together. At least he can get her out of here, save her from me, and what I might do if I get her alone again. The crowd simmers down, and my father continues to speak, but I'm done listening. I'm pinned between the betrayal in Belle's eyes and the way Spencer grasps my arm tight against her body. There's nowhere to go, and I've never felt more powerless in my fucking life. Sebastian leans down to whisper in Belle's ear, and again there's no surge of jealousy, nothing but relief that he's here for her. Lee cuts through the crowd, a smile on his face as he grabs my hand from Spencer's, shaking it vigorously. "Man, I'm so excited for you." Then he leans in and whispers into my ear, "What do you need? What can we do?" It's as if he can tell I'm on the edge of breaking open and killing my father, maybe, of walking away from this room and never looking back. "Let's go get another drink to celebrate," he suggests, tugging me back toward the bar. Sebastian holds Belle's arms, and I can see the fresh tears on her cheeks. Fuck. This goddamn hurts. When we reach the bar, Lee casually turns me so my back is to the rest of the room. Nothing but Lee in my face. "What do you need? Want me to get you out of here?" I shake my head. It's pointless. He'll just hunt me down and make me pay in another way for embarrassing him or our family name. I clutch my ribs and he eyes me up and down. "Wait, did he already hit you? That fucking bastard!" My father's discipline has never been a secret among my closest friends. They try to help, but they can do nothing except save me from the destructive warpath I go on afterward. He grabs me by the shoulders and gives me a little shake. "Snap the fuck out of it, man. This isn't you. You control the school, the mill, all of it. You don't bow to the whims of one damn asshole. Get yourself together and take care of this. Or are you going to let your father continue to humiliate your girl?" I turn and find Belle had been beckoned once again to pass out drinks. There's a spotlight on Spencer's glowing face as she shows everyone within 6 feet the fat, princess-cut diamond on her finger. I'm hopeless. There's nothing I can do, not yet at least. Once this is over, maybe there's something, but you guys aren't going to like it. He snorts and takes a swig of a beer. "We don't like throwing ourselves in front of 300-pound linebackers to save you either, yet we still do it." My father seeks me out in the crowd, his pensive gaze on me, and I let out a sigh of defeat and walk back out to the floor. It's all a circus act. My father may be the ringleader for now, but he can't hold the crowd's attention for long. I just have to wait until he passes the baton. And when he does, I'm going to fucking destroy his pride and joy, his company, his entire fucking world, from the top down.
Chapter 34. Belle. All I can do is stand here like a fucking lawn ornament and offer people drinks. I wonder if he's been engaged the entire time he's been, well, fucking me. A slimy feeling coats my insides. I feel sick and duped. He was right before when he said we never made any promises. He made demands, and I acceded to him. He doesn't owe me anything, and I don't owe him anything. If that's true, then why does it feel like my chest is caving in? Like he put his big foot inside and stomped all over my damn heart. I circle the group, keeping my eyes locked on the tray. I count down the seconds until I'm out of drinks so I can run away to safety. I'm desperate to get out from under the scrutiny and judgment of all these fucked up people. Or hell, even worse, their indifference. They don't think I see it, but I do. The way their noses tick up at me as I pass by. I'm nothing more than a walking drink dispenser to these fucking people. I keep my distance from Spencer and the sparkling symbol of my stupidity on her finger. There's no way he wasn't at least fucking her and me at the same time. God, please explain to me how I missed this. How could I have been so stupid? Engagements take time, commitment. All the things he wasn't willing to give me, clearly since I was nothing more than a secret fuck. Perfect for fucking in a dusty library, but not bringing home to Daddy. My heart races in my chest, and yes, I know I should have expected this, since things like this are the entire reason I refuse to date or do anything with a man. But I thought Drew cared. At least a little bit. He told people I was his girlfriend. Yes, it was only to keep people away, but it had to stand for something. When the last glass is plucked from my tray, I make a beeline through the crowd to escape. I'm standing smack dab in the middle of the party towers, everyone wanting to congratulate the couple, so it takes a moment of fighting, using my tray to practically shove people out of the way. My vision blurs, my lungs ache as I hold my breath, and panic bubbles up in my chest. It's been a long time since I had a panic attack, but this feels just like all the other times. I need to get out of here. Away from him, these people, this damn room. When I finally reach the end of the room, I can breathe a little easier. But that breath is stolen from my lungs when an arm snakes out of nowhere and latches onto me. I'm seconds away from punching the person in the face when I realize I'm not in any danger. It's just Jackie. A safe harbor in a wind-swept sea. She has no idea how much I need her right now. All the broken pieces I've been holding over the past few minutes push me over the edge, and I immediately break down, letting out a horrendous sob on her shoulder. She doesn't say anything. Then again, she doesn't have to. Holding me tight against her chest, she turns us so my back is to the room and lets me release all the tears I've been holding back. All the pain, sadness, and heartache spill out of me and onto the floor like I've been cut open. After a few minutes, she finally speaks.
It's okay, Belle. It's okay. Let it out, and then march back into that room with your head held high. Don't let him see you breaking down. That's what he wants.
I know that. But it's harder than you'd think to see someone you thought gave a shit about you hold hands and dance with another woman who you just discovered he's been with for a while, since he's now engaged to her. I just don't know how I missed it. Clearly, they've been together for a while, and if they have, then... The words barely squeak past my lips as another sob rips through me. I don't know what to believe. All the rumors said he didn't date. Even Drew himself admitted he wasn't boyfriend material. Yet here he stands, with his future wife wrapped around his arm. It was all a sham. How could I have been so stupid? My brain feels like it's been put into a blender. The tears refuse to stop falling. I don't know how long I stand there crying. How long it takes for my eyes to dry. It's pathetic, I know.
Shh, it's okay.
Jackie's soothing voice helps to bring me back to the present. Even with the heavy weight of pain pressing down on my chest, I know I can't let him win. I can't leave the party and let him see how much it hurts me that he's with someone else. That's what he wants. I need to be strong and push through the pain. Once I can draw a full breath into my lungs without letting out a sob of defeat, I pull away. Thank you, Jack.
Of course. That's what friends are for. Now tell me what the hell happened out there. I thought you and Drew were like a thing. He's uber possessive of you. Now it looks like he's engaged, and I didn't even know the guy was dating someone.
I snort and swipe at my damp cheeks. I can only imagine how much of a hot mess I look. Well, apparently the way he feels about me is very different from the way he feels about her.
I know it hurts, but you'll get through it.
She holds my tray up, and I hug it tightly to my chest, like it's a shield that can save me from this nightmare of an evening.
Look at me. Why are you here? Why are you doing this?
To work?
No, wrong. You're here for your mother. Remember that. This is a job, and you're here to earn money, to pay for her treatments, and to put food on the table. You're not here for him. This isn't about him.
Another sigh passes my lips, and my shoulders seem to ease with the reminder of why I'm here and doing this at all. You're right. I'm here for my mother. To help her.
Exactly. And if you go back out there and make any kind of scene, they will kick you out of here. And this whole night will have been for nothing. We have over $1,000 in tips accumulated for the night. I'd hate to see you lose all that over one stupid guy.
Per usual, she's right. She's always right. I tug her into another quick one-armed hug, the tray trapped between us. I'll pull it together. I can always lose my shit later. She leans back and winks.
And I'll steal one of these pricey bottles of champagne to help with that breakdown. Emotional crises always feel better with some good alcohol.
A laugh escapes me, and I turn to face the bar. More drinks, more endless circles. Only a couple more hours and I can go home. All I have to do is make it through the rest of the night, and I'll never have to see him again. Jackie gives me a hard smack on the ass as I walk away, and I turn to glare at her over my shoulder playfully.
Go serve those drinks,
she calls, and I shake my head. The bartender and his assistant load my tray, and I make the rounds again. I keep my gaze averted, reminding myself that I'm here to make money. But then I catch a glimpse of Sebastian out of the corner of my eye. It feels like he's hovering at my back. But he's not doing anything wrong, so I don't bother confronting him. I notice that he's got his phone pressed to his ear, and there's an uncanny expression etched into his features. I haven't seen him wear this expression before. It's not sadness, but something deeper. Usually he offers the world nothing but a fake mask, but whatever is going on the other line of that phone must be wavering enough for him to forget to keep it in place. Feeling his eyes on me, I look away and continue to serve drinks. I don't want to draw any more attention to myself. My feet are starting to ache, the pain mirroring the one in my chest. But quitting isn't an option. Not for me. I make another circle around the room, and as I'm about to turn and head back toward the bar, I'm cut off by another one of Drew's friends. His hulking frame blocks my path. I look up at him, ready to tell him to kick rocks. But the words stick in my throat. In his eyes, I see great sadness and pain. The fake smile I've worn all night slips away. Please move. I have drinks to serve. I will in a minute, but I want you to know this is nothing more than an act. A way for his father to make connections. He doesn't give a shit about that woman. You're the only thing that matters to him. The pity in Lee's tone only angers me further. I don't want his pity. I don't want anything but a paycheck from these assholes. I don't give a shit. If I was the only thing that mattered, he would have given me a heads up, a warning. But it doesn't matter now. He's still a dick. He's always been a dick, and I realize now that I was stupid and blind for getting close to him. But no worries. I understand my place now. But just to keep things interesting, tell him if he wants to continue tutoring, I'm doubling my fee. Let's call it asshole inflation. I shove the last drink on my tray into his chest and slip past him, walking away with my head held high. Now that the speeches are over, some of the partygoers start to funnel out, and the people inside thin out. It's tempting to skip out early, but I can't risk it, not with so much money on the line. Which sucks when all I want to do is run. It's hard to ignore his existence when he's standing across the room, his eyes tracking my every move. The petty urge to grab one of his friends and take them into the corner and kiss them flits through my brain, but I let it pass. There's no need to start a fight, at least not until I get my tips. Time trickles by slowly, but I push on. I keep an eye out for Drew, his friends, and his father, and maintain my distance at all costs. Any minute now, I'll be able to walk out of this place and never have to look back to this terrible fucking night. On my last trek to the bar, I noticed Drew's father standing by the back door leading out to the service hall. Something is wrong. I can feel it. Drew saunters up behind him, and I cut my gaze away from them. It's none of my business. He's not my business. He made that very fucking publicly clear. Then why the hell do I care? Why am I wondering if he's okay? If something is going on? Despite trying my hardest not to glance back at that door, I do. I can't shake the bad feeling that's intensifying in my gut with each passing second. I catch a glimpse of Drew's dad holding him by the back of the neck, pulling him into his side. Pain pinches Drew's features. What the hell is going on? My eyes dart to his father, and I stop cold between a few guests. That look I recognize easily enough. I've seen it on Drew's face plenty of times. It's rage. He's pissed at Drew. Shit. What is he going to do? I shouldn't give a shit. Whatever happens to him is on him. But that's not who I am. I skirt the crowd and head that way slowly, not drawing attention to myself. Every muscle in my body is wrung tight and tense, prepared for a fight. Sebastian and Lee stand by the bar, not paying attention to me or to Drew and his father. When they disappear into the door, I turn and face the other end of the room. Shit. The only way to get into that hall without being seen is to go the other way. The long way. And even then, the sterile lighting might give me away. But which of these assholes pays attention to servants, anyway? I duck into the door and press against the wall at the farthest end. Voices carry down the long hallway, filtering into my ears. Peeking around the corner, I catch a glimpse of Drew's father as he grabs him by the throat and screams into his face, spindles of saliva flying. What the fuck did you think you were doing out there? Mooning over that fucking server? She is trash, garbage, the dirt beneath your feet. Is that what you want for yourself? Our family legacy and namesake is on the line, and all you can think about is some white trash pussy? Does anything mean a goddamn thing to you? I place a hand over my mouth to stop myself from reacting. His father's words sting, as if he slapped me with them. When I chose to attend Oakmount, I knew I was attending a university for the rich and elite, but I also knew that no matter what or where I went, I would never fit in. I guess I never anticipated my financial status to become that big of a factor in my life. Drew makes a small noise and mumbles something that I can't make out. My emotions are wavering, and conflict brews deep in my gut. What the hell do I do? I force air into my lungs and try to remind myself that this isn't my problem. Like Drew told me many times, I should keep my nose out of other people's business. I shake my head, my heart clenching tightly in my chest. This isn't my business. It's not my job to protect him from his family or anything really, since it's clearer than ever that I was never anything to him. I can't believe you. You almost ruined everything, every single fucking thing I've worked for. And guess what? I think it's time you start paying for it. I warned you. I told you what would happen if you disobeyed me. But you think you're smarter than me, don't you? The venom in his father's tone makes me shiver, but I remind myself that Drew is a goddamn quarterback, that he's the bully who steamrolls everyone in his way. He can take care of his father if he needs to, right? Besides, what would me getting in the middle of it all do anyway? Nothing. That's what. And still my heart refuses to let me walk away, even with the knowledge that he's getting married to someone else and that he probably has been sleeping with us both the entire time. Who cares if his friends and him claim it's an act? None of this has been an act to me. I continue peeking around the corner. My phone vibrates with a text, and an idea hits me. What if I record this? A rich asshole who puts on a fake smile to the rest of the world? What would happen if everyone found out it was a lie? I tug the phone out of the apron and peek around the corner, with nothing more than the camera part angled down the hall. I hit record and watch the phone screen intently. Yeah, I want to beat Drew till he's black and blue, but his father? His father shouldn't want to hurt him. A pain-filled grunt fills the space, and I glance up from my phone screen to see Drew slide down the hard concrete wall before slumping to the floor. I have to help him. I take a step forward, nearly giving myself away, but then I freeze. How am I going to help? I'm no one. This isn't like when I stuck up for that guy in the library against Drew. This is different. I can feel it in the pit of my stomach. I can't help him in the same way I helped that kid. So even if I want to run to him, I can't. I need to stay here, hidden. His father moves closer, pulls his leg back, and lands a harsh kick to his stomach. A scream threatens to escape my throat, but I press my palm to my lips to hold it in. Tears build behind my eyes. How? What? All the old aches, the new ones too, seem meaningless against this assault. No one should have to endure abuse like this from their own parents. Not even an asshole who makes me regret the majority of my choices over the past couple of months. I have to do something. I step back and turn to peer back through the door that leads into the party space. Lee is on the other side, casually standing, acting as if he knows nothing about what is happening on the other side of that door. How can they call themselves friends? No, there isn't anything I can do to help. But they could. They're rich and powerful. Money can buy you anything you want, right? Rage drives me forward, and I march right up to them. I push any and all fear aside and press a finger into Lee's expensive suit jacket. How can you consider yourself to be a friend when you know he's getting his ass beat right on the other side of that door and you aren't doing a damn thing about it? The look he gives me at that moment should have me tucking my tail between my legs and running for the hills. But if I've learned anything, being quiet doesn't always get you what you want. Sometimes you have to get loud. You have to make noise. Don't look at me like that. I asked you a damn question. I give him a shove, and his expression changes in an instant. He drops the pretty boy charm, and the lethal shark, ready to attack at any given moment, steps into place. Those pearly white teeth of his gleam in the light when he snaps at me. Word of advice. Drew might play nice with you, but I won't. Don't talk about shit that you know nothing about. He doesn't want us involved. So we help how we can and pick up the pieces afterward. That's all we can do. Furiously, I shake my head. That's fucking bullshit, and you know it. Maybe I'd be scared of him under different circumstances, but not today. If he wanted us to help, he'd tell us. Now run along.
Because as smart as you appear to be on paper, you sure as hell don't know when to leave well enough alone.
Flickering flames of rage burn deep inside my chest. I clench my fist tightly, wanting to lash out and inflict pain on this idiot. He's not a friend. He's nothing. Even as the urge to wipe the pointed look of annoyance off his face rips through me, I know he's not worth it. Not even a little. Smarts have nothing to do with being a friend. I hope the guilt of doing nothing eats you alive. Maybe you can stand to sleep with that, but I can't. If you won't do something, then I fucking will. Where is Sebastian? Maybe he'll listen to reason.
None of your business. You'd have to have a conscience to feel any type of guilt, sweetheart. Drew's been enduring this shit much longer than you've been around.
His dark tone is a warning.
Don't assume I don't give a fuck about my friend. It might lead you to find yourself in a world of trouble.
Fuck off. I growl and spin on my heels, stalking back to the other entrance. I'm not going to waste any more time sparring with that asshole. I notice as soon as I cut through the hall that it's empty. My pulse spikes, and I barely catch sight of the kitchen door swinging open. Shit. I rush down the dimly lit corridor, not bothering to stay quiet. I can't hear much of anything except the heavy beating of my own heart and the ragged breaths entering my lungs. My adrenaline spikes once I reach the end of the hall, and slowly I peek around the corner and into the kitchen. I catch sight of Drew's father holding him down by the neck against the counter. The room is empty, though I imagine there might be someone guarding the door on the opposite side of the room. Of course, a rich man like him wouldn't want anyone to discover the truth, to see the real monster beneath the perfectly painted mask. His father leans down and whispers something into his ear. Drew's entire body goes still. A statue cast in pain and anger. Whatever his dad just said hurt him far more than any of the punches. It's a good thing I don't give a fuck about any of their rich asshole bullshit.
Chapter 35. Drew. Bitter cold sweeps through me, a numbness if you want to call it that, though I can already feel the bruise forming on my cheek from where I hit the wall. There's a table beneath me, but I don't feel it. All I hear are his words ringing in my ears. Did you take a good look at the girl, Drew? She looks like someone you know, doesn't she? She certainly looks like her whore of a mother, but maybe you recognize someone else there, too. I know I recognized it when I saw her back in that hall. What the fuck is he implying? I try to push against his hold, but it's iron. What are you talking about? How do you know Belle's mother? Then it hits me like a 20-pound anvil on my chest. The illness she's been dealing with her entire adult life, according to the medical records I glimpsed on Belle's laptop. It's the same kind of illness my mother has. The doctors have always documented it as cancer or something akin to it. Leaning into my face, a sickening look fills his eyes, and when he speaks his words, they shatter my existence, the existence he's been trying to break for years. She's your half-sister. No, that can't be true. No. This is another one of his fucked-up games. It has to be. My stomach twists into a tight knot, except the eyes, the sparkling green eyes of hers that she hides with her cute little glasses. We both have green eyes. My father has green eyes. I try to tamp down the terror and heartbreak threatening to consume, but I can't. I'm drowning in it. No. 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 I slide to the end of the table, and bile rises in my throat. This can't be true. This can't be. Before I even attempt to stop it, I'm vomiting off the side of the counter. All the whiskey I drank earlier to keep myself in check and make the night easier pours across the shiny floor. It's by the grace of God that I remain standing. That and Father's hand still clutching me tight. When the puke splatters across his shoes, he releases me with a curse. I crash into the wall, barely keeping myself upright. Pull yourself together, son. It's sickening, I know. But lucky for you, I saved you from doing something stupid, like getting that whore pregnant. Don't talk about her like that, I growl as the copper tang of blood fills my mouth. I know reacting is nothing more than pouring gasoline on the fire, but I've spent my entire life taking his shit. I can't bear to stand here and listen to him speak so ill about someone he doesn't even know. The world goes quiet, and I can't be bothered to move or try to block his attack, so I let him hit me again, his fist slamming into my already tender and swollen ribs. The pain is nothing but a dull ache. It's like I can barely feel it as I sink into myself and forget, float away, try not to focus on anything until it's all over. After the damage is done, I'll feel it. But I've learned that if I crawl deep inside that secret place in my mind and simply endure, it's easier. My father's image blurs in front of me, and I feel his fingers digging into the back of my neck. He drags me back to the counter and slams my face against the cold marble. My cheek throbs, and fire blazes up the side of my head and into my temple. Warning signals go off in my brain, but I ignore them. I should have had your mother abort you. I swear you've been nothing but a stain on this family since the day you were born, yet you're the only heir I have that's worth anything. He digs his fingers into the back of my neck, squeezing, and then repeats his action from moments ago. Maybe this is where it all ends. I can hear my heartbeat in my ears. Thump, thump, thump. The world around me goes silent, and more blood fills my mouth. It's all I can taste. Without warning, I'm moving, flying through the air as my father tosses me across the kitchen like a rag doll. With blurry vision, I look down and realize I'm on the floor now, barely missing the spot of vomit. I want to crawl deep inside my mind and hide there, wait for this to be all over. No one can save me. Save yourself. A voice echoes through my mind. Protect them. Fight for them. Belle, your mom, protect them. That voice gives me enough hope, enough strength to climb out of that dark spot in my mind, and even as my body protests against me, I stagger to my feet, anger overriding the self-imposed calm. My eyes are nearly swollen shut, and my head throbs, a wave of dizziness threatening to pull me back to the floor. But I clench my fist and straighten my spine. I can't believe you have the audacity to call yourself a father. You're nothing to me or her. I wonder what all your friends would think if they discovered the real person beneath the mask, if they found out you sold me to the highest bidder and pimped me out to your client's daughter just because she's a spoiled brat who has never heard the word no in her life. As I stand there, another jolt of abject fear hits me. What would he do if he got his hands on Belle? A woman to throw around and sell to his friends to be used, abused, and discarded. He's never given a shit about me, and he raised me. But her, he's spoken 5 words to her. If this is how he treats someone he supposedly loves, I can only imagine what he will do to her. I have to get a grasp on the situation, spin it, keep his focus on me and off her, just like I do with Mom. My father sneers, and I hate seeing myself in every twitch of his face. Will this be me one day, taking out my pain on the rest of the world, hurting those I love for the hell of it? God, I hope not. Your only goddamn job is to listen and obey me. Now fucking listen. He crosses the room in a flash, his hand circling my throat, his long fingers digging into my flesh.
Thanks for sticking around. Time for a quick 1-minute break. Enjoy this calming tune. And remember, everything here is free for your enjoyment.
For an old man, he's strong as shit. And obey! He screams the words into my face. I don't so much as blink at the rage he expels upon me. What do you want? I grit out, barely able to draw enough breath to speak. I have to do what I can to keep them safe until I come up with another plan, something better, a way to get rid of him. I just told you. He shoves me again, and I crash against the stove, barely catching myself. We stare at each other, and I know that things will get progressively worse if I don't obey him. There's no saying he wouldn't keep me here and send one of his stupid goons to attack Belle, and then we'd all be fucked. I'd be forced to watch, to feel the guilt of bringing her into my life. Okay, but leave her out of this. If you want someone to hurt, I'm right here. Hurt me. My father pulls his cuffs down and straightens his bow tie. How poetic. Even with the truth sealing your fate, you still want to protect her. He shakes his head. Let me help you understand something. What I do or not do with her is none of your fucking business. I don't answer to you. You answer to me. I thought you were coming to understand that, but it turns out I was wrong. I'll take care of that. In the back of my mind, questions linger, and I want to know who is feeding him this information. My mind flashes back to the memory of Sebastian on the phone, yelling in French. It's the only other language my father knows outside of English. Was Sebastian spying on me for my father in the name of protection? My body flashes red hot for a moment when I remember how Sebastian hovered around her after the announcement, how he's been pushing against me lately. He's always thought the mill should have gone to him to lead, not me. Is this my payback, years in the making? We've been friends since we were kids, and I hate that I'm actually considering the fact that he's betrayed me and to my father no less. I had assumed all my friends hated him. I shake my head in disbelief. No, he wouldn't do this to me, not after everything we've been through over the years. Lee would never say a word against me, nor would Aries. The only one who's been different lately is Sebastian. Who told you about her? I forced the words out. Curiosity killed the cat, Drew. I'd tell you, but it's not really any of your business. Just assume I know everything and work off that. You should have known better. You couldn't hide this from me, not even if you wanted to. And with the way you were fucking her all over campus, being possessive and shit, that tells me you really didn't want to anyway. Shit. How can I keep her safe from him if he has eyes on me and her? There are no other options available, no other way to fix this that doesn't end in heartache. The mere thought makes my stomach churn. I want to vomit all over the fucking floor. Again. My father props himself on the edge of the counter, sort of leaning. Listen, Drew, you're my son, my only son, the only child who will carry on my legacy. I don't trust the new soft tone or lower volume. It never bodes well for me. It's more like the calm before the storm. Look at this whole marriage thing as a business transaction. It's a contract, a merger, for example. It means nothing, really. It's more of a pretty party and a legally binding contract that will line our pockets and get us the necessary connections. Nothing in that contract says you have to stay faithful. I'm not asking you to be a doting husband. Marry the brat, sign the contract, and you can go find another piece of trailer trash to warm your bed until you're sick of her. I went through one of those phases too, you know. But I grew out of it pretty quickly. I blink, letting the words sink in. How dare he? How the fuck dare he talk about my mother that way? Not the white trash part, she's always been rich, but the fact that he'd never stayed faithful to her. I'm fucked in the head in so many fucking ways, but cheating, that to me is the worst possible thing. It shouldn't really come as a surprise. He's always been a dick to her, and her illness has only intensified that assholism. Her illness. Leave her out of this. You're a little library girl. Fine, if you do what you're told. I shake my head. No, Mom, leave her out of this shit between us. She shouldn't be punished for my wrongdoings. He rolls his eyes and clasps his fingers over his knee. I don't give a shit about your mother. I keep her around as a way to control you. I'm surprised it took you this long to figure it out. Word of advice, never show your weaknesses, son, because they will always be used against you. Suddenly, the threat of violence, of fucking torture, is no match for the burning inferno of rage inside. I've dealt with this shit for so many years. I've endured his beatings and beratings. I've stayed in line and been his punching bag. I'm done. I launch myself at him, taking him down to the floor. With both hands, I grab him by the head and slam him against the tile floor. Then I tighten my fist and punch him in the face. I only get one good shot in before a set of burly arms wrap around my middle and pull me off him. I don't need to look to see who is grabbing me. I already know. My father's goons. There's 2 of them with him tonight. Roscoe secures me around the chest, his hold tight so I can't move, while Baxter helps my father to his feet. Once standing, he swipes at his face with the back of his hand and spits a wad of blood onto the floor before looking at me. It's so fucking satisfying to see his teeth stained red and a trickle of blood trailing down over his lip from his nose. Looks like I broke it, and I don't even give a fuck. I'd kill him if I could. I'm losing my fucking mind. A bubble of manic laughter escapes me, and Baxter steps forward upon a wave of my father's hand and punches me hard in the gut, forcing me to double over the best I can while still being held in Roscoe's iron grip. Still, the best moment I've had in a while. And if he puts me in the hospital, it will mean I have something to enjoy as I dream. At least I know he won't kill me. He needs me far more than I need him. My father grabs a towel and some ice from the freezer and then approaches me slowly, his eyes gleaming as he studies me like an animal in a cage. I had high hopes for you, son, but now I see you need a little more preparation. All those beatings you endured over the years didn't do shit to toughen you up. Looks like we'll be starting over, and this time I won't stop. Not until I fucking break you and piece you back together as I see fit. I recede into the darkest confines of my mind when Baxter steps forward and throws the first punch. Pathetic. He's not even going to hit me this time. He'll just have his goons do it while he watches. Typical lazy asshole. He gets his hands dirty well enough, but sometimes he likes to let someone else do it, since they know how close to take me to the edge. I keep my eyes trained on him as he leans against the counter and wraps his knuckles in the ice, simply watching as Baxter lands hit after hit against me. I feel each one, but the pain is muted this far back in my mind. No one can reach me here, and it's for the better. Something warm splatters down my chin, and I hear my father's order from far away. Stop! I fall to my knees, then my stomach. A bright red liquid pours out of me onto the sparkling tile below. Is it blood? My entire body feels numb, a coldness creeping up my limbs and into my core. God damn it, look what you made me do, Drew. If you had just behaved, then I wouldn't have had to resort to these methods. There's blood everywhere. Sit up and look at me. This mess is all yours. I roll to my side, but it takes me several minutes to move into a sitting position so I can meet his gaze. I don't know why I bother or even try. Now, tell me, what do I expect from you? And please get it right so we don't have to do this song and dance anymore tonight. I lick my swollen, busted lip and croak out the words that make me sick. Marry the girl and fall in line. It's not about marrying the girl of his choosing anymore. It's about protecting Belle and my mother. It's about destroying him and watching him burn in the aftermath of his own doing. Reaching out with the same hand that has given me countless injuries, he pats my cheek and I wince from his touch. Good. Now stand up. I'll have the guards carry you out the back and get you home. I'm sure one of your friends can find a bandage or two to fix you up. It's hilarious how nonchalant he is about my friend's knowledge of the way he abuses me, yet no one will ever say anything or do anything because of who he is, what he does, and who he works with. He thinks he's invincible, but I will find a way. I will end this motherfucker, even if it costs me everything. I sputter and cough, my chest aching as I spit more blood onto the floor. I shake my head. I can't stand, not yet. The room spins each time I try. Are your ears broken? I said to get the fuck up. Dragging me up off the floor, he delivers another quick punch to my face. The world spins all around me like I'm on a tilt-a-whirl, but thankfully I land against the counter, catching myself. It's better than the floor. Now I just have to get my legs to fucking work. It's at that moment that a scream pierces the heavy fog clouding my mind. It comes from somewhere that is still far away. Slowly, I grasp onto reality, sinking my claws deep into that space. There's a scuffle and movement to my left. With substantial effort, I lift my head and turn, looking up just in time. I try to speak, but the words are lodged in my throat. No. I know I hurt her, and I know this whole thing is fucked up, but I won't let my father, our father, now touch her. I have no time to cringe at the thought. It's Belle. She's here, and I need to make sure she leaves unscathed to the best of my abilities. My father takes one long look at her, one that forces me to stand despite every cell in my body protesting. No, I won't let him hurt her, not to get back at me. I have to keep her safe. This is my fault, all of it. I step forward, wobbling, an arm wrapped tightly around my middle like it can keep my lungs from spilling out the holes and fractures in my ribcage. Please, leave her alone. She doesn't deserve this. I move between them, shielding his gaze from her. He sneers at me. What are you doing? Stopping you from doing something stupid. She's just a girl trying to earn some extra money for school. That's it. She has nothing to do with our world. His eyes narrow once more. She has everything to do with our world, son. More than you can comprehend at the moment. That's why we need to get rid of her. Get rid of her? His words seem so final, and there's no way he would actually kill her, right? He's crazy and fucked up, but surely he's not a murderer. I take a step back, forcing Belle to take one as well. From experience, I know she's not going to let him break her, not like he's broken me over the years. Belle is stronger than I'll ever be. Caught up in my thoughts, I don't notice one of my father's men moving in on us. Not until it's too late. A thundering crack echoes in my ears, and the world catches up real fucking fast. I twist around just in time to witness with horror as Belle's head is forced to the side, her fragile features absorbing the impact of Baxter's hit. Something inside me snaps, and I charge forward. My shoulders slam into Baxter's stomach, and my feet don't stop until we crash into the wall. I pull my arm back and land a punch against his face. The sound of bone cracking fills the space. Don't ever fucking touch her again. I seethe, barely standing on my own 2 feet. Baxter snarls his lips at me but doesn't move. My father chuckles from the other side of the room, and I slowly walk back toward them. Every step takes significant effort, and I take even, shallow breaths to stop the pain from swallowing me whole. Father, stop. Let me take care of this. Let me prove myself. I'll do whatever you want me to. Just don't. Please. I've never in my entire life begged my father for a single thing, but I will do it today if it means I can save Belle. He stands proudly like he's won the battle. He has no fucking clue that this war has barely begun. Fine, if that's what you want. Deal with her. But I expect her to be out of the building and away from here in the next 10 minutes. That, or she will be coming back to the main house with us. There is plenty for her to do there. I nod and turn my attention to Belle. Her face is a mask of confusion and hurt, and when she looks up at me, those two emotions morph into something softer, sweeter, something only she shows me. I hate that hurting her is the only way to protect her, but it's what must be done. Someday she'll understand. I know she will. Leaning forward, I skim a finger across her cheek and down the side of her neck. She trembles, her eyes darting between my father and me. I'm sorry, Belle. I'm so fucking sorry. I can feel my father's gaze hot on my back. He's watching every move I make, and I need to make this as believable as possible. When she nuzzles her face against my hand and relaxes into my hold, I slice my fingers through her hair and twist her long braid around my fist. Then I slip the mask of fury and rage into place. What did I say about you minding your own business, Wallflower? Her eyes are frozen lakes of fear, and I think, no, I know this. This is how he will break me, for good.
Chapter 36. Belle. His hand tightens in my hair and I jolt. This isn't like it has been in the past. This fucking hurts. My entire scalp is on fire. I claw at his hands, but his fist is anchored in my braid like a fucking vice. Let go of me, I whimper. I only came here to help. He leans in closer. his swollen face giving him an even dark edge.
What the fuck makes you think I need someone like you to save me? You're nothing.
His words sink through the painful haze, and I drop my hands. Yes, he can be mean, a downright dick at a multitude of times, but he's never been this cruel. Even at his most rageful, there have always been cracks of light shining through in the darkness. There's always been a softness that he seems to carry just for me. I'm so confused. His friends tell me it's all an act, but this isn't an act. I don't understand what's happening. He grabs my chin with his other hand and clenches my jaw shut. And I swear I see a flicker of guilt in his eyes before the rage overtakes him.
Shh. When I ask you to open your mouth, it will be for me to put my cock in it. And that is it. Do you understand?
One of the goons behind us snickers, but I can't move. Hell, I can barely breathe as I stare up at the cold, hate-filled rage in Drew's eyes. This can't be real. He's acting again. I can't truly believe this is how he's felt all along. I think back to the times he's shoved me away, keeping me at arm's length, refusing to let me get too close. The way he used my body and walked out that last time, it makes sense. And the pieces align perfectly. But my heart, it doesn't want to believe it. No. I hate myself for how small that protest sounds. No, you're lying. I know you care about me. I know I'm more to you than this. His grip grows tighter, and it feels like he's going to rip my hair out of my head. A scream rips from my throat, and I claw at his hands and kick his legs, but he's had practice fighting off women in his precious psychopath games, so I'm easily subdued.
Not so fast. You're staying right here until I say you can fucking go.
I shake my head, the terror inside me ramping up with every second that passes. This isn't him. I refuse to believe it. He told me everything at these parties is an act. Is that what he's doing? Acting the part to keep his father from doing worse? That's what this is. It has to be. The thought gives me a glimmer of hope. A useless, mostly guttered thing, but I've lived on less. Stop, please. Don't do this, Drew. You're more than this. Don't become your father. He sneers, and there's not a hint of the man who drove me up sheer cliffs of pleasure and threw me off, only to catch me at the bottom. This isn't him. His face moves closer to mine, and even though I want to push away, I can't move. His lips are so close to mine I could touch them. I look into those emerald depths and see nothing of the man I've come to care for. The Drew I caught glimpses of is nowhere to be seen. It's almost as if he never existed at all.
See, that's going to be a problem, because as it turns out, I am my father's son. It's not my fault you refused to see the real me this whole time, that you romanticized something that never existed. I need you to understand something, and I know you're smart, so lock it away in the confines of your mind. You're nothing to me, Maybelle. Nothing but white trash with a nice little cunt that I enjoyed fucking for a short time. The icing on the cake was taking your virginity. Perhaps that's what got you twisted into thinking I gave a shit. I don't really know, and I don't really care. Now my duties to my family and name are the most important thing to me. And while your pussy strangling my cock was nice, I need to fulfill my obligations by getting married to someone suitable. Someone worth being seen with. Though, maybe if you're a good girl and don't make a fuss, I'll give you my dick one more time after the wedding.
It would have hurt far less had he ripped my heart out of my chest and stomped on it. I don't think. All I can do is react. I pull my hand back and slap him hard across the cheek. The smack rings through the room, the burn of it enveloping my palm. Silence settles over us until all I hear is his heavy panting above me.
Is that all you got, Wallflower? If so, then you're fucked.
He shoves me backward, and I lose my balance, my body tilting sideways. Horror flashes in his eyes, and I watch in slow motion as he reaches for me, his fingers missing me by a breath. It's like a car accident happening right before my eyes. One moment, I'm standing, and the next, my head collides with something hard and unforgiving. Red-hot pain stabs through my skull. The world spins around me, my stomach churning and threatening to empty onto the floor as I land on my hands and knees. I fight through my blurry vision to look up and find Drew's father staring down at me, a cruel smile on his lips.
Well done, son. Now send her away so we can continue this discussion.
I don't know how I ever trusted him, how I ever thought he gave a shit about me. If this is an act, then he deserves an Oscar. When Drew stalks forward, my only thought is to escape. I no longer know this man, nor do I trust him not to hurt me. My head feels heavy, like it's a fishbowl. But I don't let that stop me. I skitter backward like a crab on my hands and feet to keep him from touching me again. When I hit the wooden door behind me, I know I'm trapped. Trapped between him, the door, and every shard of syllable he's slicing me open with. He crouches down in front of me, and the memory of when he did that same thing in the woods pops into my head. The scent of earth and damp forest all around us.
It's time for you to leave, Maybelle. You can take the trash out yourself, or I can take you out. Either way, this ends tonight. You're nothing to me, and you never were. Nothing more than a warm hole to sink into every once in a while. Now get up and get the fuck out, and let us men do our talking.
I don't know why, but my heart forces me to cling to some type of false hope. I can't possibly believe any of this is real. Not when I know what I felt. This isn't you, Drew. I shake my head, fighting back tears. Every single fiber in my body tells me to believe his words. But my heart tells me to look deeper, to notice the little details. He shakes his head as if he can't believe I'm questioning him and reaches into his pocket. Tugging his wallet out, he thumbs through it and pulls out a wad of cash. The dollar bills rain down on me.
I forgot to pay you for the last time we were together. That should be enough, right? If you need more, stop by the mill. I'm sure one of the guys will be happy to let you suck them off for a little while. You know, for your mommy.
My heart collapses into my stomach. His words are salt in a never-healing wound. She has nothing to do with this, or any of you assholes. You don't even deserve to speak about her. His lips twist up into a heartbreaking smile.
Oh, there she is. I was afraid I might have put out your fire. Nice to know you're still in there. Now, do you want to keep fighting, kitten? Or do you want to go home with whatever remaining fucking pride you have left?
I slowly push off the floor, using the stationary door for support to gain my footing. A wave of dizziness hits me, and I take a slow breath into my lungs, steadying myself. When I meet Drew's gaze, I swear I see concern, but when I blink, it's gone. All that's left is his stupid, smug smile. You're a disgusting, self-righteous prick, and I can't believe I ever thought there was a single ounce of good inside you. I want to hurt him, to stomp on his heart the way he's stomped on mine. But I don't know that I can. Not when I'm not even sure there's a heart inside him. He doesn't appear affected by my lashing of words. The apple doesn't fall far from the tree. Isn't that what they say? I look back and forth between him and his father. I guess not. Not surprising, really. You're just like him. I thought I had witnessed the real monster that night in the woods. But it turns out he never really showed me his face. Not until today. He takes a step toward me, and I shield my face with my hands, afraid he might hit me. But he doesn't. Instead, he grabs me by the wrists, my skin burning where he touches me, and using the weight of my own body, he shoves me backward. He pushes me hard enough to dislodge the swinging door behind me. The doors fly open with the weight of my body, while I spill out onto the floor, ass first. Pain registers in my mind as my tailbone throbs from the fall. But instead of sitting there like a damn statue, I scramble off the floor and onto my trembling legs. I hate you. I hate you, and I hope that when you realize how much you've messed up, you experience the same pain I am right now. I hope you see that I was the only one to give a shit about you. I don't need you to give a shit about me, Maybelle. I'll find another tight cunt to keep my cock warm. That's all you ever were to me anyway. A nice warm hole to fuck. Those are the final nails in my coffin. There is no point in me continuing this conversation or trying to understand. I'm only prolonging the inevitable. I turn to leave, my eyes full of tears making my vision blurry. My first reaction is to run, but I don't. I won't let him run me out of here. I don't know. I don't know what I thought. Whatever we shared or whatever semblance of what we shared has been shattered and blown into a million pieces. It doesn't matter. I've lived without him before, and I'll do it again. Fuck him and this whole fucking world. When I make it to the door on the other side, I pause. Anger threatens to swallow me whole. He doesn't get to throw me out like trash when he's the one with the secret and the shitty family. This is not on me. It's on him. I turn and stare down the long hallway, watching as a woman comes through the back of the kitchen. She's in a server's uniform like me, and I think maybe she's going to tell them someone called the police or to break up the argument. But she walks straight into Drew's father's arms. My gaze travels back to Drew. He's clenching his fists as his father leans in and kisses the woman passionately. It's at that moment, when he sinks his fingers into her hair, and she lets out a terrible giggle, that I recognize who she is. Jackie. The ground beneath my feet shifts. I can't be seeing this correctly. The world spins and I feel bile rising up my throat. No. She wouldn't do this to me. Jack is my friend. My best friend. She'd never. The betrayal cuts through me like a dull knife cutting through meat. How could she? What the hell is going on? You know what? It doesn't matter. None of this matters. Not Drew, not this fucking family, or the money. Tears fall hot and heavy, making tracks down my cheeks. But I don't feel them. I continue forward. but the door on the other side swings open the second I reach it, and I almost walk into someone. I sniffle and duck my head, trying to hide my red face and tear-filled eyes. Sorry. Gently, as if I'm made of glass, the person grabs me by the shoulders. I lift my head and stare into a pair of eyes that have never shown an ounce of concern or care for me. Sebastian. This day keeps getting more and more fucked up.
Come, Belle. Let me take care of this.
Why is he looking at me like that? And what is he talking about? What is there to take care of? I try to shrug out of his hold, but his grasp is ironclad. There is nothing to take care of. I'm done with him, and I don't give a fuck if I ever see him again.
I understand that. But they don't get to treat you like this. To toss you out like trash. You're not trash. You're fucking royalty.
I'm so confused by his words that I have no response. Instead, I find myself staring at him. His cheeks are pink, his curls tousled and shoved away from his face. His bow tie is undone as he surveys my face. And I swear I can feel his eyes penetrating the spot on my cheek. The bruise already forming from where that stupid goon hit me. The concern melts into red-hot rage as he takes in my entire face, clearly seeing something that angers him. He releases my shoulders, his huge hand circling my wrist instead.
Come,
he orders, gently tugging me down the hallway back toward Drew and his father. I must have hit my head harder than I thought because nothing about this man, the care of my body and being safe, should ever be used in the same sentence. But that's how I feel with him by my side. If anything, I should be running in the opposite direction, not letting him lead me back into the lion's den. I know better than to trust someone who is friends with Drew. But this is so out of character for Sebastian that I can't do anything but follow him and see what happens. Sebastian walks into the room, his head held high, his eyes blazing, but the rest of his face is impassive, like a prince staring down at his subjects. I use every single inch of willpower in my body not to look at Drew. Each person stands as still as a statue, their eyes bouncing between him and me. Drew's father is the first to speak, his gaze narrowed to slits.
Can I help you, Mr. Arturo?
Letting bravery lead the way, I stare up at Sebastian. His hand still grips my wrist, anchoring me to the ground, keeping me sane. I watch him intently as he takes in the scene. Drew, his father, Jackie, all of it in one quick analytical survey. His sharp jaw tenses, and he squares his shoulders as if preparing for war. When Sebastian doesn't respond, Drew's father presses.
Can I help you with something? I didn't see your grandfather out there.
His gaze ping-pongs back and forth between Sebastian and me, a wrinkle of confusion forming between his brows.
I'm not here to answer any of your questions. The only one who will be asking anything will be me. And my first question is, who did this?
His voice cuts through the air like a knife. I'm unsure of what he's talking about until I feel something wet and warm trailing down the back of my neck. I wipe at it with my free hand, and when I pull it back, I notice the streaks of blood on my fingertips. This must have happened when I hit my head on the edge of the counter. My knees threaten to buckle beneath me. The weight of everything suddenly becomes heavier. My body sways, and I'm about to go down. But Sebastian catches my shoulders and adjusts me, keeping me in a vertical position. Drew chooses then to take a protective step forward, a grimace on his face. He looks like he wants to help, but Sebastian, keeping me upright, shakes his head slowly in warning. Whoever did this to her, they'll pay. Consider this your only fucking warning. If any of you come near her again, I'll destroy you. Piece by fucking piece. I don't care who the hell you are, whether you're my friend or what your last name is. My brain must be fried because it can't compute what I think it is. Sebastian is sticking up for me? Threatening his own friend? Sebastian, where is your grandfather? I'm sure we can figure this out together. Our families have been friends for years. You don't even know this girl. It seems a bit irrational to make such rash statements when you haven't the first clue on who it is you're defending. That girl is no one. She fell all on her own and probably has nothing more than a concussion. He lets out an anxious laugh, his gaze sweeping the room. You're right. Sebastian's grin resembles that of a shark. I don't know her, but as of right now, she's under the protection of the Arturo family. Yep, my brain is leaking out my ears because what he's saying doesn't make sense to me. Protection? What does that mean? What the hell is going on? Protection? Sebastian, you don't even know this girl. And what happened here today has nothing to do with you or your family. I think you'll find this entire thing is being blown completely out of proportion. The girl is simply upset that Drew is moving on. Oh, I'm sure that's what it is. And perhaps I'd believe you if I didn't know the real piece of work you are. Don't fuck with my sister again, or I'll skin you alive with my own fucking hands. There are few things in this world that I give a fuck about, but I won't have you disgracing her. Touch her again, and we will have a fucking problem. Sister? I'm so confused. I'm still staring up at him, trying to understand the words he's said when, like a puzzle, the pieces move to align in my brain. The conversations with my mother, the things she said that appeared to be a riddle, now make complete sense. My mom. Is she... Did she call you? Sebastian's expression softens, but only a hair when he looks down at me. No, she didn't call me. I only found out the truth an hour ago. I was coming to find you because your mom was admitted to the hospital. They called me after she wrote a note telling them what to do if things took a turn for the worst. Took a turn for the worst? What? What do you mean? What happened? I shake my head, backing away, tugging loose from his grasp. None of this is real. It can't be. Someone please wake me up from this horrible nightmare. It feels like my chest is caving in. Every breath more labored than the next. My legs buckle beneath me, and the room spins. I can't lose her. I can't. Sebastian grabs me, his hands gripping firmly onto my arms. I flail, trying to fight him off, but he refuses to let go. Belle, listen to me, he growls, and when I continue to struggle, he gives me a shake that rattles my brain back to reality. I know you're hurting, and the last thing you want to do is believe another asshole in this room. But I need you to believe me. I can't believe anything or anyone. I don't know what's real or fake anymore. Sebastian nods like he understands, and then he grabs me by the back of the neck, his meaty fingers pressing against the pressure points there. I'm sorry, Belle. I can explain everything later. He whispers into my ear, and I struggle, but only for a moment, when he presses harder, and my vision becomes black. I sink deeper into the darkness, praying when I wake up, this will all have been a nightmare. This recording of The Wallflower was presented by Dreamscape Media, LLC. Narrated by Renee Thorne and Ryan Stone. Produced by Haley Taylor. Text copyright 2024 by J.L. Beck. Sound recording copyright 2024 by Dreamscape Media, LLC. This recording was produced by arrangement with Josie Beck. Thank you for listening. Please check dreamscapepublishing.com for Dreamscape's latest releases.